Blackstone presents The Devil's Fortress by Dale Brown. This book is read by Rob Shapiro. This novel is dedicated to the people of both Ukraine and Israel, especially those killed or wounded by the brutality and cruelty of others. America needs to stand firmly in support of these two nations. Freely they stood who stood, and fell who fell. John Milton, Paradise Lost. Out of intense complexities, intense simplicities emerge. Winston Churchill. Prologue. Special Research Institute for Plant Genetics, near Kamyeshkovo, east of Moscow, Russia. Late spring. Silhouetted against the fiery orange-red glow of the setting sun, 3 twin-engine Kazan-Ansat helicopters flew east in a V formation above a dense green forest of pine and birch trees. The lead machine was a black and scarlet RS VIP luxury transport model. The 2 helicopters trailing it were far more utilitarian and lethal designs in olive green and gray camouflage, equipped to carry troops and armed with door-mounted 12.7mm cord heavy machine guns. Their stubby fuselage wings bristled with anti-missile flare and chaff dispensers. Not far ahead, the woods gave way to an extensive complex of modern-looking steel and glass buildings, encircling an inner core of large, solidly built greenhouses. A double row of tall wire fences ringed this top-secret installation. Heavily armed guards manned a fortified checkpoint, securing the sole entry point. Rotors whirling, the 3 helicopters swung low over the complex and then flared in, landing one after another on a wide concrete helipad. The moment their skids touched down, uniformed men carrying submachine guns jumped out of each helicopter, fanning out across the pad to form a protective screen. For a long, tense moment, they scanned their surroundings, plainly ready to open fire at the slightest sign of any threat. At length, their leader spoke into his throat mic. "All clear, sir. The local security environment is code green." Immediately, Pavel Voronyin swung down out of one of the 2 armed helicopters. Trim and physically fit, he straightened up easily. A slight frown crossed his face as he noted the now dusty and wrinkled sleeves of his perfectly tailored Savile Row suit. Compared to the plush leather passenger seating of the Ansat RS VIP transport grounded nearby, the gunship's fold-down canvas seats had been dirty, cramped, and uncomfortable. But then Voronyin shrugged, discarding his brief moment of irritation. It had been a sensible precaution to fly here crammed into the back of one of the escort helicopters, using the brightly painted RS as a decoy in case of a surprise missile attack. After all, he had dozens of handmade suits, but only one life. And there were a great many people, both inside and outside of Russia, who would be happy to see him dead. For several years, his shadowy company, Syndikat Voronya, the Raven Syndicate, had provided advanced intelligence and military expertise, equipment, and black ops services to many of the world's most unsavory regimes, all close allies of Moscow. Along the way, he had amassed tremendous power and personal wealth, climbing ever higher in the circles of Russia's ruling elites. In fact, until very recently, his influence over the nation's authoritarian president, Pyotr Zhdanov, had made him effectively the second most powerful man in Russia. Voronyin had used this influence to orchestrate 2 back-to-back covert operations aimed at destroying the United States and completely upending the world's balance of power in Moscow's favor. The success of either plan would have left him perfectly positioned to elbow the aging Zhdanov aside and seize the reins of authority for himself. His frown deepened. Instead, both operations had failed, the last catastrophically so. As a result, he now teetered on a precipice, still enormously powerful and dangerous, but with an increasing number of foreign and domestic enemies eager to hurl him over the edge. All of which made the secret research and development work being carried out at this relatively remote and highly guarded scientific complex that much more vital. An impressive-looking facility, a quiet, self-assured voice said from behind him. At least from the outside looking in. I only hope these supposed scientific breakthroughs justify the enormous sums you've invested here. Voronian turned to face the man who'd followed him out of the helicopter. Lean and long-faced, with short-cropped gray hair, his companion was the most visible sign of his weakened status. Kirill Rodin was the Raven Syndicate's new chief of special operations, but unlike the rest of Voronian's personnel, mostly veterans of Russia's foreign intelligence services, the SVR and GRU, and its armed forces, who were personally loyal to him and to the high salaries he paid, Rodin was wholly Zhdanov's man. He was the Russian leader's personal agent inside the syndicate, and he had explicit orders to keep Voronian on a tight leash going forward. That would have been bad enough, but Rodin was actually something considerably more dangerous. He was not simply Zhdanov's spy. He was also a trained assassin. In effect, Rodin was the cocked pistol held ready at the base of Voronian's skull, poised to liquidate him the moment the increasingly paranoid president lost patience with the younger man's perceived failures or began to see him as a serious threat. You'll be able to judge the strategic significance of these technical advances soon enough, Voronian promised, holding his temper in check. He turned back to watch as the Institute's director and chief scientist, Dr. Georgy Neminsky, hurried across the landing pad to greet them. A curt signal from his senior bodyguard sent two men to intercept the short, balding scientist before he got too close. Swiftly and efficiently they patted him down for concealed weapons before passing him through. Now somewhat flustered and disheveled, Neminsky was still straightening his tie when he reached them. "Welcome back, Mr. Voronian. We're honored as always." He turned to Rodin. "You must be—" "Rodin, Chief of Special Operations," the gray-haired man said simply. "And also my resident skeptic," Voronian told Neminsky with a slight, humorless smile. Obviously unsure of how to react, the scientist merely bobbed his head in acknowledgement and gestured toward the central building. "All right then, gentlemen, if you'll follow me, I can brief you fully on our extraordinary progress." While the hallways and administrative workspaces the scientist guided them through wouldn't have looked out of place in any ordinary modern office building, the Institute's primary laboratory control center was eye-opening. A technological marvel that might have been the bridge of some enormous science fiction starship. Consoles topped by keyboards, multiple UHD displays, and virtual reality goggles paired with controllers of varying types were slotted along stepped, curving tiers, all facing a wall-sized screen. White-coated technicians and scientists manned these consoles, wholly intent on monitoring what appeared to be a bewildering array of brightly color-coded graphs and streams of ever-changing alphanumerical data. Watching his subordinate minder, Voronian hid a cynical smile. Despite his earlier skepticism, it was obvious that Rodin could not help being impressed. That was one hurdle down. Now it was time to discover if the other man could think strategically, on a global scale, or if he was just another unimaginative trained killer fit only to follow orders from his superiors. Voronian glanced at Neminsky. "You may proceed." Obeying, the scientist touched a control at one of the consoles. Immediately, the large central wall display blinked to life. It showed the view from a camera covering the complex's inner core. Fortress-like windowless structures ringed multiple greenhouses. Another tap highlighted them in red. "These are our key research labs," he explained. "They are accessible only through a series of clean rooms of steadily increasing rigor. To kill surface bacteria and reduce the odds of potential contaminants entering from the outside world, we use high-intensity ultraviolet lighting and keep them under positive air pressure. We also recirculate the air inside through a series of ultra-efficient particulate filters while maintaining consistent temperature and humidity levels." Voronian saw Rodin nod his understanding of the need for such precautions. Advanced genetic manipulation and selective breeding research being carried out by the Institute's scientists required near-total control over the laboratory environment. The slightest unwanted infection or impurity could create havoc, wrecking whole experimental strains and causing weeks or even months of delay. Yaminsky selected another control. The camera view zoomed in on the greenhouses sited at the very heart of the sprawling facility. Lights glowed brightly inside some of them. Others were dark. "Entering these greenhouses themselves requires an even more demanding set of precautions," he continued. "No one goes inside unless they're wearing a full biohazard suit, complete with sterile gloves, boots, and air displacer helmets, and then only after completing a series of intense decontamination protocols. And, naturally, those same rigorous decontamination protocols apply to anyone leaving the greenhouses, which are also held under negative air pressure to help prevent the escape of any of our genetically altered organisms." Rodin frowned. "That seems remarkably cumbersome." "It is," Yaminsky agreed, "which is why all but the most delicate work inside these areas is conducted remotely, using special purpose-built robots and other machines controlled or supervised from this control center." He indicated the virtual reality gear equipping many of the room's consoles. "In effect, we operate our test sites as if they were their own, entirely separate alien worlds." "At a tremendous expense," Rodin observed, "according to the figures I've been shown." "Dr. Yaminsky's precautions are quite necessary," Voronian assured Rodin. He signaled the scientist. "Show him your results, Georgi." With a tight nod, Yaminsky brought up a series of new images, this time from cameras sited inside several of the greenhouses themselves. They showed row upon row of dead and dying plants. Brown and yellowish patches discolored their leaves, stalks, or stems. He switched from camera to camera, naming the different crops as they were shown. "What you see are wheat, corn, barley, rye, potatoes, rice, soybeans, and sorghum, among others. The world's most important food sources for both humans and livestock," Voronian pointed out. Yaminsky nodded. "Exactly." "And your creations are what's killing them," Rodin said slowly. "These plant diseases you've manipulated." Again, the scientist nodded. "Most of our work here is focused on fungi, the chief destroyers of plants in the natural world. Our most recent tests confirm that the organisms we have successfully engineered are now resistant to all currently available fungicides." Rodin stared at the screens. "Which means what, exactly?" "Already, nearly a quarter of the world's food crops fall prey to naturally occurring fungal infections," Yaminsky told him. He indicated the imagery of dead and dying plants. "But we estimate that our modified organisms are lethal enough to wipe out between 95 and 98% of any infected crop. And we have also successfully modified these fungal spores to survive extremes of temperature, humidity, and UV radiation, all while being so small that they are easily dispersed by the wind." Rodin looked at him. "So, in effect, you have created a new class of doomsday weapons." He shook his head dismissively. Weapons that cannot have any practical use in the real world. Who would seriously contemplate releasing diseases that would effectively destroy the entire world's food supply? No one. He glanced sidelong at Voronian. Except, I suppose, a suicidal madman determined to pull the whole human race down into the grave with him. His bemused expression hardened. And I can assure you that President Zhdanov is neither suicidal nor insane, which means this costly research and development effort, scientifically impressive though it may be, is nothing but a dead end, and a total waste of the syndicate's resources. Voronian merely smiled. Ah, Rodin, I fear you've committed the cardinal error of jumping to a flawed conclusion on the basis of incomplete data. He turned to Neminsky. Perhaps you can explain the situation more fully to our friend? The scientist nodded. We have been conducting another extensive research program, one that runs parallel with our development of these more infectious and lethal plant diseases. He brought up new imagery on the central wall display. These showed video captured inside other greenhouses that were full of lush, vibrant plants. The fields you see here have also been exposed to our weaponized plant diseases, he explained. But we sowed them using seeds genetically modified to resist the effects of our deadlier creations. In addition, we've developed high-efficiency fungicides tailored specifically to these altered fungal spores. This means we can extract normal crop yields even from the worst infected agricultural zones. So we have both a sword and a shield, Rodin realized. Aptly put. Voronian looked at Neminsky. Can your Western counterparts develop the same kinds of new fungicides and genetically altered crops? The scientist shrugged. Certainly, but neither quickly nor easily. Replicating our work would take them several months at the very least, and more probably well over a year. A year without sufficient food for man or beast? Rodin said thoughtfully. The political, social, and economic effects on the United States would be devastating, Voronian said. Tens of millions dead of starvation and disease at a minimum, perhaps more. And the survivors would inhabit a bankrupted, anarchy-riddled land. All three men smiled, inwardly contemplating the benefits Russia would accrue from crippling its most powerful and dangerous rival. The fall of the old Soviet Union had weakened their country, robbing it of its status as one of the world's two superpowers. Now, saddled with an aging population in decline and a moribund economy, Russia was, at best, only a second-rate power. Without its enormous oil, gas, and coal reserves, and its massive nuclear arsenal, most dispassionate observers would rank it as just another third-world nation on the brink of an inevitable collapse into geopolitical irrelevance. In one blow, destroying American agriculture could reverse that equation, especially if the rest of the world ultimately found itself reliant on Russian-supplied, disease-resistant crop strains and advanced fungicides. Then Rodin frowned. All of this assumes that these new weapons can somehow be effectively employed without being immediately traced back to us. Given the probable consequences, Russia cannot risk being identified as the culprit. The chances of triggering overwhelming retaliation would be far too high. And if I can demonstrate this is possible? Voronian asked coolly. Then I believe President Zhdanov would be quite interested in this project you call Veles, Voronian replied with a predatory smile. giving the president's man the operational code name he had selected for this effort. Veles was the ancient Slavic god of the earth, the underworld, magic, trickery, and wealth. A counterpart to the Old Norse gods Loki and Odin, if they were combined into one deity. Given the devastation he planned to inflict on the Americans and their allies, with the resulting profits, both for Russia and, equally importantly, for himself personally, the association seemed entirely fitting. 1. Near the Raven's Nest, southwest of Moscow. Later that night. Under the light of a quarter moon high overhead, patches of silver light and dark shadow dappled the mile-wide, heavily guarded private forest surrounding Pavel Voronyan's imposing country estate. Staying low, sticking to those shadows wherever possible, and taking infinite pains to avoid making unnecessary noise, Nick Flynn slowly worked his way through the tall trees and dense undergrowth. A few yards ahead, the brush thinned a bit, revealing what appeared to be a trail cut through the woods. It ran southeast, toward the low hill topped by the Russian oligarch's sprawling two-story ultra-modern villa, which he called the Raven's Nest. Cautiously, Flynn dropped to one knee and glanced over his shoulder to check on the man behind him, a member of his Quartet Directorate Action Team. Even at close range and using his night vision goggles, he had a hard time making out Tadeusz Kosek as more than a vague shape, almost invisible among the tangle of pine tree trunks, low-hanging branches, ferns, and other underbrush. Like him, the Pole wore camouflage fatigues and a Special Forces patterned tactical assault vest made with advanced, innovative materials that made him difficult to detect, either visually or with sophisticated thermal sensors. Cossack, a veteran of his own country's Special Troops Command, moved up to join him and flashed an interrogatory signal. Which way now? Should they risk taking that trail? Thinking quickly, Flynn considered their options. Moving along the trail would be much faster, but also far too dangerous. Paths through these woods would be focal points for any sensors and patrols. He decided to move parallel to the trail instead, using it as a guide toward Voronyan's dacha, while staying in as much cover as possible. One flick of his hand communicated this to Cossack. The other man nodded. They went on, threading their way carefully and deliberately between pines and clumps of bushes. Flynn carried a compact Russian-made PP-2000 submachine gun in the low-ready position, with the stock lightly pressed against his right shoulder and its short barrel pointed down. Both the weapon and its special 9mm armor-piercing ammunition had been acquired on the international arms black market by Quartet Directorate operatives. Besides a 9mm MP443 Grach pistol holstered on his vest, Cossack had an equipment bag slung across his back, containing the ready-to-assemble components of a powerful Labayev DXL-5 Havoc sniper rifle, chambered for 12.7mm rounds. Fully assembled, the weapon would be more than 5 feet long. It had also been covertly bought for this mission. Using sanitized Russian-made weapons was a necessary precaution, since they were operating so deep in hostile territory. Contemplating the firepower they were carrying, Flynn felt a tight smile cross his face. He'd done his time as a Boy Scout while growing up in Central Texas, and their motto, "Be prepared," was a good one. Tonight's sneak and peek effort to penetrate the security zone around Voronyan's estate was primarily intended to scout workable routes for his full 6-member action team. With better knowledge of the ground in hand, they hoped to assassinate the Russian oligarch the next night. But neither Flynn nor Cossack planned to pass up the chance for an immediate kill shot on Voronyan, if one presented itself. Flynn pushed down a momentary pang of conscience. Killing in the heat of battle was one thing. Going in with the cold-blooded intent to assassinate a specific human target was quite another. But this was the operation he'd chosen. In fact, he reminded himself, this was the operation he'd pushed hard for, even over the objections of some of the Quartet Directorate's senior heads of station. Because if there ever were a textbook case of someone who needed killing, it was Pavel Voronin. Over the past several years, the mercenary Raven syndicate headed by the Russian oligarch had spread death and destruction around the world, and twice Voronin had come close, far too close for comfort, to successfully carrying out covert attacks on the United States that would have killed tens of millions of innocents. In both cases, Flynn and his team had been lucky enough to stop him, but the cost had been high, and their margin for error frighteningly slim. Given the Raven Syndicate's vast resources and Voronin's utter ruthlessness, it was only a matter of time before one of its plans to cripple the U.S. bore lethal fruit, which made playing defense ultimately a sucker's game. Taking the Russian oligarch permanently off the board, Flynn had argued, was the only way for the Quartet Directorate to continue carrying out its long-standing mission, to act decisively against serious threats to the free world. The Directorate, commonly referred to as 4 by its members, had been organized by veterans of America's OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, Britain's SOE, the Special Operations Executive, and the anti-Nazi resistance movements of Poland, France, Norway, and other allied countries at the outset of the Cold War against the old Soviet Union. Even then, it was obvious that the West's official intelligence agencies were increasingly mired in bureaucratic caution and politics, as well as being deeply penetrated by Soviet spies and moles. Unwilling to see the wartime sacrifices they had made for the free world wasted, FOR's founders had created a top-secret private intelligence and covert action force, one able and willing to operate outside the bounds imposed by risk-averse government officials and politicians. Over the following decades, FOR's highly trained operatives had waged a clandestine war, fighting in the shadows against the West's enemies without the sanction or protection of any government. Near absolute secrecy was the key to their survival and success given the odds they faced. Flynn knew the imperative to maintain that cloak of secrecy had been one of the most serious arguments against his proposal to kill Voronin on his home turf. This far inside Russia, the risks of being caught, interrogated, and either imprisoned or executed were extraordinarily high, which was why rule number 1 for this operation was to avoid detection at all reasonable costs. Just then, Flynn caught the faint sounds of movement. Someone was coming up the trail behind them. He froze, and then slowly went prone, avoiding the sort of quick, flickering motion that might draw attention, even in darkness. Close behind him, Cossack did the same thing. Boots crunched across the dried pine needles littering the trail, accompanied by the faint squelch of a radio and a murmured exchange in Russian. «Пятый патруль. Приближается к оранжевому маркеру. Нет контактов. Patrol 5 is coming up to orange marker. No contacts». «Понятно, 5. Understood, 5». Flynn pressed his face to the ground to hide the betraying gleam of his eyes as 2 Raven Syndicate guards ambled by no more than a few yards away. Breathing shallowly, he waited until the sounds faded away in the distance and silence descended again across the nearby woods. Cautiously, he lifted his head. They needed to press on. This late in the spring, nights were relatively short, and he and Cossack had a lot of ground to scout before the rising sun robbed them of the cover of darkness. He shifted to get back to his feet, and then froze again at the warning touch of Cossack's gloved hand on his leg. Just in time. A third Russian, moving far more quietly than his 2 comrades, came ghosting up the trail they were paralleling, with the Cord's 7.62 millimeter assault rifle up and at the ready. Flynn narrowed his eyes. This man was acting as a rear guard for the first patrol, sweeping up from behind to catch any unwary intruders who might have been fooled into believing they'd just been missed. Good tactics, he thought dispassionately. And a useful reminder that the Raven Syndicate troops guarding Voronyan's estate weren't just cannon fodder. That fit the available intel, which suggested the oligarch recruited heavily from Russia's Spetsnaz, its special forces units. He and Cossack lay motionless, waiting until this Russian too vanished ahead of them among the trees and undergrowth. Then Flynn curled back toward the pole and signaled a change of course. Now that they knew for sure the nearby trail was a patrol route, staying so close to it was a bad bet. Cossack nodded in agreement. Together they low-crawled off to their left, heading deeper into the woods. Several dozen yards farther on, they came face to face with a dense hedge of thorn bushes and other brush extending across their line of travel for as far as they could see in the darkness under the trees. Coils of razor wire were laced into this natural barrier, rendering it virtually impassable. For a long moment, both men studied the obstacle. At length, Cossack edged even more to the left, pointing out what appeared to be a narrow opening near the base of this interwoven wall of thorns and wire. Tunnel-like, it led deeper into the brush, apparently heading roughly in the direction they wanted to go. It could be a trail broken through the surrounding vegetation by rabbits or foxes, Flynn theorized. Worming their way along it without getting snagged by the overhanging brambles and branches would be challenging, but it should be doable. That was mighty convenient. Then he frowned. Maybe too convenient. Before Cossack could wriggle forward, Flynn stopped him. Carefully, he scanned the surface of the trail through his goggles, looking closely for any signs that the soil had been disturbed by something other than paws. His jaw tightened. Not more than a foot or two down the path, a patch of earth in the center seemed slightly mounded, rising a fraction of an inch higher than the ground to either side. Flynn reached into one of the pockets of his tactical vest and pulled out a thin, extendable stainless steel prod. Gingerly, he probed the earth ahead and stopped the instant he felt the tip of the prod contact a solid object, buried just a couple of inches down. Well, shit, he thought. It was a damned good thing Mama Flynn's dark-haired boy was paranoid after all. If he had to guess, that was some variant of the Russian PMN anti-personnel mine, containing enough high explosives to rip a man to shreds. The old military adage, the easy way is always mined, was dead accurate in this case, with the emphasis on dead. A small animal wouldn't have the weight to trigger the mine. A man would. Gently, he retracted the prod and stowed it away. Then he tapped Cossack on the shoulder and used the hand signals for danger and mine. The other man's eyes widened slightly. I'm beginning to think visitors are not welcome here, Nick, the Pole murmured in a barely perceptible tone. Seems so, Flynn agreed, quietly. Together they slithered back from the hedge of thorns. Putting some distance between themselves and that newly discovered landmine seemed sensible while they considered their next move. Using their wire cutters could be a possibility, Flynn thought, although the work would be painfully slow and exhausting. Closer study of the barrier, however, foreclosed even that option. There, tied in among the tangle of thorns and razor wire, they could make out the leads from what were likely to be other sensors and alarms of some kind. Flynn shook his head in disbelief. They'd suspected that the defenses around Voronyan's country estate were tight, but this was a level of security beyond anything they'd originally envisioned. He sat back for a moment on his haunches. Dangerous as it was, The only practical way to get closer to Voronyan's villa would involve paralleling those forest trails so regularly patrolled by Raven Syndicate guards. Abruptly, 3 helicopters flew over them, racing just above the treetops, howling past with an ear-splitting clatter of whirling rotor blades. Pine branches overhead whipped back and forth in a sudden frenzied dance, tugged and torn by the powerful downblast. Flynn breathed out. Those helicopters were heading straight for the low rise at the center of this fenced-in estate, and he was pretty sure that they were the same 3 birds they'd seen departing several hours ago, not long before he and Cossack began this difficult attempt to scout Voronyan's lair. If so, the chances were good that the Russian oligarch was returning from wherever he'd flown, which meant he and Cossack might really be able to take him out this same night. Assuming, of course, that they could somehow thread their way safely through this intricate and deadly web of sensors, wire, mines, and roving patrols. There were a hell of a lot of ifs in there, Flynn reminded himself. And even more when he considered their need for a solid escape plan and all the resulting confusion if they did manage to nail Voronyan. After all, neither he nor Tadeusz Cossack was the suicidal type. 2. Raven's Nest Security Control Center. That same time. Constructed to Pavel Voronyan's own exacting design, the above-ground elements of his large modernist dacha testified to his enormous wealth and power. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out across a spacious lawn and a helicopter landing pad. At the far edge of sight off to the west, beyond the dark expanse of his private forest, moonlight gleamed on the Moskva River. Inside the brightly lit mansion, expensive furnishings from the most exclusive designers filled nearly every room, along with original paintings and sculptures by Kandinsky, Rothko, and other renowned abstract artists. And at the dacha's center, a spacious glass-roofed atrium held a heated swimming pool and sauna. Below ground, everything was far more utilitarian. Down a long concrete corridor 20 meters below the surface, the estate's security control center occupied a medium-sized chamber protected by an armored vault-style door. Under cool, blue-tinted overhead lights, desks topped by monitors and computer consoles were arranged in a half-circle around a workstation set aside for the senior Raven Syndicate officer on duty. Half a dozen personnel, veterans of the GRU or Russia's Internal Security Service, the FSB, operated the computer consoles. Each monitored the camera feeds and motion sensor readouts from specific 60-degree arcs around the compound's outer perimeter. The senior officer, a former GRU major named Vladimir Annenkov, kept his own jaundiced eye on the watchers. By its very nature, guard duty was monotonous. That was especially true for the men assigned to watch video screens in this air-conditioned artificial environment. At least the troops patrolling the woods and exterior of the dacha were in the natural world, fully immersed in everything their own senses of sight, hearing, and even smell were telling them about the local environment. They could react instantly to the faintest crack of a dead branch or to the slightest hint of movement when everything should otherwise be still. But the men under his immediate supervision had no such stimulus as they paged repetitively through the various digital images and graphs transmitted by the multitude of cameras and sensors sited in their designated sectors. Under these conditions, it would be all too easy for one or more of them to zone out, seeing only what they expected to see on their different feeds. Annenkoff's mouth turned down in a scowl. Others inside the syndicate, including Voronyan himself, knew this tendency. That was why they'd recently installed a brand-new piece of advanced software to backstop the fallible human observers watching the estate's perimeter. Too bad the enormously expensive and highly sophisticated program was an absolute piece of crap, he thought dourly. Movement on one of his own video feeds caught his attention. The 3 Kazan-Ansat helicopters had just landed. He watched Voronin and Rodin disembark and head inside, surrounded by the security team that had accompanied them to the scientific facility at Kamyashkova. Maintenance crews were already hurrying across the pad to refuel and check over the grounded helicopters. Abruptly, a red-flagged alert message flashed across Annenkoff's screen. "What the hell?" he growled. He leaned forward, scanning the text box blinking on the monitor. His heavy brows furrowed. "Sir?" one of his subordinates asked. "Is there a problem?" "Only that our brilliant new robot overlord claims it has spotted a significant anomaly at the outer perimeter fence," Annenkoff said with heavy sarcasm. "Again." The artificial intelligence piggybacked onto the Raven Syndicate's security systems was called Pospetsna, short for Pomoshnik po specjalnому naблюдению, Special Surveillance Assistant. Its assigned mission was to analyze the huge amounts of video and other data gathered by the compound's dozens of surveillance cameras and motion sensors, acting as a sort of all-seeing eye to spot problems that mere humans might otherwise miss. However, although installed with great fanfare, the AI system was now about as popular with Voronin's security troops and their commanders as a Puritan scold at a bachelor party in a bordello. Initial efforts to allow it to monitor the camera and sensor feeds in real time had led to complete chaos. Pospetsna had triggered multiple alerts, sending guards rushing wildly from point to point around the estate's perimeter to respond to perceived incursions, only to cancel those alerts as false alarms just as rapidly. Realizing the situation was untenable but unwilling to scrap the expensive program entirely, Voronin had instead ordered the AI tasked to examine imagery and motion sensor data on a 1-hour delay, to enable Pospetsna to teach itself to operate more efficiently over time. In this instance, it was only allowed to contact the Raven's Nest senior duty officer, Annenkoff, if it detected threats or sensor anomalies that it assessed as extremely serious, and for which there had been no sign of any human reaction earlier. But while shifting the AI out of real-time mode significantly reduced the number of false alarms it generated, Pospetsna had not yet issued a single warning that proved worth following up. "I wonder what terrible threat we're facing this time?" the same subordinate asked, not bothering to hide his cynicism. "Maybe a wind-blown tree branch banging into the perimeter fence. Or perhaps another deadly pile of leaves drifting over a motion sensor." Annenkoff snorted. Both sets of natural phenomena had triggered Pospetsna alerts in the recent past. He shrugged and tapped the text box on his screen. "According to this, our software genius claims to have detected something anomalous about the feed from perimeter camera 24. His fingers jabbed ferociously at his own keyboard as he queued up the AI-flagged footage and sent it to his team for their review. It was undoubtedly a waste of their time and energy, but, if nothing else, shooting down yet another Pospetsna-generated false alarm should provide more ammunition to those who wanted to rip the idiotic software out by its digital roots. Still scowling, Annenkoff tapped a key to play back the video stream recorded an hour ago. He stared closely at his monitor. The enhanced night vision imagery showed a section of the 3-meter-high chain-link fence topped by tight coils of razor wire that would strip the flesh off anyone trying to climb over. Nothing at all seemed wrong or out of place. According to the digital timestamp at the bottom of the screen, seconds passed in a steady procession. Abruptly, from the right of the screen, a gray-brown feathered shape swooped low across the fence, gliding just above the coiled wire and settling onto a tree branch in camera view. Disconcerting yellow eyes shone brightly as a large, rounded head swiveled through almost a complete circle, scanning for nocturnal prey in an airy simulacrum of the surveillance camera filming it. And then, barely half a minute later, With another fluttering explosion of its wings, the bird darted into the darkness and vanished off the left side of the screen. "Dermo," Annenkopf muttered to himself. "Another bloody owl." The birds were a relatively common nightly sight in the skies of the local woods as they hunted small rodents. Early on in Pospensna's ill-starred career, the AI had mistakenly tagged several of these owls as unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, and then triggered a full-scale alert against a possible air attack. If this were a similar occurrence, he'd be tempted to find whatever piece of computer hardware contained the idiot AI and personally slash through every connecting cable. But the flagged video footage kept running. For another minute or so, nothing stirred. And then another big owl glided in from the right, flying low above the knife-sharp wire. It landed on the same branch vacated by the first bird and followed suit, swiveling to look for possible prey. Moments later, it fluttered away and disappeared off to the left. Again, the video kept running, showing nothing on screen that was unusual. Until an owl suddenly swooped in from right to left across the fence, following the exact same trajectory, until it too landed on the identical tree branch. "Mother of God!" Annenkopf snapped, jolting upright in his seat as he finally grasped what he'd been seeing. "That's the same damned owl. We've been watching a loop of footage played over and over. Someone hacked that surveillance camera." He felt a sudden cold shiver down his spine. Because of the time delay imposed on the Pospetsna AI's analysis, the events they were just now seeing had occurred well over 60 minutes ago. This meant the human watcher responsible for that perimeter arc, an officer under his direct command, had somehow completely missed seeing what was happening. Worst of all, Annenkopf knew that whoever hacked the security camera had to have been operating inside the Raven's Nest security perimeter, freely and utterly undetected by any patrols or the compound's other sensors, for most of those same 60 minutes. That was a recipe for potential disaster. He stabbed down on a key control that opened encrypted emergency radio links to all the Raven Syndicate security troops stationed on site. "All units, this is Annenkopf. Intruder alert. I repeat, intruder alert. This is not a drill." More orders followed in rapid succession. The first sent a patrol hurrying toward the section of perimeter fence covered by the surveillance camera that somebody had hacked. The second directed the former Spetsnaz captain commanding Voronyan's bodyguards to immediately rush the oligarch and Kirill Rodin to an armored safe room deep inside the building. "Understood, Annenkopf," the bodyguard commander assured him. "We're moving them now." Then he warned, "Mr. Voronyan isn't happy about the situation, so whatever shit's hit the fan had better be real." "Tell me something I don't know," Annenkopf growled back. He switched frequencies, summoning all personnel, off-shift or not, into action. Some guards would deploy to protect every entrance to the villa itself. The rest, armed to the teeth, would start sweeping the surrounding woods, hunting for the intruders who'd spoofed that camera, and then penetrated the Raven's Nest's security perimeter. 3. Outside the perimeter. That same time. A wide expanse of cleared ground stretched beyond the security fence. At the far end, it was fringed by another thin patch of woods. A cursory look would have suggested this open, grassy field was as flat and featureless as a pancake. In reality, many shallow dips and hollows and low hummocks offered modest cover and concealment for anyone willing to hug the ground and crawl. Close to the far edge of the clearing, Quartet Directorate Field Agent Laura Van Horn lay prone at the lip of one of those little depressions. There was more cover in the fringe of woods behind her, but she wanted a clear line of sight to the outer perimeter of Voronyan's estate. She had a small, handheld controller on the ground beside her. A faint red light indicated it was on standby, ready to power up at the push of a button. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she scanned the forest behind the line of razor-wire-topped fence. Everything seemed quiet. She glanced down, pulling back the sleeve of her jacket to check her watch. So far, so good. But they were on a tight schedule here. Flynn and Cossack had a limited window of darkness remaining to complete their planned reconnaissance and slip back out of Voronyan's compound without being spotted. "Ah, shit," the tall, wiry man to her left murmured. Van Horn turned her head. "Trouble?" Wade Vukovich, their team's surveillance expert, nodded. He had his head down, intently studying the faintly glowing bar graph displays on a compact piece of electronic equipment. Combining an electromagnetic signal detector with a frequency-hopping scanner allowed him to monitor a wide band of channels used for tactical communications. "Yeah, the level of radio chatter from inside the compound just spiked through the roof. It's all highly encrypted, so I can't get a firm read on what the hell the bad guys are talking about, but I figure it can't be good." Van Horn frowned and keyed her mic. "Link's ears to Eyes 1, she radioed. "See anything?" "I've got movement near the entry point," Shannon Cook replied. Like her, the tough, forceful ex-U.S. Special Forces operator spoke in perfect, idiomatic Russian, without even a trace of his usual soft Virginia drawl. Although their own radio transmissions were also encrypted, no one on the team wanted to take the risk of being immediately identified as a foreign agent. "I have 3 goons in sight, and they're poking around the fence." Not good, Van Horn decided. She switched frequencies to the one allocated to Flynn and Cossack. "Ears to Link's prowler. Bad news, guys. You're busted." "Copy that," Flynn said a heartbeat later. "Heading toward the alternate extraction point now." Van Horn nodded. Now to find out the hard way if all their careful contingency planning would pay off. She picked up the handheld controller and tapped a Cyrillic alphabet-inscribed button to power it up. A tiny, green-tinged screen glowed in the darkness, showing the view from a quadcopter-mounted drone. Gently, she tweaked the twin sticks on her controller, maneuvering carefully and watching as the remote camera picture changed in response to her command inputs. "Quick as you can, Prowler," she told Flynn. "Things are going to get very loud real soon." At the fence, near camera 24, that same time. Fyodor Malov held his cord assault rifle at the ready. Using his night vision gear, the one-time Spetsnaz warrant officer kept watch in the grassy field beyond the perimeter fence. At the same time, the other 2 Raven Syndicate guards in his patrol moved down the fence line, periodically pausing to tug hard at the metal links. "Anything?" he asked. "Not yet," one of his subordinates called back. "Think this is just another of those AI screw-ups?" Still scanning the expanse of open ground, Malov shrugged his shoulders. "Who the fuck knows?" His voice hardened. "But keep checking anyway, Sergei. If the stupid machine fouled up, that's on it. If we miss something, that's on us. And I sure as hell don't want any mistakes pinned on us. Do you?" "No, sir," the other man said devoutly. The duty security chief, Annenkov, was widely known as a hard case, whose preferred approach to discipline was all stick, without a single carrot ever in sight. Sergei moved a meter farther down the fence and again yanked hard at a section of the woven metal mesh. To his amazement, it peeled back in his hands. Wire cutters had snipped enough strands loose to make an opening that was just big enough for a man to crawl under. "Son of a bitch," he said in disbelief. "We've got a real breach here." At that exact moment, Moloff caught a quick flutter of motion out in the open field beyond the fence. Something small was headed toward them across the grass, moving fast at about chest height. Reacting instinctively, he tucked his assault rifle tighter into his shoulder and opened fire, squeezing off 2-round bursts in rapid succession. He missed. The tiny shape jinked left and right, dodging his fire as it zigzagged closer and accelerated. Moloff's eyes widened as he suddenly recognized what they were facing. "Drone! Take cover!" he screamed. But it was too late. With a blinding orange flash, the explosives-carrying quadcopter remotely piled by Laura Van Horn detonated only meters away. Ball bearings embedded in the explosives sleeted outward at more than 1,000 meters per second, shredding the 3 Raven Syndicate guards and hurling them aside like tattered rag dolls. Inside the perimeter. That same time. Nick Flynn loped through the forest with Cossack close beside him. They were hurrying back toward the perimeter fence, aiming for a section far from their original entry point. Together they darted between trees and bowled straight through clumps of undergrowth. With the Russians alerted to their presence, stealth was out in favor of speed, quick reflexes, and camouflage. At a distance and in the dark, their tactical gear and clothing might be mistaken for that worn by the Raven Syndicate patrols they'd observed on the way in. Given a bit of luck, anyway, Flynn thought. But he kept a tight grip on his Russian-made submachine gun, remembering a caution from one of his Air Force Special Operations Tactics instructors long before he'd been recruited into the Quartet Directorate. "Luck is nice," the veteran NCO had told him dryly. "Superior firepower is more reliable." Suddenly, a couple of 100 yards away, an orange ball of fire lit up the surrounding woods and night sky with an echoing wham. "At least Laura's having fun," Cossack said matter-of-factly with a quick, fleeting grin. The Pole's bright white teeth contrasted sharply with the blotches of tan, green, and black camouflage paint streaking his face. "She does love a good explosion," Flynn agreed with a tight smile of his own. He detected an abrupt blur of motion off among the trees and shadows on their right flank. Men were moving there, coming fast in this direction. He spun to the side and dropped to one knee with his weapon up and ready. "Action right," he snapped. Cossack dove for cover, just as another 3-man Raven Syndicate patrol group loomed up out of the darkness. Without hesitating, Flynn flipped the submachine gun's fire mode selector to full auto and opened up at point-blank range. The PP-2000 hammered back against his shoulder as he swept its muzzle across the knot of stupefied enemy troops, burning through most of a 44-round box magazine in seconds. Hit repeatedly by 9mm armor-piercing rounds, the guards folded over and tumbled to the ground, already dead or dying. Flynn breathed out raggedly, feeling the adrenaline still flooding his system. That had been way too close. Then he swore under his breath as whistles blew shrilly in the woods somewhere behind them. The 2 Quartet Directorate agents scrambled back to their feet and hurried onward. While on the move, Flynn dropped out his mostly empty magazine and slid another into place, shaking his head in frustration. So much for what was supposed to have been a nice, quiet, and above all undetected scouting mission. Instead, this had quickly turned into a deadly combination of a pell-mell race and an all-out pitched battle. Through the trees ahead, Flynn caught a glimpse of moonlight glinting off metal. That had to be the razor-wire-topped fence, he realized, and it was only about 50 yards away. Maybe they were going to make it after all. But then he skidded to a stop as Cossack suddenly held out a clenched fist, signaling danger. They both threw themselves prone again. Swiftly, Flynn eyeballed the situation through his night vision goggles. He grimaced. There were more Raven Syndicate guards by the fence, already settling into firing positions behind the cover of trees growing just inside the perimeter. He gritted his teeth. They were boxed in, with enemies on the alert ahead and more closing in from behind. This screwed-up situation was starting to resemble the Alamo, or Thermopylae, much too closely for his comfort. Heroic last stands looked great in the movies, but they sucked in real life. Which meant it was time for more fireworks. "Eyes 2, this is Prowler," he whispered over his radio. "We're in position at the alternate extraction point, but it's blocked." Through his headset, he heard the voice of another member of his Quartet Directorate Action Team, Cole Hines. "I see him, sir," the former soldier said. "Keep your heads down, way down. I got this." 4. Outside the perimeter. That same time. Cole Hines lay prone in the grassy field roughly 30 yards outside the security fence surrounding Voronyan's estate. Carefully, he turned to ready a piece of gear that looked oddly like a carry-on-sized suitcase, with a small blunt-nosed rocket attached to the front. The rocket was attached to a length of gray nylon tubing coiled inside the case, a flexible tube stuffed full of connected fragmentation grenades to make an explosive line charge. This variant of the U.S. military's anti-personnel obstacle breaching system was initially designed for deployment by a two-man team. The standard two-case device was utilized to blow a path through minefields and other barriers several feet wide and up to 50 yards long. Since that was far more capability than they needed for this mission, Hines had modified it for his own solo use by cutting the length of the line charge in half and using grenades and a miniature booster rocket manufactured in Russia. Tight-lipped with concentration, he aligned the head of the rocket, rotating it a degree or so until it was aimed squarely at the distant, moonlit perimeter fence. He took one more quick look to verify that he was on target, and then reached into the back of the open case. Gently, he pulled the pin on a green metal cylinder at the far end of the coiled line. That armed a tiny explosive charge intended to pop open a small drogue parachute. One more careful movement took out the pin on a similar black cylinder fastened at the front of the line charge. Now the rocket itself was armed and ready to fire. "Showtime," Hines thought. His fingers curled around the base of the rocket and tugged out a third pin, the final safety. All set, he pulled down sharply on a black retainer ring dangling below the rocket assembly, activating its ignition timer. Aware that he had just 15 seconds to get clear, Hines rolled off to the side and wriggled backward through the tall grass. 4, 3, 2, 1, he counted down silently. Now. With a loud crackling hiss and a pulse of flame, the little rocket soared into the night sky, trailing the swiftly uncoiling line charge behind it. A fraction of a second later, the drogue chute snapped open at the rear of the rippling nylon tube, breaking the whole assembly so that it arced down to drape across the top of the razor-wire-topped metal fence. That drew startled shouts from the Raven Syndicate troops on guard there. Whump. As the dozen or so grenades in the line charge detonated simultaneously, thousands of fragments ripped outward, slicing apart the chain-link fence and razor wire in the blink of an eye. A dense pall of black smoke, blast-thrown dust, and whirling shards of shredded bark and splintered tree limbs billowed high into the air. Inside the perimeter, that same time. Faces pressed hard against the dirt, Flynn and Cossack clung to the ground as it heaved, jolted by the enormous nearby explosion. Bits and pieces of debris hurled skyward by the colossal blast pattered down all around them. Cautiously, Flynn opened his eyes. A roiling cloud of smoke and dust cut visibility to only a few feet, and his ears were ringing, temporarily deafened by the shattering sound of Hines's breaching charge. He shook his head to clear it, clapped Cossack on the shoulder, and then rolled to his feet. Nodding, the Pole scrambled upright himself. It was time to go. Together they charged forward into the thick haze of swirling dust and smoke. Trees and clumps of underbrush appeared out of the darkness and then disappeared just as suddenly behind them. Brambles and thorns tore at their clothing and gear. Flynn ran past a Raven Syndicate guard writhing in agony on the ground and kept going. The injured Russian's torn, smoking, and blood-spattered clothing and empty, weaponless hands made it clear that he no longer posed a threat. Faced by an armed enemy, Flynn would kill without hesitation, but he drew the line at shooting people if he didn't need to. Still running, they reached the area where Heinz's breaching charge had detonated. Where a 10-foot-high fence festooned with razor wire had once barred the way, there was now only a blast-torn gap. Blackened and twisted pieces of metal littered the ground. Flynn and Cossack leaped over the tangled heaps of smoldering debris and sprinted out into the cleared ground beyond the perimeter. They hightailed it north through tall grass toward another stretch of woods that separated Voronian's compound from the nearest village, a tiny farming hamlet. Heinz arrowed over to join up with them. "Prowlers are out," Flynn radioed. "All Lynx elements fall back to the rally point. We're bugging out of here ASAP." "Wait one," he heard Shannon Cook reply. "We've got company coming. There's a helo headed your way. Altitude very low at my 1 o'clock. Oh, fricking joy, Flynn thought darkly. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw the unwelcome shape of a Kazan Ansat helicopter lifting off the pad near the Russian oligarch's sprawling country home. Its nose swung toward them as it leveled off just above the treetops. Crap. I really, really hate it when the enemy does smart shit, he muttered to himself. Over the Raven's Nest, that same time, pilot Valentin Khutakov worked the cyclic, collective, and foot pedals in combination, transitioning his Kazan Ansat gunship from near vertical takeoff mode to level flight. He dropped the nose slightly as the helicopter slid forward across the pine forest below. They weren't moving especially fast yet, no more than 30 kilometers per hour. His left hand shifted toward the throttle grip on the collective, ready to feed more power to the helicopter's twin engines, but then he stopped. After all, what was the hurry? They were chasing down enemies fleeing on foot, right? So accelerating now would only make it easier to accidentally overshoot their targets. Better to do the job right and show his employer, Pavel Voronian, the superiority of combat aviation over Annenkoff's glorified gun-toting security guards. The morons who'd already so singularly failed to stop the intruders who'd broken into the Raven's Nest. 3 faint IR contacts moving north across the open ground ahead of us, his co-pilot reported. Approximately 900 meters out. Khutakov nodded. He could see the same wavering images through his own night vision gear. He blinked rapidly, but they remained stubbornly out of focus. Ah, he understood. Those fleeing enemy commandos must be wearing sophisticated camouflage cloth that blurred their heat signatures. A wolfish smile creased his broad face. High-tech camouflage or not, the result would be the same when his door-mounted 12.7mm machine guns opened fire, hosing the whole area down with hundreds of rounds moving at nearly 1,000 meters per second. Those intruders scrambling to get away would be chopped into mincemeat. Stand by, Misha, he instructed his right door gunner, who was crouched and ready in the crew compartment behind him. I'll veer off in a moment and come around to give you a steady gun platform to light up those targets. Copy that, sir, the gunner replied. But then the situation all went to shit. From his position, the Ansat's left door gunner saw a blindingly bright flash erupt from the ground. A dazzling spark slashed through the night sky, climbing fast in a rippling plume of gray-white smoke, curling around to head straight for them. Missile! Missile! He yelled in horror, At our 9 o'clock. Fuck, Gutakov grunted, slamming all his flight controls over in a desperate bid to hurl the helicopter into a tight, evasive turn away from the oncoming missile. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his co-pilot frantically stabbing at icons on his defense control panel in an effort to trigger a burst of anti-missile flares and chaff. But the onslaught was far too low and far too slow. Before more than a handful of incandescent flares had rippled outward from the helicopter's wing-mounted pods, the Russian-made 9K-333 Verba surface-to-air missile streaked across the intervening distance and detonated only meters away. Hundreds of fragments ripped through the helicopter, killing and wounding its crew and smashing vital electronics and flight control systems. Trailing smoke and fire, the Kazan-Ansat gunship rolled over and slammed into the forest. A huge orange-white flash starkly outlined the shapes of trees for a millisecond. When it vanished, all that remained was a thickening pillar of oily black smoke curling away on the light wind, a pillar lit at its base by a few dully flickering red-tinged flames. West of the perimeter fence, that same time. Nailed the son of a bitch, Shannon Cook reported, bugging out now. He tossed the spent SAM launch tube aside and sprinted across the field toward the fringe of trees. He wasn't worried that anyone could trace the anti-air weapon he'd just fired. Like the rest of the military hardware for this operation, Quartet Directorate operatives had snagged the missile system on the international arms black market. The Russians themselves had originally sold it to their Syrian client state, and using a Russian-manufactured missile to knock a Russian-made helicopter out of the sky added a nice touch of irony. Around and around the weapons you sell go, and where they'll eventually be used, nobody knows, the ex-Special Forces operator mused. Since it was the only one their team had been able to smuggle this deep into hostile territory, he was glad the shoulder-launched SAM had worked as advertised. Many supposedly sophisticated Russian weapons looked great on paper, but turned out to be garbage in the real world. Once in the cover of the woods, Cook headed straight for the rally point they'd mapped out earlier. Flynn and the rest of the team were there ahead of him. Van Horn and Vukovich were busy stripping away leaf and branch-studded camouflage netting that concealed 3 battered-looking Ural motorcycles, each with its own attached sidecar. Meanwhile, Flynn, Cossack, and Hines were all hurriedly shrugging out of their military-style fatigues and assault vests and changing into civilian clothes. The others, including Cook, already wore jeans, t-shirts, hoodies, and dark jackets. All of their gear and weapons, except for small, easily concealable pistols, disappeared into zippered duffel bags. "Any more signs of trouble?" Flynn asked quietly, looking up at his arrival. Cook shook his head. "Not so far. Not from the air, at least. My bet is those other 2 Syndicate helicopter pilots aren't exactly in a hurry to commit what could be suicide." Flynn nodded. The combination of total surprise, darkness, and drone and rocket-delivered high explosives had acted as force multipliers, making it virtually impossible for Voronezh's security forces to get an accurate read on the actual numbers of those attacking them. That should make them cautious, unwilling to risk their remaining helicopters in case more missile teams were waiting to ambush them. But their self-imposed paralysis wouldn't last long, Flynn recognized, which made it imperative that his team get moving again and break contact before the Raven Syndicate forces recovered their nerve. Flynn finished pulling a plain gray hoodie over his head and then glanced around. "Everyone set?" Heads nodded. "Just waiting on you, cowboy," Van Horn said with a grin. She and Cook were already astride 2 Ural motorcycles, with Hines and Vukovich seated in their sidecars. "We figured there was no point sticking around until the bad guys come calling. They seem a little pissed off at us." Flynn matched her smile. "Shooting things up does have that effect on people, I guess." He swung his leg over the remaining motorcycle and waited while Cossack scrambled aboard. He hit the ignition switch, and the bike's 650cc engine rumbled quietly to life. Special mufflers were fitted to reduce the motor's noise, especially in low gear. One by one they took off slowly, bumping along a narrow dirt track that meandered generally west through a patchwork of woods, darkened farms, and rocky, brush-covered ground. They were headed toward Voskresyensk, a small city on the banks of the Moskva River only a few kilometers away. 5. Raven's Nest Security Control Center. A short time later. Pavel Voronin stalked into the blue-lit control center. Kirill Rodin and 4 bodyguards trailed in his wake. Startled, Annenkov and his security team scrambled to their feet and snapped to attention. "Well?" Voronin demanded. "What's the situation? How many troops are pursuing these intruders?" There was an awkward silence. Voronin's eyes narrowed. He marched closer to the heavy-set security chief. "I asked you a question, did I not?" "I've ordered our surviving guards to stay inside the perimeter for now," Annenkov admitted, "at least until we obtain a clearer picture of the threat we're facing." Voronin stared back at him for a long, painful moment, his mouth compressed. "Is it possible, Vladimir Ivanovich, that you did not understand my orders?" he asked finally. "No, sir." "Then why," Voronin continued carefully, "are your men sitting here safe on their cowardly asses, instead of going out there to track down, capture, interrogate, and then eliminate the insolent bastards who just tried to kill me?" Every word came out of his mouth with the icy precision of a serpent coiling to strike. Annenkov stiffened. "Sir, we've already suffered 13 casualties, all of them veteran combat soldiers or aircrew, and all of them dead or dying. Plus, we've had the helicopter gunship downed by a surface-to-air missile. These losses were inflicted in a matter of minutes in separate attacks staged at several points inside and outside our perimeter. Attacks carried out by enemy forces of unknown strength." He gestured at the screens, which showed green-tinged night vision imagery from the surviving cameras along the outer fence. "Right now we cannot know how many of them may still be out there, waiting to ambush any reaction force we send out. But we do know that these attackers seem liberally equipped with missiles and explosives." Voronin stared at him. "Are you suggesting they may plan to hit us again?" The other man nodded. "It's possible, though perhaps not likely. But the enemy has already significantly attrited our security forces. Given that, risking more troops in action beyond the perimeter could easily weaken our defenses to the breaking point." Voronin felt a hand on his elbow. He turned. It was Rodin. "Annenkov is right," the gray-haired man said. "In the circumstances, pushing more men out into the darkness would be a fool's game." Voronin eyed him coldly. "So you agree that we should simply huddle here in terror, leaving these would-be assassins free to strike again or to escape unscathed?" Rodin shook his head. "Not at all. We've been attacked. The sensible move is to call for reinforcements." He indicated the secure communications links at Annenkov's workstation. "You have the President's direct line, and those of the security services and the Ministry of Defense. We're only 90 kilometers from Moscow. An airborne reaction force from Spetsgruppe A, for example, could be here in less than an hour." Voronin kept a tight rein on his expression. Spetsgruppe A was a highly trained anti-terrorist commando unit. It operated under the authority of the FSB, Russia's internal security service. On the surface, Rodin's suggestion made good sense. but only on the surface. There were two reasons why Voronian knew he could not risk relying on assistance from the FSB, or from any of the other anti-terrorist troops controlled by the government, for that matter. First, because he had spent several years and tens of billions of rubles building the Raven Syndicate into an independent special intelligence and military force within the Russian state. In matters of politics and government, power fed perception, and perception fed power. His power rested primarily on President Zhdanov's continuing belief that the syndicate was more capable and more effective than its official counterparts, the military, the GRU, the SVR, and the FSB, whose near-universal record of defeat, failure, and humiliation over the past decades was infamous. Begging for help from the security and defense ministries would puncture this carefully nurtured image of strength. Given the current tenuous state of his relationship with President Zhdanov, it would be an admission of weakness he simply could not afford. But there was another, even darker reason Voronian believed calling for help from Moscow would be too dangerous. And that was the strong possibility that this attempt to kill him was actually the work of some of Russia's own special forces units. Not on direct orders from the president himself. After all, if Zhdanov wanted him dead, Rodin was already in place to pull the trigger. But there was a chance, a significant chance, that one of his many jealous rivals inside the nation's military and intelligence elites had secretly orchestrated tonight's bloody attack. What if someone inside the FSB, the GRU, the SVR, or the military had decided to take him out now and seek forgiveness from Zhdanov later? If so, summoning more troops from Moscow might well be the equivalent of handing his would-be murderer a sword and then baring his own breast for the fatal blow. His decision made, Voronian shook his head. "No," he said. "If it's too hazardous to chase after these attackers ourselves, we'll handle this another way." He stabbed a finger at Annenkov. "Contact the police commanders in Voskressensk, Yegorivsk, Kolomna." Swiftly he rattled off the names of half a dozen towns and cities in a wide radius around the Raven's Nest. "I want checkpoints set up on all roads and transit stations in and out of this region. Their officers are to be on the lookout for suspicious groups of men attempting to leave the area. Warn them these men are suspected terrorists and likely to be desperate and heavily armed." Annenkov nodded his understanding. From the moment he'd started building this fortified country estate, Voronian had worked hard and successfully to buy the loyalty of all the local law enforcement authorities. The special pay supplements he authorized more than tripled their official salaries. With that much money on the line, the police would be only too happy to obey his instructions. And since it was well after midnight, anyone trying to escape the immediate area, whether headed toward Moscow or somewhere else, should stand out like a sore thumb. On the outskirts of Voskressensk, southeast of Moscow, that same time. Voskressensk was an industrial city of about 90,000 people stretching along the Moskva River's east bank. Manufacturing plants producing concrete, rolled steel, and fertilizer were the major employers. Like many of the other small localities of the region, it had largely been missed by the waves of economic prosperity that occasionally washed across Moscow itself. None of Russia's government-owned mega-corporations saw the value in pouring significant amounts of time or money into Voskressensk or its neighboring towns. As a result, anyone scooped up by a time machine at the tail end of Stalin's dictatorship and plopped down again 8 decades later would have seen nothing alien or unexpected in their surroundings. There were the same drab brick and concrete low-rise apartments, factories, schools, and stores. The same trash-littered empty lots and rusting metal fences. The same sense of impoverished stasis. Nick Flynn swung off a narrow, badly paved street near the city's eastern rim and continued south on another dirt road. Tangled thickets of scrub trees and underbrush lined one edge. Along the other were row after row of small, one-story cinder-block buildings. They were nearly identical, all gray with low, flat roofs. Most of them were covered in spray-painted graffiti and looked abandoned. Amateurishly lettered signs above others showed they were in commercial use, either as storage sheds or as car and motorcycle repair shops. This late at night, none of them were open. Darkness shrouded the whole area, with only a few dim yellow lights glowing behind the windows of neighboring utilitarian apartment blocks. Flynn counted openings under his breath as he rode past them. 4, 5, 6. There it was, he thought, spotting a rusting metal stake silhouetted in the beam of his headlight. With the Earl's engine barely turning over, he swung into the sign-posted alley and slowly puttered between heaps of old trash bags and worn-out tires. There was just enough room for his bike and its attached sidecar. Roughly halfway down the alley, he stopped in front of one of the small cinder-block buildings and switched off his engine. Crude graffiti scrawled across its dented, rust-flecked metal roll-up door suggested it was among those long ago left to rot. Only a relatively new padlock securing the door hinted otherwise. Van Horn and Cook pulled their motorcycles in right behind him. They both dismounted, followed by Hines and Vukovich. Stiffly, Flynn climbed off his bike and stretched, rotating his hips first in one direction and then the other. Muscles and joints popped. He felt like he'd been hit by a refrigerator-sized linebacker, stomped into the AstroTurf, and then trampled by a whole marching band at halftime. He appreciated that avoiding those kinds of outcomes was exactly why he'd decided to run track in school and not play football. High school football in Texas was played for keeps. And judging by how awkwardly Cossack levered himself out of the Ural's cramped sidecar, Flynn guessed the other man was feeling pretty much the same way. "You guys getting old on us?" Van Horn teased. Flynn resisted the temptation to quote the old Raiders of the Lost Ark line about it being the mileage, not the years. "I think maybe the whole crawling, running, jumping, almost getting blown up, and narrowly dodging bullets thing might be wearing us down some," he said instead. Cossack nodded. "This evening was somewhat stressful." "Fair point," Van Horn allowed. "The next time we try to pull off a mission like this, you should give the rest of us a chance at all the fun stuff." Hines turned from where he'd been unloading equipment bags from one of the motorcycle sidecars. Ma'am, not to be disrespectful or anything, but your idea of fun just might be a tiny bit skewed," he said carefully. She shrugged. "Hey, Nick's never complained." "Now, Ms. Van Horn," Cook said slowly, with more than a hint of laughter, "are you really telling us that your private outings with our esteemed and glorious leader typically involve gun battles and explosions?" "Well, not yet," she admitted. "I've been going easy on him up to now." "Ah, so that explains it," Flynn said to her with a half-smile of his own. Their personal relationship wasn't a secret from the rest of the team, but he was still glad it was dark enough to hide his face's slight, embarrassed redness. "Sir?" Vukovich interrupted suddenly. "I'm starting to pick up a whole lot of new radio traffic." Flynn turned toward him. The surveillance expert still had his headset on. He'd continued monitoring the enemy's communications while they slipped away from Veronian's compound. "Can you make anything out?" The other man nodded. He paused momentarily, listening to the signals intercepted by his handheld scanner, and then looked back up. "From what I'm hearing, the local Russian cops are setting up a whole bunch of checkpoints all over the place. And based on the locations they're rattling off, it sure sounds like they're deploying like you figured they would." Flynn felt himself beginning to relax. Not much, though, just a little. At least one element of this clusterfuck was going according to his initial plan. He'd known the Raven Syndicate's radio transmissions would be too highly encrypted for them to break, but he'd also been pretty sure that the regional police communications networks were far less sophisticated and vulnerable to interception. Being right about that meant they had a window into what some of the numerous Russian forces now arrayed against them were doing. Hines frowned. So essentially the cops are out in force and we're surrounded? Which is why we're not planning to stick our heads in the noose just yet, Flynn said. The broad-shouldered former U.S. Army soldier snorted. Gonna have to do that sometime, sir, he pointed out, because I sure as hell don't plan on taking up permanent residence in this crappy country. Despite his own inner misgivings at how badly this mission had already gone astray, Flynn offered the other man a confident smile. Ye of little faith, Cole. I have a cunning plan. Counting on it, sir, Hines said simply. Flynn nodded. He'd been recruited into 4 in the aftermath of 2 separate covert operations that had exploded in the CIA's face a few years ago. Both times, he'd put his life on the line to salvage whatever was possible from Langley's largely self-inflicted disasters. Despite that, since he'd just been a lowly captain in U.S. Air Force intelligence, he'd been the one tapped as a scapegoat for the agency's errors. In the CIA's game of musical chairs, the loser was always the one without any political pull. Ultimately, however, he figured he'd actually come out ahead. Joining the Quartet Directorate had given him what he craved, the opportunity to act decisively against hostile forces without being second-guessed or hobbled by superiors who were more interested in protecting their own careers than in defending the United States. The same went for Hines and Vukovich. They were among the few survivors of the last Langley-orchestrated debacle. Fiercely loyal to Flynn himself, they'd somehow tracked him down and finagled their way into the Quartet Directorate. And while they were both a bit rougher around the edges than 4's usual recruits, they'd each proved their worth when it counted, and in extreme circumstances. He owed them a lot. Muscling up the heavy door revealed a pitch-black interior. It smelled of dust, sweat, grease, old food, and, faintly, fresh paint. Moving quickly, Flynn and his team wheeled their heavy Ural motorcycles in through the open door and then went back for the rest of their gear. As soon as everything was safely inside, they rolled the metal door back down. Flynn was careful not to turn on the overhead light until the outer door was fully closed. Its single incandescent bulb flickered to life, buzzing softly as it cast harsh shadows across the single room. Over half the available space was taken up by a single large vehicle entirely covered by a tarp. Sleeping bags, a camp stove, and a screened portable toilet and wash basin filled the rest of the limited square footage. Ah, home sweet home, Van Horn murmured. She shrugged. But I'm still rating it 1 star on Yelp. It's not exactly the Ritz-Carlton, Flynn conceded. He checked his watch, a Vostok amphibian model, Russian-manufactured like all the rest of their gear. Midnight had come and gone hours ago, but late though it was, they still had work to do. He looked around the intent group of faces. All right, people, let's get to it. We'll grab some shut-eye once we're finished. Clear? Heads nodded. Suiting his actions to his words, Flynn grabbed a duffel bag full of their weapons and other equipment and lugged it over to the tarp-covered vehicle. Behind him, the others began wiping down the Ural motorcycles and sidecars with bleach-covered cloths, painstakingly removing fingerprints, DNA, and any other identifying traces from the machines. They needed to leave nothing behind that could be tied to them. 6. At the Raven's Nest. The next day. Compared to the other rooms full of expensive furniture and priceless art, Pavel Voronyan's private office on the Dacha's 2nd floor was a study in simplicity. It was occupied only by a plain wood desk, several monitors and other computer equipment, and a few functional chairs. The extravagance elsewhere was mainly for show, intended to impress high-ranking visitors with his wealth and sophistication. This was a room suited for serious work. Moodily, Voronian pushed aside a tray holding his untouched meal. His mouth thinned. Being openly targeted for assassination worked as an appetite suppressant. He looked across his desk at Kirill Rodin. So? Annenkov's patrols have returned. There is no sign of any hostile forces remaining in the vicinity. Voronian snorted, leaving us with no understanding of what just happened. For the moment, Rodin agreed, but we've recovered valuable evidence. Shell casings and fragments from both the drone and SAM missile that were used against us. And? Early analysis suggests those who carried out the attack were using Russian-made weapons, Rodin said. How interesting. Voronian's expression hardened. So maybe we do have an enemy close to home. Rodin shook his head. I wouldn't jump to conclusions. We're not the only ones who understand how important it is that the equipment used in Black Ops can't be traced. If foreign agents were involved in this effort to assassinate you, they'd have been fools to use their own country's weapons. Besides, a Russian bullet is just as lethal as anything made by the Americans or the Israelis or others in the West. Reluctantly, Voronian nodded. The other man had a good point. The international black market was awash in firearms, missiles, and explosives. Dangle enough hard currency in front of the right people, whether they were shady arms dealers or corrupt officials, and you could obtain practically anything without inconvenient questions being asked. Over the past several years, the Raven Syndicate had acquired its own substantial arsenal of foreign-made armaments through just such methods. Rodin's smartphone pinged. He glanced down at the screen and scrolled through the new message he'd received. After a moment, he looked up again. Annenkov just relayed the most recent reports from the local police units. To what effect? Voronian snapped. Their checkpoints haven't turned up anything significant so far. They've made a few arrests, but only of known criminals. Small fry wanted mostly for petty offenses, Rodin said with a shrug. Drugs, some shoplifting, a drunken assault here or there, nothing severe. And nothing that would tie any of them to last night's attack. Voronian scowled. Then what's your recommendation? We should take this to a higher level, the other man replied. It's time to bring the official security services into the mix. Without cooperation from the Ministries of Internal Affairs and Defense, we can't expand the search area as needed, let alone implement the more extreme measures that might be required to find, identify, and arrest or eliminate those responsible for hitting us. Voronian's frown grew deeper. There is no question that rumors are already circulating in Moscow, Rodin pointed out. We can't keep an attack of this magnitude under wraps forever. And I suppose you've already personally briefed Zhdanov on the incident? Voronian commented dryly. Of course, Rodin acknowledged. Voronian gritted his teeth. The gray-haired bastard had never bothered to hide where his ultimate loyalties lay. Why expect him to start pretending now? Rodin spread his hands. The President understands your concerns, but he has assured me they are unfounded. He's certain that no one official was involved in any of this. With an effort, Voronian forced down the urge to swear aloud. The other man was manipulating him, and quite openly, too. Now, if he continued to refuse to bring the FSB and military into the loop, he could be seen as doubting Zhdanov's sworn word. From there, it would be a short and undoubtedly fatal step to being accused of treason, which gave him no real choice but to agree. Elaborately, he shrugged. All right. Make the arrangements. But I want an all-out effort from the security services in return with nothing held back. And I want our own people in Moscow, all of them, operational specialists and analysts alike, deployed to backstop the different ministries. We need to know everything the FSB and the others find when they find it. I want our own eyes on everything they do or don't do. Is that understood? Rodin nodded. Qui custodiet ispos custodes? Who will watch the watchers? He quoted. Evidently, we will. Exactly. And put Kondakov in charge, Voronian ordered. Again Rodin nodded. Prior to his own appointment by President Zhdanov as the head of Special Operations, Vasily Kondakov, a former colonel in the GRU, had been the oligarch's top deputy in the Raven Syndicate. Neither man especially liked the other, but there was no doubt about Kondakov's competence or his allegiance to Voronian. Near the A108 Moscow Big Ring Road, that same time. The checkpoint on the outskirts of Voskresensk was sited just short of a major intersection. Temporary barricades narrowed the road at this point to only one lane in each direction. 4 police cars, patrol lights flashing, were parked off to the side. 2 black-uniformed officers handled the job of methodically inspecting every vehicle headed north toward Moscow. 6 more were armed with assault rifles and shotguns and alert for any sign of trouble. Satisfied with what he'd seen, Police Junior Lieutenant Konstantin Tikhonov stepped back and gestured the old Volvo sedan he'd been examining through the checkpoint. Go on, pull ahead, you're cleared. Who's going to explain to my boss why I'm late for work? Demanded its lone occupant, a sour-faced woman to no one in particular. Tikhonov ignored her. With a final, irritated sniff, the woman put her car in gear. It lurched forward in a thick cloud of acrid diesel exhaust and sped off along the road. Tikhonov turned his head away to hack out a rasping cough. Nasty-smelling fumes, sir, his warrant officer said sympathetically. He waved a hand at the long line of cars and trucks crawling slowly toward their checkpoint. All this backed-up traffic is spewing a lot of crap into the air. The lieutenant shrugged. It can't be helped. You heard the major. No terrorists will get through here on our watch. He straightened up and carefully readjusted his peaked officer's cap to the regulation angle. Then, imperiously, he signaled the next vehicle waiting in line to move forward. It was another older model, this time a UAZ 3741 van. Popularly nicknamed Bukhanka, or loaf, because its oblong shape made it look oddly like a wheeled loaf of bread. This particular Soviet-era make was badly dented and absolutely filthy. Dust and dirt streaked the windshield of its 2-person cab. Logos stenciled across its cargo section's grimy dark green sides showed that it belonged to the local Oliva paint and varnish factory. Tikhonov's lips curled in disgust. If that's a loaf of bread, he murmured to his subordinate, it's a damned moldy one. It's a working vehicle, sir, the warrant officer pointed out. The lieutenant frowned. Shoddy equipment equals shoddy work. Keep that in mind, Vlasov. Yes, sir. The panel van lurched to a stop at the checkpoint. At Tikhonov's signal, its middle-aged driver laboriously rolled down his grimy window. He and his assistant were as unkempt as their vehicle. Clad in paint-stained coveralls and sweat-stained T-shirts that bulged over rolls of belly fat, it was obvious that neither had shaved or even bathed for at least a day. Tikhonov stepped closer to the cab. His nose wrinkling at the stale smell of fried onions, he snapped his fingers impatiently. Identification. Stifling a yawn, the driver handed over his license. With evident difficulty, his equally overweight assistant dug his ID card out of a back pocket. Tikhonov scrutinized them carefully. They appeared genuine. He handed the cards back. Then, frowning in sudden thought, he studied the van's cargo compartment. It was big enough to hide a multitude of contraband, or just possibly a few armed and dangerous terrorists attempting to escape the scene of their crimes. "What are you carrying back there?" he asked. The driver stared back at him in bewilderment. "Why, paint, of course," he said finally. "Got a big order from some fancy office renovation project in Moscow." With a heavy sigh, he craned his head at the long line of vehicles backed up behind them. "We're going to catch hell from the bosses for being so late on this delivery." Tikhonov snorted, unmoved by the sob story. He'd already heard some variation of it 100 times this morning. "Show me." He put his hand threateningly on the 9mm pistol holstered at his hip. Then he checked the light on his body cam to make sure it was working. Recording everything was standard procedure these days for any traffic stop, especially one that might go sour. With a shrug, the driver shut off his ignition and tossed the keys to his assistant. "You heard him, Ivan. Open her up." The other man clambered down out of his side of the cab. Fumbling to find the right key, he ambled around to the back. With a grunt, he unlocked the van's 2 back doors and then hauled them both wide open. Tikhonov leaned forward to take a closer look. Rows of paint cans, many of them rusting and badly dented, filled the back of the van from floor to ceiling. He pursed his lips, feeling let down. So much for his hunch. "Some of those containers look very old," he commented acidly. "Are you pawning off junk on your customers?" Unfazed, the assistant shrugged his rotund shoulders. "A paint can is a paint can," he pointed out. "And cans cost money. Besides, you can refill them as many times as you want as long as you do it with the same color of paint." He tapped one of the cans. "You want me to open this up and show you what's inside too?" A horn honked loudly from somewhere farther back in the line of stalled traffic. Tikhonov sighed, acknowledging defeat. "Never mind." He flapped his hands, signaling the other man to close the van. "You can go." He turned away toward the next vehicle in line, dismissing the battered old paint company vehicle and its scruffy occupants from his mind. Once they were several hundred yards past the police roadblock, the UAZ's driver, Shannon Cook, breathed out in relief. "That sure as hell wasn't much fun." He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I hate wearing these damn prosthetics," he grumbled. "I sweat under them like a pig." Slouched in the seat next to him, Nick Flynn nodded. "It is a shame to hide all our natural beauty under these disguises," he agreed, laughing. "I guess that's one of the downsides of being a wanted criminal." "Criminal?" Cook protested. "I am not a crook. A hunted, highly dangerous foreign spy, sure, but not a crook." "You say tomato, the Russians say tomato," Flynn said with a grin. He twisted around to open a partition between the cab and the cargo area. "Everybody okay back there? Still nice and cozy?" "Cozy? Seriously? By sardine standards, sure. By human standards, no," Van Horn retorted. "I'm recommending a new recruitment protocol to Brer Fox." That was her pet nickname for their boss, Carlton Frederick Fox, the head of the Quartet Directorate's American station. "The next time we pull one of these stunts, we only bring circus-trained contortionists." Flynn understood her complaint. Together with every piece of their equipment and all their weapons, Van Horn, Cossack, Hines, and Vukovich were crammed into a small section of the panel van's cargo compartment, with barely enough room to do anything more than sit elbow to elbow in the darkness. The rest of the space was taken up by the false facade of paint cans carefully stacked up to conceal them from anything but a determined inspection. Their cramped hiding place might not be comfortable, but as a desperate measure to avoid detection, it was undeniably effective. Moscow, Russia. A few hours later. Located more than 11 miles south of the Kremlin, Moscow's Biryovovo-Zapadnoye district was a mishmash of middling, tall apartment buildings dating back to the mid-20th century, light industry, auto and electrical repair workshops, retail stores, warehouses, and a large number of walled or fenced-in lots used to store goods or old cars and trucks. Amid Russia's current economic slump, many commercial buildings and storage areas were out of business, abandoned by owners and tenants who couldn't afford to pay their mortgages, rents, or taxes. Driving carefully to avoid drawing any unwanted attention, Cook turned off one of the district's main roads and onto a narrow, much quieter side street. At this time of day, there were no pedestrians in sight. Children were in school, their parents were working, and the homeless and chronically unemployed preferred to congregate in the area's tree-lined parks, where at least there was shade and the possibility of cadging enough rubles for a meal or a drink or a pack of cigarettes. Halfway down the street, he pulled over to the curb and parked, idling the van's engine. They were just a few yards from a padlocked gate. The low-walled compound it secured was a maze of rusty metal storage sheds, weather-beaten crates and boxes, graffiti-covered shipping containers, and a slew of wrecked vehicles, most of which had long ago been stripped of any usable spare parts. The whole area reeked of decay and neglect. Cook checked his mirrors carefully. "Looks clear," he commented. Flynn nodded. He slid open the panel to the cargo area. "We're at our next stop," he announced. "Ready to work your electronic magic, Wade?" Moving cautiously to avoid stepping on anyone's fingers or toes, Vukovich scooched past the others in the rear of the van. He poked his head and shoulders out through the narrow opening, blinking a few times against the bright sunlight. Then he squinted through the grimy windshield toward the gate. They had a good line of sight from here and could easily observe the CCTV camera covering the entrance. "I'm on it, sir," Vukovich confirmed. He brought out a tablet computer and powered it up. A few taps on its screen opened a list of the wireless networks operating in the vicinity. One was highlighted, thanks to some preliminary hacking he'd done when they'd first visited this area a few days before. This was the network connected to that particular closed-circuit surveillance camera. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he signed into the network, and then navigated through several menus until he confirmed that he had control of the camera. From there it was easy. Activating a subroutine he'd already planted made sure that its live feed would be replaced by a pre-recorded loop shot earlier. Even if someone figured out later what he'd done, there still wouldn't be any video recording of their vehicle entering the lot. "All set," he reported with satisfaction. "Nice work, Wade," Flynn said, and he meant it. The Russian capital city's vast surveillance system was part of what made operating covertly here incredibly difficult. Moscow had more than 150,000 CCTV cameras in use. Nastier still, the government had also installed facial recognition software to help track so-called criminals and dissidents. Admittedly, the odds that anyone would ever check the footage from this one camera out of so many were relatively low, but Flynn wasn't in the mood to take any more risks just now. Not after his carefully planned move against Voronyan's country estate had somehow tripped the oligarch's own elaborate security systems and then promptly cratered. Minutes later, Cook pulled up outside a dilapidated shed in the far corner of the lot. No one could see them from the street. All of the buildings overlooking this section were boarded up. Inside their new temporary safe house, Hines stopped dead. "Oh, just swell. Another frickin' dump," he said. He shook his head gloomily, surveying the stained concrete floor and stacks of dusty cardboard boxes lining the walls. "Join the Quartet Directorate," they said. "See the world," they said. "Live the life of international intrigue and adventure," they said. He scowled. How come nobody said a damn thing about spending most of your nights and days in a bunch of flea-bitten rat traps? Hiding a smile, Van Horn laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. Actually, they did, Cole. It was on page 52 of your contract, she said kindly, right below the provisos on death, dismemberment, crippling injury, and the total lack of a profit-sharing plan. Well, crap, Hines said, sounding rueful. I knew I should have read the fine print more carefully. 7. At the Raven's Nest. The next day. Flanked by Rodin, Voronian watched closely while Russia's president, Pyotr Zhdanov, inspected the burned-out wreckage of the Kazan-Ansat gunship shot down over his estate during the attack. A light breeze rustled through fire-scorched trees, sending little ash swirls dancing across the broken fuselage. Twisted pieces of the helicopter's shattered composite rotor blades littered the forest floor. "A near-run thing, Pavel," Zhdanov commented offhandedly. Almost idly, he prodded at a piece of charred debris with his foot before turning away. His hard brown eyes sharpened. Who knows? If those mysterious intruders had gotten a little closer before being detected by your defenses, they might have succeeded in blowing your head off. Voronian nodded tersely. He was all too aware of the danger he'd been in and still was, since those who tried to kill him remained on the loose. He was equally aware that the president was careful not to run any risks on this visit to the Raven's Nest. Rotors clattered somewhere overhead. Several long-nosed Ka-52 Alligator attack helicopters were on station, orbiting low over the surrounding terrain. Their mast-mounted Phasotron FH-01 millimeter wave radars probed the air and ground constantly, hunting for the slightest sign of any developing threat. The gunships aloft were matched on the ground by the wheeled armored fighting vehicles and troops of a full Army motorized battalion. Zhdanov himself wore heavy plates of bullet-resistant armor over his lightweight jacket, shirt, and slacks. His glowering bodyguards ringed the crash site, weapons at the ready. Voronian eyed the president carefully. He had aged significantly, even over the past several months. What had once been a fringe of thinning gray hair above Zhdanov's round face was almost gone. He had visibly lost weight, and the shadows under his eyes were even more profound and darker. His hands trembled slightly at rest, either from pent-up stress or perhaps some undisclosed neurological disorder. The old man is dying, Voronian realized callously. Not immediately, to be sure, and certainly not quickly. He might linger for years, becoming ever sicker and weaker, but he was dying nonetheless. Sooner or later, the precarious stability represented by the president's tight-fisted rule would end. And one way or another, Russia would awake one morning to find Pyotr Zhdanov gone and a new master in the saddle. All of which made it even more important for him to regain the fullness of his own power as soon as possible, the younger man thought coldly. The old man's death or permanent incapacitation would open the floodgates, unleashing all the pent-up political rivalries among the Kremlin's inner circle. Inside the privacy of his own mind, Voronian sneered. That any of the shambling geriatric dinosaurs around the president seriously believed they were fit for the office was a testimony to their own idiocy, or, just as likely, their own fast-encroaching senility. For Russia to have any hope of surviving as a great nation, let alone reclaiming her status as a superpower, she needed a leader of enormous intellect, energy, and utter ruthlessness. A leader willing to kill millions of people, or even more, if that proved necessary. Voronian knew he was the only man among Russia's ruling elite who deserved real power, but it was equally evident that none of his would-be rivals would tamely hand the reins to him. He had to be ready to seize his chance the instant it arose. All of which made gaining the president's approval for Veles even more critical. After his previous 2 failures, only its resounding success could firmly re-establish him as Zhdanov's unchallenged right-hand man and his logical successor. As if in answer to his thoughts, the president frowned and swung toward Voronian.
I wonder, is it possible this sudden assault on you is somehow related to your new special project? The one you plan to brief me on today?
At that, Rodin stepped forward. He lowered his voice.
This may be a conversation best reserved for a more secure area, Mr. President.
He pointed out respectfully.
Besides their weapons, who knows what else our unwelcome guests may have carried with them?
Thoughtfully, Zhdanov surveyed the dense woodland around them.
Do you worry that these intruders might have planted intelligence-gathering devices? He asked.
It's certainly possible, Rodin said.
We're checking, of course, but such a search will take time.
He shrugged.
For now, I suggest it would be wiser to adjourn to the safety of the dacha. Our security personnel sweep the whole building every day for listening devices. We can speak freely there.
Very well, Zhdanov agreed. He turned to Voronian and gestured.
Lead on, Pavel. Show me what you have in mind.
Once through the dacha's solid bronze doors and inside its high-ceilinged central hall, Zhdanov gratefully shed the bulky vest of ceramic armor plates his bodyguards had insisted he wear while outdoors.
There. Now I feel more like a man and less like a fucking tank on legs.
Voronian smiled politely, hiding his contempt for the older man's coarse turn of phrase. "Welcome to the Raven's Nest, Mr. President," he said simply, then snapped his fingers. Servants immediately appeared to usher them all into a large living room deeper inside the building. They laid out a selection of drinks on a sideboard. Vodka for Zhdanov, lemon-flavored hot tea for Voronian and Rodin, and then withdrew just as silently. The president jerked his chin toward the door, ordering his bodyguards out as well. Obeying, they filed out of the room and closed the doors behind them, leaving the 3 men alone. Sipping his tea, Voronian led the others to a group of leather high-backed chairs arranged in a conversational arc facing a large screen display. They sat down. Zhdanov tossed his vodka back with a single gulp. Then he shook out a cigarette and lit it. He took one deep drag before looking over at the younger man.
So, Pavel, what is this new project of yours? What do you claim we can achieve?
Victory, sir, Voronian told him confidently. For Russia and for you. A tap on the screen of his smartphone brought the bigger screen to life. A victory achieved through the intelligent application of advanced science. Zhdanov listened carefully while the younger man outlined the nature of the new biological weapons developed on his orders. Weapons equally matched for Russia's protection by disease-resistant seed stocks and targeted fungicides. Footage shot at the Kameshkovo Institute amplified and verified his claims. To his credit, the president instantly grasped the implications. Using these genetically engineered bioweapons would enable Russia to trigger mass famine and chaos among its enemies, especially the United States, whose highly productive agricultural sector was the envy and the underpinning of the entire civilized world. Nevertheless, as Rodin had already warned, Zhdanov was not a foolhardy man.
The scientific work you've sponsored is remarkable, he admitted.
But then he leaned forward, pinning Voronian with his hard-eyed gaze.
Whether or not it represents a practical weapon is another matter completely.
At his direction, the younger man scrolled back to the imagery of dead and dying crops shot inside the Institute's maximum security greenhouses. The president waved a hand at the pictures on the screen.
Our responsibility for triggering such a catastrophic food crisis would have to be completely hidden, he insisted. Desperation makes people willing to do many otherwise unthinkable things. And what will it profit us to starve the Americans if they decide to drench us all in nuclear fire in retaliation?
He turned back to Voronian.
You've already brought us too close to the brink once, Pavel,
he reminded the other man coolly.
We may not be as lucky another time.
Voronian controlled his expression. The failure of his last grand scheme had ended with the detonation of a tactical nuclear warhead deep in the American heartland, something that could easily have triggered a catastrophic, all-out nuclear exchange between the two countries. Only Moscow's abject apologies and its willingness to pay substantial compensation for the fortunately limited human and property damage, along with the cold-blooded sacrifice of several military officers Voronian had suborned, falsely branding them as having been in bed with Middle Eastern terrorist groups, had persuaded the feckless American political establishment to overlook such a regrettable incident in the interests of world peace. But not even the current U.S. administration, rudderless though it was, could be expected to ignore a successful Russian biological weapons attack on American agriculture.
I agree wholeheartedly, sir, he assured Zhdanov,
which is why I've made sure we have a plan that will allow our agents to successfully infect America's most vital and productive agricultural regions with our weaponized disease spores, and do so without being detected.
Zhdanov leaned forward. Explain this plan of yours to me, he demanded.
Speaking confidently and using video imagery and maps for emphasis, Voronian laid out what he intended. It was a detailed, comprehensive, and thoroughly persuasive summation of an inherently complex scheme. When he finished, Zhdanov sat back, plainly impressed by what he'd heard. For a long moment he sat silent, obviously weighing options in his mind. At last he looked up.
So, when can you be ready to initiate your Veles operation?
In less than a year, Voronian assured him. While the plan is complex and involves a large number of separate elements, we can move forward with most of them simultaneously. This includes the production of sufficient stockpiles of our weaponized fungal spores, as we also quietly replace significant portions of our own seed stocks with disease-resistant strains. And while that's in progress, we can be acquiring the special equipment needed to covertly deliver these new weapons inside the United States. Zhdanov held up a hand.
Listen closely, Pavel, he said. You may proceed with all preparations that can be completed inside our national territory, including stockpiling these new bioweapons and hardening our domestic agriculture industry against their effects. Should our enemies uncover what we're up to, we can pass those measures off as reasonable defensive precautions against a potential biological attack by other nations. Understand?
Voronian nodded.
You may even conduct tests of your bioweapon delivery systems within the safety of our borders, Zhdanov continued, but you are strictly forbidden from conducting any covert operations related to Veles inside the United States or any other Western nation until I give you my explicit authorization.
He shook his head.
Someone has you in their sights, Pavel. Maybe the CIA, maybe Israel's Mossad, or possibly Britain's MI6. Until we figure out exactly who is after you, and just how far they've penetrated your Raven Syndicate security, I won't risk moving too far ahead with this plan of yours.
His voice sharpened.
Are my orders in this regard clearly understood?
Tightly, Voronian nodded. From the older man's tone, it was obvious that he had neither forgotten nor forgiven his earlier failures. Nor had he missed Voronian's determination to ignore directives if he judged the president had suddenly become unnecessarily cautious.
Good, Zhdanov said, because the slightest deviation from my orders this time will force my hand. You are a useful man, Pavel, to me and to the motherland. But I will not overlook further treasonous disobedience.
Again Voronian nodded. He was acutely aware of cold-eyed Kirill Rodin, the president's hand-picked executioner, at his side. Although he remained outwardly calm, inside he felt rage boiling up. For all of Zhdanov's bluster about reclaiming Russia's preeminent place on the world stage, he was again showing himself to be as timid and unimaginative as the rest of his advisers. Against his wishes and all his inclinations, Voronian was once again forced to bend a knee to a lesser man like Pyotr Zhdanov. One day, though, he vowed silently, that would change. And when the moment arrived, Russia's current leader would learn, too late, who was indeed the master and who was the servant. An ancient adage ran comfortingly through his mind. Treason doth never prosper. What's the reason? For if it prosper, none dare call it treason. 8. Leningradsky Railway Station, Moscow. That same time. Mingling with the steady flow of other travelers arriving from the nearby Komsomolskaya metro stop, Laura Van Horn strolled briskly through the main doors of the train station, one of the 10 serving the Russian capital and the oldest. It dated back to the middle of the 19th century, a product of the Tsarist Empire's first significant expansion of railroads. Seen from the outside, Leningradsky Station looked very much like a Renaissance-era Italian palazzo set down in the heart of Moscow, complete with a pale yellow exterior and an ornate, green-domed central clock tower. High arched windows provided ample natural light to its ground floor in the spring and summer. The station's interior, however, was considerably plainer and more modern. Yellow lines striped the concrete floor of its main hall. Brightly lit shops and restaurants occupied the sides, and escalators headed up toward more food and retail outlets on the upper level. Digital monitors flickered at several points, showing the scheduled trains, their destinations, departure and arrival times, and track assignments. For this morning's expedition, Van Horn had dyed her naturally dark hair a sunny, eye-catching blonde. She towed a small, soft-sided rolling suitcase and wore an elegant, expensive business suit. A large shopping bag from one of Moscow's most exclusive clothiers over one shoulder and a stunning Swiss-made Longines watch on her wrist completed the look she was going for, that of a sophisticated, high-powered female executive on the go. Concealed behind a pair of designer sunglasses, her eyes scanned her surroundings. The rail station, usually bustling near the departure times of express trains bound for St. Petersburg, was even more congested than usual. Long lines of passengers were backed up from the far doors which opened onto Leningradsky Station's train platforms and tracks. Uniformed police officers, supervised by stern-faced men in dark, unfashionable suits, were grouped near those exits. Well, 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 she thought. Something was very definitely up. Unhurriedly, Van Horn made her way through the crowds to one of the station's information kiosks. A balding, middle-aged clerk behind the counter looked up appreciatively at her approach. "Я могу вам помочь, госпожа?" he asked politely. "Can I help you, miss?" She flashed him a 1,000-watt smile, noting how he unconsciously straightened up and threw back his shoulders. It was almost Pavlovian, she thought with inner amusement. Careful there, Laura, she told herself with an inward grin. With great power came great responsibility, so maybe she owed it to the world to hold back a little. Van Horn smiled brightly and said in perfect colloquial Russian, "Oh, I hope so." She nodded toward the mass of people near the platform doors. The crowds were growing by the minute as more and more travelers flooded into the station. "I have some time before my train leaves, but that looks pretty bad. Is there some major delay on the lines?" The information agent shook his head. "No, miss. There's no problem with our rail service." He shrugged. "There's a heightened security alert in place. The authorities are checking IDs and asking more questions than usual." He smiled back at her. "But you shouldn't have any trouble. I've noticed that they're only selecting men for more extensive screening, not any of the ladies." Van Horn thanked him warmly and continued deeper into the station. Instead of joining the line waiting to clear security, she headed for one of the coffee shops not far from where the police and dark-suited security officers were bottlenecking everything. As she walked past them, she didn't bother hiding her curiosity. It would be more suspicious if she ignored what was going on. Eyeing the checkpoint confirmed what the information kiosk clerk had told her. Men were being pulled out of the line in ones and twos. Police officers carefully scrutinized their identification cards or passports while they were asked a few questions. Some were waved through after this quick inspection. Others were ushered over to plastic chairs at folding tables, where they were subjected to a more intrusive interrogation by plainclothes officers, all of whom were using laptop computers, obviously to confirm details of what they were being told whenever possible. Van Horn's lips thinned slightly. "Yep," she thought, recalling the old children's rhyme, "Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly. Well, there were many spiders here, all spinning their webs to trap the unwary. Arriving at the coffee shop, she paused for a moment to make a little show of checking her watch and studying the nearest departures and arrivals board. Then, with a shrug, as if to indicate that she still had time to kill before her train left, she entered the shop and ordered a black coffee to go. Carefully sipping at the scalding liquid, she exited the cafe and looked around again. She'd found out what she needed, now to make a discreet exit. 2 trains, one a high-speed express, the other a slower local train, were scheduled to arrive in the next several minutes. The timing would be tight, but manageable. After ditching the remains of her coffee in a trash can, she turned on her heel and headed for the nearest ladies' room. Once she was inside a stall in the restroom, Van Horn moved into action. First, she doffed her sunglasses and glittering Swiss watch and shrugged out of her business suit and heels. Rolls of padding extracted from her shopping bag added weight to her hips and stomach. Cheek pads fattened her face. Then she pulled on a shapeless, frowsy blouse and baggy pants, and a pair of the plain, sensible shoes that a middle-aged, ordinary working woman might wear. Carefully, she inserted a pair of brown-tinted contacts to conceal her blue eyes. Finally, she donned a brown wig streaked with gray over her hair. Her small rolling case and luxury shopping bag were tucked away inside a much larger folding bag from one of St. Petersburg's cheap discount stores. Her transformation complete, Van Horn exited the restroom and joined a steady stream of passengers now crowding into the rail station from the platforms. Her formerly long-legged stride was gone, replaced by the much slower, near shuffle of a heavy-set woman exhausted after a long, crowded train trip. Altering her appearance so drastically was intended to avoid the awkwardness of anyone who'd noticed her earlier, wondering why she'd entered the station and then turned around to leave without boarding a train. With the Russian security services apparently on high alert, she needed to do whatever she could to avoid raising suspicions. Walking slowly, Van Horn went back outside and headed for the metro. This time she didn't try to hide her frown. She had a lot to report to Flynn and the others, and none of it was good news. In Moscow's Biryova-Zapadnoye district, a short time later. Inside the dilapidated metal shed they were using as a temporary safe house, Nick Flynn looked around the circle of worried faces. "So there it is," he said quietly. "Based on what Laura saw, the St. Petersburg rail exit route is closed to us." He held up one of their carefully forged identity cards. "These are solid enough to stand up to a quick visual check, but the moment anyone runs one through an official database, we're fucked." Heads nodded. The Quartet Directorate's document forgers were experts in their fields. They did top-notch work. But without access to the vast computer files Russia maintained on its citizens, there were hard limits to what they could achieve. Cole Hines frowned. "We've got other problems too, sir," he said. "The rest of you guys speak perfect Russian. Me and Wade can't. We've got enough vocabulary to answer some basic questions, sure, but if we got pulled aside by one of those cops for a real conversation..." He shook his head. "We'd screw it up." He snapped his fingers. "That would be that." Flynn nodded. Their Russian language deficits had been one of the strongest arguments against bringing the two former soldiers on this mission in the first place. But he'd decided that the team's likely need for their other specialized skills tipped the scales in their favor. His jaw tightened. Where did you draw the line between the natural cockiness required to undertake the daring, extremely hazardous missions FOR handed out to its operatives, and sheer, stubborn bravado? Well, he thought bleakly, it was starting to look like he might be about to find out the hard way. Tadeusz Kosek leaned forward to make a point of his own. "It is not just the St. Petersburg exit closed, then," he said carefully. "It is all of them. Certainly any rail route heading west is now too dangerous for us to use." He shrugged. "Why should the Russians focus their attention only on one train station? It would be illogical. There must be similar heightened security measures in place everywhere." Flynn agreed with him. Manpower was not a problem for the Russian security and intelligence services. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, Tad. My bet is that, censorship or no censorship, a lot of bitching about the travel delays caused by these unexplained ID checks will leak out into Russian social media by sometime tonight. Certainly by tomorrow morning at the latest. So maybe we sit tight for now and wait out this security crackdown," Shannon Cook suggested, "and then make our run for the border later." Flynn shook his head. "I'd be on board with that if we had a more secure safe house," he said. "But this one is way too exposed. We can't hope to hide that we're camped out here much longer." He saw their heads nod in agreement. Abandoned or not, the odds of somebody stumbling across them in this old storage lot were already uncomfortably high and rising all the time. It wouldn't matter much whether it was just kids looking for somewhere exciting and off-limits to play, or a few of the homeless hunting for a place to crash or for old junk they could sell. When locals started gossiping about strangers hiding out here, all hell was likely to break loose. After a short silence, Van Horn frowned. "Okay, Nick. If we can't get out by train and we can't stay here, then I guess we go north." "Figure so," he admitted. "Brer Fox isn't going to be real happy about this," she commented. "Using the North Crossing was supposed to be our last resort. Things could get messy." "Messier, I think you mean," Flynn said. One side of his mouth turned down. "What we sold as a precise surgical incursion to take out Voronian hasn't exactly gone according to plan, remember?" Cook grinned. "Now don't be too hard on us, Nick," he counseled earnestly. "Plenty of top-notch doctors fall back on big saws and other extreme measures to take care of tricky cases, don't they? Considering the opposition we ran into, I'd say we were in the ballpark for a certain, admittedly very loose, definition of surgical." Hines snorted. Geez, remind me never to schedule any serious medical care in your neck of the woods. Kill or cure, Cole, Cook said with a devilish glint in his eyes. His Virginia drawl thickened a bit. Getting treated by a good old-fashioned country doctor might make a man out of you. Or a woman, I guess, if his scalpel slips. For a few seconds, Hines just stared back at him. But then he started to laugh, followed by everyone else. Flynn let them go on for a while, grateful for Cook's successful effort to break the growing tension. They'd all been on edge since Laura returned from Leningradsky Station with her bad news. But as soon as they quieted, he started issuing rapid-fire instructions. Before heading north, they had preparations to make, and make quickly. With their next move decided, he had the sudden, uneasy sense that they were running out of time much faster than he'd hoped. 9. Moscow. That evening. A midnight black Mercedes Sprinter van drove south through Moscow's busy, brightly lit nighttime streets. Its license plate bore the unique letters and codes, which would tell any Russian policeman that the vehicle was connected to the FSB, Russia's Federal Security Service, and therefore free to speed, run red lights, and break other traffic laws as necessary. That was a blind. The van actually belonged to the Raven Syndicate, which paid high fees, both officially and under the table, for its stockpile of such plates and the special driving privileges they conferred. The practice was common among Russia's ruling political and economic elites, who saw no reason to inconvenience themselves by obeying laws and regulations intended for ordinary citizens. Traffic noises from the crowded streets outside filtered into the back of the windowless van, where Pavel Voronin sat between Kirill Rodin and balding Vasily Kondakov. The Sprinter was equipped as a mobile command post, and their seats faced a bank of computer displays and secure communications gear. One of the monitors showed a convoy of several dark-colored vans trailing behind them. These vehicles were carrying a platoon-sized force of heavily armed syndicate troops. Voronin frowned. He was generally reluctant to operate so openly inside Moscow, preferring to reserve the use of his organization's veteran mercenary special operators for work beyond Russia's borders. Unfortunately, his continuing doubts about how far he could trust those running his country's military and security services left him no choice. Relying solely on his own people was the only way he could be sure that this move against those who'd tried to assassinate him wouldn't be betrayed. Of course, that still left open the question of whether or not this was a wise use of their resources. When Kondakov urgently declared that he had immediate actionable intelligence on their enemies, the haste required to organize an armed force and get it moving hadn't allowed any opportunity for a detailed briefing. Well, better late than never. Voronin turned toward the other man. All right, Vasily. Convince me this isn't just a wild goose chase. It might be, Kondakov admitted. Behind his horn-rimmed spectacles, his eyes were watchful. But it's our best lead yet. Rodin snorted. Our only lead, you mean? True, Kondakov retorted. But if you're scared of wolves, don't go into the woods. Enough, Voronin snapped, holding up a hand to interrupt their argument before it went any farther. He was well aware there was no love lost between the two men. Rodin had usurped Kondakov's position as chief of special operations, relegating him to a lesser role in intelligence gathering and internal security. And if encroaching on what had been the former GRU colonel's sole turf wasn't bad enough, Rodin had also insisted on cutting him out of the loop for Veles. Kondakov knew that some new major operation was in the works, but nothing more. Both men subsided. He fixed his cold gaze on Kondakov again. Go ahead. Walk me through your reasoning on this.
It starts with CCTV footage obtained at the Leningradsky rail station,
the other man explained.
Since we cannot fully trust the competence of the Ministries of the Internal Affairs and Defense, or their reliability, for that matter, I've assigned my best analysts to review recorded imagery from their security checkpoint operations at Moscow's important transportation hubs.
Voronian nodded. Rodin's lip curled slightly.
A singularly tedious and unrewarding exercise, I would think. Not for those who pay attention to important details, Kondakov countered. My people understand the importance of the work they're doing.
Go on, Vasily, Voronian said mildly. So your analysts found something?
The other man nodded. An incongruity. A small one at first glance, but one with great significance upon closer inspection.
He leaned forward to the keyboard before him and entered a command. Surveillance camera footage shot at Leningradsky station earlier that day appeared on one of the screens. A quick tap on a control zoomed in on one of the travelers shown entering the main hall, an attractive, well-dressed blonde. Voronian felt one of his eyebrows go up. A woman? He asked in surprise. So far they had been focused on searching for male suspects, the kind of tough-looking, physically fit men capable of carrying out a commando-style raid on his estate.
Observe,
Kondakov said simply, letting the surveillance footage play. They all watched silently as the woman stopped at an information kiosk, chatted briefly with its attendant, and then strolled casually down the station hall past the checkpoint and into a coffee shop. Minutes later she emerged, threw away her disposable coffee cup, and entered the nearest woman's restroom.
Ah, a great mystery,
Rodin said, not bothering to hide his scorn.
The woman drinks coffee and then has to take a piss.
Unfazed, Kondakov adjusted the playback speed. People now moved through the frame in skittering jerks as first minutes and then hours raced by. Voronian was the first to figure it out. She never comes out of that restroom, he realized.
Correct, Kondakov agreed. Or more accurately, she does emerge. But not in the same guise.
He touched the controls again, rewinding the CCTV footage and slowing it down. Several minutes after the attractive blonde went through the door to the ladies' room, a very different woman, much older, dowdier, and plumper in appearance, came out and joined a flood of newly arrived passengers headed out of the station.
Her tradecraft was excellent, he commented matter-of-factly. If one of my analysts weren't something of an obsessive-compulsive, we would never have spotted the switch.
Fascinated, Voronian watched the woman shuffle out through the main doors and vanish. It was hard to believe she had any connection to the elegant blonde they'd first observed, let alone that she was the same person. He turned to Kondakov. What then? Do you know where she went?
My team was able to recreate her later movements, the other man confirmed, at least while she traveled through the metro system.
Voronian nodded his understanding. With more than 9 million riders a day, Moscow's metro was the primary means of transportation for most capital residents. That made the system a focal point for police and security service surveillance. Between the thousands of CCTV cameras covering every entrance, exit, and station platform, and the government's advanced facial recognition software, a known suspect couldn't easily evade detection. And
this woman shuttled between several different metro lines in rapid succession, timing it precisely so that she transferred from arriving underground trains to others which were about to depart, usually with only seconds to spare.
Interested now, Rodin leaned forward.
That's classic practice to evade any human tail. She's definitely a professional intelligence operative, Kondakov agreed. In my judgment, one of the highest caliber.
Whose operative is she? Voronian ground out through clenched teeth. Which country, which organization employs this spy or assassin?
Kondakov shrugged. That is still unclear. Even once we have her in our hands, I suspect it will require prolonged and rigorous interrogation to pry out the truth.
He smiled thinly.
She should be an interesting challenge.
Voronian nodded, appreciating the other man's intentions. Among his many talents, the former GRU colonel was a skilled torturer. With an effort, he pulled his mind away from the anticipation of future pleasure and back to the business in hand. And after she finished playing this game of Metro hopscotch, what then?
She took the Black Line south, Kondakov said, and finally exited the system at the Anino metro stop, near the Moscow Ring Road.
He pulled up a new set of images.
Cameras outside the station caught her heading east on foot into the Biryolevo-Zapadnoye district.
And from there, Voronian demanded, where did she go?
We can't be sure,
Kondakov said carefully. He took off his glasses and polished them with his handkerchief for a few seconds, plainly buying time to consider the best way to impart what he knew would be extremely unwelcome news.
Not precisely, at least, he said at last.
He put his glasses back on and spread his hands.
The local CCTV network in this part of Moscow is comparatively sparse, with many of the cameras offline for various reasons.
Voronian stared at the other man, his hands balled into fists.
Are you telling me that you lost her after all of that, Vasily?
That she's completely disappeared on us?
Not completely,
Kondakov replied. He opened a digital satellite map of Moscow on the screen. Zoomed in, it showed the Biryolevo-Zapadnoye district in intricate detail, displaying every street, alley, building, and patch of open ground.
My people have scanned the footage from every surveillance camera covering the borders of this area. Our target doesn't appear. Not once. So we're reasonably confident that she hasn't doubled back on us again, which means this district was her intended destination.
Even if that's true, and not just wishful thinking to save your ass, Rodin spoke up frostily, the original point still stands. This is a waste of time and resources. He pointed to the map with disdain. Close to 100,000 people must live in this district. Most of them are probably tenants occupying block after block of apartment buildings. We'd need hundreds of armed men to carry out a thorough search in any reasonable amount of time. As it is, we have fewer than 40 troops with us. Kondakov smiled back at his rival.
If we needed to go door to door through every apartment block, your premise would be correct. But we don't.
Voronian eyed him closely. And why is that? In answer, Kondakov zoomed in the satellite map until the screen showed only a tiny part of the district, the segment closest to where CCTV cameras had last spotted their female suspect. Instead of rows of apartment buildings, this area was mostly given over to a few dozen tiny commercial enterprises, everything from automotive repair shops to electrical supply outlets to building materials warehouses and storage lots. Before Rodin could object further, Kondakov used his mouse to highlight a few locations.
According to tax records, these particular buildings and lots are abandoned, he explained, which makes them ideal temporary hiding places for foreign agents, or others, who evaded the initial net cast around the Raven's Nest and are now desperately exploring ways to escape from Russia.
Voronian nodded appreciatively, seeing what the other man was driving at.
You think that's what this woman was doing for these would-be assassins?
scouting the train station to learn if tighter security measures were in place.
Just so.
All roads and railways lead to and from Moscow, and a large urban area does offer many nooks and crannies in which to conceal oneself, Voronian mused aloud. He glanced back at Rodin. So, he asked, what is your assessment now? The other man's eyes were hooded. Plainly, he was not happy about having walked so easily into the clever analytical trap Kondakov had set for him. But then he shrugged, obviously deciding he would gain nothing by further argument.
Assuming these guesses are accurate, we should have enough men on hand to handle the job, he said carefully, especially if we can take these people we're hunting by surprise.
Voronian straightened up. All right, let's get this done. He looked at Kondakov. Since the older man was in charge of the Raven Syndicate's internal security apparatus, this was now his operation to command personally. Make sure you've blocked the exits from these different places you've identified, and then send the rest of your teams in hard and fast. Roust anyone there. Shoot if you must, but take prisoners for further interrogation if possible.
And after we're done questioning these people? Kondakov asked calmly. What then?
Kill them, Voronian said. His eyes were icy. No one comes after me and escapes alive. Biryovo Zapadnoye. A short time later. A squad of Raven Syndicate troops in night-gray camouflage and body armor crouched on the far side of a low wall. A two-man sniper team on the roof of a nearby building reported that the storage lot the wall surrounded was full of rusting, abandoned cars and trucks, old shipping containers, boxes and crates, and a couple of weather-battered metal sheds. As a young officer cadet, Igor Nemov had been earmarked for service with the Spetsnaz. After intense, often dangerous training and several years of active duty for absurdly low pay, he'd been persuaded to transfer his hard-won skills to the syndicate instead. Since the mercenary organization served Russia's national interests, he saw little significant moral difference between being asked to kill for the state or for Pavel Voronian. And if that were so, why not do the same job for substantially more money? Strike 3-1, this is Strike 3 Overwatch. No movement in the target area. Everything still looks quiet. A voice whispered through Nemov's radio headset. He clicked his mic to acknowledge the sit rep from his sniper team. Taking a shallow breath and then another, he waited uneasily while the seconds ticked slowly past. From the quick pre-raid briefing they'd been given, the people they were hunting tonight were dangerous as hell, highly trained professional killers. Taking them by surprise was essential if they were hiding out somewhere in this abandoned lot, because otherwise, Nemov and his man were in for an ugly fight. Strike Group, this is Command, he heard Kondakov radio at last. All units are in position. Wait one. Nemov tensed, raising his clenched fist so the rest of his assault squad could see it. The plan was to hit multiple possible hiding places simultaneously. Doing so inevitably reduced the number of troops available to take out any site, which was risky. But it was either that or mass more forces against one location at a time and risk hitting empty air, while making enough noise to spook their intended targets and give them time to bolt for some other safe haven. Kondakov had made it abundantly clear that was not an acceptable outcome. Execute, Kondakov said coolly. Now. Nemov pumped his fist twice. Go, 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 he hissed. Instantly, two of his men yanked sharply on cables attached to coiled barbed wire they'd cut earlier. The wire, strung along the top of the wall years ago to deter thieves, fell aside with a soft metallic twang. With their way now clear, Nemov and his squad swarmed over the low wall and dropped into the darkened lot, fanning out, weapons at the ready. They drifted past abandoned vehicles, mounds of old crates and empty shipping containers, probing carefully for any signs of an ambush or concealed sentries as they moved deeper into the area. One of the two sheds in the far corner of the lot was plainly abandoned. Only empty blackness loomed behind its wide-open entrance. The other had a door that was shut. Assault rifle up and aimed, Nemov glided silently toward the shed. His troops moved with him. He was sweating now. No light showed under the door, but what did that matter if armed men were concealed inside, waiting to spring an ambush? Rapid hand signals deployed his Raven Syndicate squad into a tactical stack alongside the door. From front to back their heads nodded as each man confirmed he was ready. Silently, Nemov counted down. 3, 2, 1. His finger jabbed inward, unleashing his troops. The man in the lead smashed a battering ram into the flimsy door. It broke open with an ear-splitting crash. He rolled aside, clearing the way for the soldier behind him to lean in and lob a flashbang grenade through the pitch-black opening. Wham! The grenade went off with a shattering roar. A cascading shower of blinding pyrotechnics suddenly lit the night. The troops waiting behind the grenade thrower rushed in right on the heels of the blast, deploying to the right and left, ready to open fire at the slightest sign of movement. The shed was unoccupied, empty of anyone, hostile or otherwise. Nemov was the last man inside. He paused at the doorway to scan the empty room through experienced eyes. His pulse pounded in his ears. He felt jittery and knew that the sensation was a symptom of the adrenaline flooding his system in anticipation of a deadly, close-quarters battle slowly ebbing away. "Shit," one of the syndicate troopers growled. "This was a waste of time." "I don't think so, Gennady," Nemov retorted. "Lights," he called out in warning. Then he flipped up his night vision goggles and flicked on a powerful flashlight. Its bright beam darted here and there across the interior of the shed, highlighting scuffed patches on the floor and other places where the old cardboard boxes lining the walls looked to have been disturbed. At his gesture, some of the men dragged the boxes away, revealing sacks of recent food trash, mostly containers from surplus Russian army field rations, and stacks of paint cans. Staring at them, one of his men tentatively suggested, "Homeless mooks?" Nemov shook his head. "Ever met a homeless guy who is this neat and tidy? Or one who collects full cans of paint?" "No, sir," the other man admitted. "Me neither," Nemov said with a grimace, "which probably means all this crap was left behind by the people we've been hunting." Dourly he keyed his radio, preparing to report in. He was sure the news that their targets had already abandoned this safe house would not be well received. 10. Mercury City Tower, Moscow. An hour later. Under a dark, star-filled sky, the flood-lit Mercury City Tower's bronze-tinted reflective glass glowed, transforming the 340-meter-high skyscraper into a soaring pillar of fire on Moscow's night skyline. Slanting, step-like recesses along one side gave the structure a tapered look. These unique architectural elements added to its apparent height and set it apart from its closest neighbors, the other ultra-modern office and residential high-rises spiking skyward as part of the city's international business center. 11 huge skyscrapers were packed into a small area, considerably less than a square kilometer, on the left bank of the Moskva River. Several more enormous buildings stood at different stages of construction, left unfinished amid the current economic downturn. 44 stories up, Pavel Voronin prowled around his spacious private office. Ordinarily, its breathtaking views over the bright city lights of Moscow put him in a good mood, but not tonight. Tonight he felt caged and restless, more suited by nature and temperament to be a predator among other lesser men. He intensely disliked the realization that some group, as yet unidentified, had him in its sights. Nor was this an empty threat. Their assault on the Raven's Nest could easily have succeeded in killing him. He scowled. If nothing else, the debacle there had proved that his defenses were weaker than he had assumed. The wooded, thinly populated countryside around the Raven's Nest offered too many separate avenues of infiltration and attack. That was why Voronian had decided to retreat here for the time being, to this towering, reinforced concrete and steel skyscraper. 3 of the Mercury Center Tower's 75 floors housed the Raven Syndicate's corporate headquarters. Offices of other corporations, 5-star restaurants, high-end retailers, and opulent apartments owned by some of Russia's richest and most powerful citizens filled the rest of the space. Consequently, the security systems protecting its easily guarded entrances and elevator banks were state-of-the-art. Now, bolstered by his armed personnel, they should be effectively airtight. He stopped pacing and stared out a window. Safe or not, his decision to take refuge in the Mercury City Tower still rubbed at his pride. It wasn't that he lacked for anything here. The living quarters adjacent to his office were comfortable, even lavish. And if anything, he was in closer touch with events and his most important subordinates. No, Voronian understood. What gnawed at him was the knowledge that he had to take counsel of his fears for the first time in his adult life. Before the recent attempt to kill him, anyone with any sense had feared Pavel Voronian. But now he thought sourly. It was as if his pursuers had abruptly turned his life upside down. He was the one who was afraid. And it was an unpleasant sensation. His office door chimed suddenly. What now? Irritably, he turned away from the view outside and went back to his desk where he glanced at his computer monitor. The feed from a security camera showed Vasily Kondakov waiting just outside. A pair of Voronian's bodyguards had just finished patting him for concealed weapons. Composing himself, Voronian sat down. He tapped an icon on his smartwatch, disengaging the door's security lock. Thick steel bolts retracted, and the door swung open, admitting his chief of internal security. Voronian curtly gestured Kondakov to the chair in front of his desk. It took effort to control his mounting frustration. Showing signs of anxiety in front of his subordinates would be unwise. Men obeyed the strong and despised the weak. Assuming a feigned look of mild curiosity, he waited until the door locked again before nodding to the other man to begin. So, Vasily, I assume this unscheduled visit means you found something useful?
I believe so, Kondakov said carefully. Ever since our raid on that enemy safe house came back empty-handed, my analysts have been working to develop new leads.
And?
Reviewing reports and body cam footage from the web of police checkpoints you ordered deployed immediately after the assault yielded results, Kondakov said.
He synced his tablet with a large digital screen on the closest wall and opened a file.
It showed surveillance footage from a checkpoint on the outskirts of Voskresensk, close to a junction with one of the main roads to Moscow.
Voronian watched silently as a battered early-model UAZ panel van pulled up for inspection. Video from a young police lieutenant's body cam showed him checking identification cards from 2 heavy-set, disheveled men riding in the cab. Moments later, the view shifted around to the back when he insisted on inspecting their cargo. Kondakov froze the image on a wall of paint cans, old and dented, that seemed to fill the van's cargo space from top to bottom.
Paint?
Voronian asked, perplexed. What's so significant there? In answer, the other man tapped at another file, opening a single digital photo. Shot inside the abandoned shed Raven Syndicate troops had raided only hours before, it showed a collection of rusting cans stacked along one wall. His finger indicated the image.
They are identical.
Voronian grimaced. That van, he realized. It was carrying the enemy agents we've been hunting. Kondakov nodded. Judging by the cargo capacity of the vehicle and the amount of food trash recovered from the shed, this is a small, very highly trained team. I estimate its strength as being in the range of no more than 4 to 6 individuals. So few, Voronian growled. How is that possible, considering the losses they inflicted on our security forces? Surprise, speed of action, and the use of superior firepower at every point of contact, the other man said bluntly. These people are very good at what they do, which makes them extremely dangerous. Tight-lipped Voronian sat back. What else do we know? We pulled the names and ID numbers of the van driver and his assistant off the police officer's body cam footage and ran them through a host of official databases, Kondakov said. They don't match up with any known citizen or resident alien. Meaning their ID cards were forged. Kondakov nodded. Voronian frowned. And the van? Its license plate, I mean. Was that a fake too? No, the other man said. The number is genuine. It was even registered to a UAZ panel van of a similar model, year, and make. But not the same one? No. Available records show the vehicle associated with this plate number was junked several years ago. Kondakov spread his hands. And, once again, I'm forced to admire the tradecraft of our opponents. They constructed a solid defense against any cursory inspection or traffic stop. A police officer running the number of that plate through his computer wouldn't turn up anything suspicious. I don't want these bastards admired, Voronian snapped, unable to hide his irritation any longer. I want them dead. Hurriedly, Kondakov bobbed his head in agreement. A quick review of traffic camera footage from the area shows that van was last seen on roads that lead to the safe house we discovered. But that's where we've run into a dead end. There's no sign of the vehicle anywhere in the district now. Which means these enemy agents are on the move again, Voronian said, working hard to regain control over his temper. Kondakov nodded. Knowing this, can you track them using the traffic camera network? Kondakov shrugged. That would be difficult, he admitted. Attempting to do so would mean combing through every frame of footage shot in the Moscow region. At the minimum, I estimate that represents well over 100,000 hours worth of video. Voronian frowned. The proverbial needle in the haystack, then. Worse, I'm afraid, Kondakov told him. Millions of vehicles traverse the local roads and highways daily, and of those, tens of thousands are UAZ vans of the same make and model year. I grow weary of being told what cannot be done, Vasily, Voronian warned, particularly since the people who tried to kill me may already be making a run for one of our borders. Kondakov nodded again. That is their most likely move, he agreed. And it gives us a chance, if only a small one, of intercepting them. He replaced the images on the wall screen with a large digital map of Russia, centered on Moscow. A swipe across his synced tablet drew a large red line through the highways leading west and southwest toward the Baltic states, Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine. I consider these the least likely escape routes. Our frontiers there are relatively heavily guarded and the target of significant surveillance.
Any attempt to cross them illegally, whether by vehicle or on foot, would be unnecessarily risky.
True, Voronian acknowledged. Another sweep of Kondakov's fingers drew a similar line across the roads and highways leading south toward Georgia and Azerbaijan.
The same thing applies here. Tensions are high in this area, and consequently so is our security.
Voronian pointed southeast at the routes connecting Russia with Kazakhstan. And those?
Across the steppes. Kondakov shook his head. While it's possible, I judge that to be a low probability. The terrain there is so open that any covert attempt to cross the border might easily be spotted by ground or air patrols. Again, if it were me, I would assess the risks of making such a move to be too high.
Then you believe these terrorists are headed north?
Kondakov nodded. I do. Our border with Finland runs for more than 1,300 kilometers, most of it through woods and uninhabited land. Plus, it's relatively lightly guarded at the moment. Except along the southernmost portion, most of our Cold War-era perimeter fences, tripwires, and other defenses have been dismantled.
Voronian considered that. The course of action suggested by the other man made sense from their mysterious enemy's perspective. So you want me to ask for new police roadblocks in the highways heading north, into Russian Karelia and the Murmansk area?
Unfortunately, there is no time for that, Kondakov said, shaking his head. It will take hours for any request to work its way down through the bureaucracy of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and even more time to organize special units of trained police officers. By then, this possible trail will be far too cold.
Voronian frowned. Then you want to use our own people for this effort?
We have 2 helicopters on standby,
Kondakov reminded him,
with just enough range and payload capacity to deploy 4-man security teams into positions for a possible intercept on the 2 most likely routes. And the farther outside Moscow we send them, the better the odds that one of the UAZ vans they stop and inspect will belong to our targets.
4-man teams? Voronian queried sharply. You keep praising the competence of these enemy agents. What makes you confident that a mere handful of your security troops can deal with them?
Surprise works both ways, Kondakov pointed out. After all, no one, no matter how highly trained, can remain alert forever. And the more distance they put between themselves and Moscow, the more these people should let their guard down.
Voronian made his decision. Very well, organize it. Get your intercept teams moving as quickly as possible. He frowned. But we need a backstop in case you've guessed wrong.
Kondakov nodded. We should ask President Zhdanov to order a special heightened state of alert for all border districts adjoining hostile countries, he said slowly. Our border service units should be on the lookout for any unauthorized vehicles, particularly UAZ-made vans, which attempt to enter their controlled zones.
Voronian considered the proposal. The FSB commanded Russia's 170,000 border guard troops. Taking into consideration the sheer length of the nation's frontiers, that seemed like a pathetically small number. On the other hand, its U.S. counterpart, Customs and Border Protection, had fewer than 22,000 armed agents. And Russia's government, at least, attempted to regulate all movement near its borders. He nodded to himself. If those who'd tried to kill him were really on the run, desperately trying to escape from Russia without being caught, it made sense to throw as many obstacles as he could into their path. He picked up the secure phone on his desk and punched in a 2-digit number. Politically weakened though he was, he still had a direct line to the Kremlin. It rang just once before being answered. "Executive Office of the President?" said a quiet, businesslike voice on the other end. "This is Pavel Voronian," he declared. "I need to speak to President Zhdanov personally. The matter is urgent and involves grave issues of state security. 11. On the A119 highway, northwest of Vologda, Russia, some hours later. Nick Flynn fought down a powerful urge to yawn. Stiffly, he forced himself to sit up straighter in the passenger seat of the ancient UAZ 3741 van. He knew he was so tired that, once he started yawning, he'd have a hard time stopping. After more than 36 hours on the run with only short periods of rest in cramped, uncomfortable safe houses, fatigue toxins were accumulating fast in his body. He glanced at Tadeusz Kossak behind the wheel. The other man looked as drained as he felt. No surprise, he thought. Sleep had been a luxury for all of them ever since this mission kicked off, both precious and in extremely short supply. Flynn narrowed his eyes against the headlight glare as a large tractor-trailer truck roared past on the opposite side of the highway, heading south toward Vologda. Moments later, a white SUV coming up behind them flashed its high beams in warning, and then pulled around and quickly passed them, red taillights dwindling rapidly as it faded into the distance and darkness. Apart from them, the road was empty. Off to the east, the sky was beginning to lighten, gradually turning a pale gray above the forest of pine, birch, and spruce trees that lined the highway. It would be dawn in less than an hour.
"I think we may be heading into trouble,"
Kossak said suddenly, peering intently through the van's windshield. He took his foot off the accelerator, allowing the UAZ to slow a little. His left hand drifted from the steering wheel down to the butt of the 9mm MP443 Gratch pistol stuffed between the edge of his seat and the door. Flynn followed his gaze. There, about a mile up the road, he could see lights moving on the verge and what might be a lightweight orange barricade blocking the right-hand lane. He squinted, trying to make out more details in the poor light. Some kind of an accident scene? Or maybe a sobriety checkpoint? The Pole shook his head. "There aren't any vehicles in sight," he said tightly, "and whoever is manning that barricade just waved the SUV that passed us right on by, even though it was clearly speeding." Flynn felt cold. Kossak's night vision was phenomenal, one of the traits that made him such a superb long-distance marksman. If he couldn't see any police cars or trucks parked near that checkpoint, they simply were not there. Since the nearest town was miles away, the strong possibility was that the people ahead of them had been flown into position by helicopter. And ordinary Russian traffic cops didn't have access to helicopters. Suddenly wide awake, thoughts raced through his mind in rapid succession. They'd switched the van's license plates and painted over the corporate logo on its sides, but the model and make made it comparatively easy to spot, assuming their enemies had some inkling of what type of vehicle they were using and where they might be headed. Score that as a likely big fat yes on both counts, Flynn realized, eyeing the shadowy figures moving into position near the orange barricade. Blowing through the checkpoint or making a sudden U-turn away from it weren't realistic options. The UAZ was mechanically reliable, but it wasn't exactly high-powered or nimble. As soon as the bad guys were sure that they had a valid target and radioed it in, it would be impossible for his team to shake any search and pursuit, especially since the road network in this part of Russia was sparse. Which left only one real option, Flynn knew. One that was all too likely to get them killed. "If this really is aimed at us, we'll have to punch out from the inside," he murmured to Kossak. He reached down into the carrying case between his feet, extracted his compact PP-2000 submachine gun, and slid it into the narrow gap between his seat and the passenger side door. The Pole nodded. He loosened his Gratch pistol in its holster, making sure he could draw it in a hurry if necessary. Flynn craned his head back around toward the open panel into the UAZ's cargo area. "We're coming into a probable red zone," he warned loudly, using the 4 slang for an enemy position. "If things turn hot, bail out fast and go hard." "Got it," Laura Van Horn replied. "ETA?" Flynn looked through the windshield again. They were now within a quarter mile of the checkpoint. The figure had stepped out onto the highway and, using a handheld flashlight, signaled for them to pull over. "Maybe 30 seconds, he said. "Well, hell," Van Horn said conversationally. "Good thing none of us could sleep back here in this frickin' sardine can." The sound of weapons being chambered accompanied her words. Cossack braked to a gentle stop near the orange barricade. He rolled his window down as the flashlight wielder approached.
"What's up, officer?"
he asked politely, narrowing his eyes against the beam hitting him right in the face.
"None of your business," a harsh voice growled. "What are you people doing on the road so damn early?"
The Pole shrugged.
"Got an emergency plumbing job at one of the hotels in Lipenbor," he said casually, naming a lakeside town some miles ahead up the highway. "The manager there is shitting himself that his guests won't have hot water when they wake up." "They don't have any plumbers of their own in Lipenbor?" The man holding the flashlight snapped in disbelief.
Cossack shrugged his shoulders again.
"The manager's my cousin," he said. "He likes to keep his business in the family."
Squinting himself against the glare, Flynn saw 2 more men edging around toward the back of the van, and a third positioned off to the front. They all wore night gray camouflage uniforms, body armor, and carried assault rifles. That tears it, he realized coldly. These were definitely Raven Syndicate goons, not regular Russian traffic police. He turned toward Cossack and raised his voice a little so that Van Horn and the others in the back of the van could hear his warning that they were being flanked.
"Hey, Yuri, I got another text. Now Pyotr says the 2 toilets at the rear of the building are clogged too, and he's starting to freak out about when we're going to get there."
"Great," Cossack sighed. He looked at the man pinning him in the flashlight beam.
"Hey, is this going to take much longer, officer?" "Not really," the other man said grimly. "Now get out of the van, both of you."
Well, so much for subtlety, Flynn thought.
"You heard him, Yuri," he said, forcing a nervous edge into his voice. "We need to get out." "Sure, sure," Cossack replied. "No problem, officer."
He leaned over to grab the door handle with his right hand, seemingly unintentionally lowering his head toward the more solid cover of the dashboard, and simultaneously drawing the 9mm Gratch with his left hand. His finger curled around the trigger and squeezed repeatedly, firing several quick, semi-armor-piercing shots right through the driver's side door at the syndicate trooper holding the flashlight on him. Hit at least twice at point-blank range, the Russian stumbled backward. Flynn exploded into action himself, grabbing his submachine gun and slamming the passenger's side door wide open as he threw himself out sideways. His right shoulder and hip slammed into the ground as he swung the muzzle of the MP-2000 toward the gunman positioned at the front of the van. Flashes stabbed the night as that Russian fired a wild burst directly into the vehicle. Slammed by 7.62mm rounds, the UAZ's windshield shattered, and pieces of torn metal flew away from its broad, blunt nose. Wham! A flashbang grenade went off somewhere behind the vehicle, tearing apart the darkness with dozens of strobing pulses of dazzling light. Weapons stuttered, accompanied by yells and agonized screams. Flynn ignored the chaos unfolding all around him. His field of vision narrowed to the Raven Syndicate trooper he'd identified as his primary target. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion as his nervous system and brain kicked into overdrive. From his position on the ground, he could see the other man's assault rifle swinging away from the bullet-riddled front of the UAZ to aim at him. But then his own submachine gun's front sights settled into position first, and he opened fire on full auto, burning through half a magazine in less than a second. The Russian jerked backward, hammered off his feet by multiple hits that ripped through his legs, chest, and head. An eerie silence descended across the scene, broken only by high-pitched whining and pinging noises from the UAZ's wrecked engine. Through his gunfire and explosion-numbed ears, Flynn heard Van Horn call, "We're clear back here. All hostiles are down and dead." He scanned the ground ahead of them. Nothing moved. Slowly he raised up off his side. "Clear to the right front, too," Flynn reported. "Tad?"
"Govno."
"Shit," Cossack answered through clenched teeth from somewhere on the other side of the van.
"I've been hit."
They found the Pole lying half in and half out of the bullet-riddled van. Multiple splotches of blood were spreading across his back and both legs of his jeans. Bits of metal gleamed in the center of each small wound. While none of the 7.62 millimeter rounds fired into the front of the van had struck him, they'd blown a hail of sharp-edged splinters across the cab and into Cossack. While Hines applied field dressings to the Pole's wounds, and Cook and Vukovic dragged the 4 dead Raven Syndicate troops out of sight into the nearby woods, Van Horn pulled Flynn aside for a quiet consultation. "None of those injuries are going to be fatal, but one thing's for sure. Tad's not going to be walking on his own. At least not very far, until all those splinters are dug out and his torn-up muscles have time to heal," she said. Flynn nodded. "We'll have to carry him to the rendezvous point," he agreed. Fortunately, one of their gear bags included a foldable, portable stretcher. "Which brings us to our next big problem," Van Horn pointed out, jerking her head toward the shot-up UAZ van. "It doesn't look like any of us are going very far, and we're still, something like 500 miles from where we need to be?" "Thereabouts," Flynn said with a nod. Van Horn folded her arms. "And you've got a solution for that?" "I do," Flynn said with a sigh, "but I don't like it much." He indicated the lightweight orange barricade in front of their wrecked van. "I figure we make use of what the Syndicate has provided and run our own unofficial traffic stop on the next big vehicle, preferably a tractor-trailer truck that comes along." She whistled softly. "You know we'll have to bring the driver along with us. At least until we can safely drop him off somewhere he won't be found for a while." "Yeah, which means we'll be adding kidnapping and carjacking to our list of felonies," Flynn admitted. "On the other hand, I don't imagine that'll make much real difference if the Russians grab us before we can break across the frontier." Van Horn's eyes roved around the site of their recent battle. Then she smiled crookedly. "I guess not. Because between this shootout and the mess we made back at Voronyan's estate, I figure we're already at the top of the Kremlin's most wanted list." 12. Republic of Karelia, Russia. Late evening. Nick Flynn moved warily through the ancient pine woods, on the lookout for dead tree branches and slippery, half-buried rocks among the ferns and thick green moss carpeting the forest floor's shallow ledges and hollows. Van Horn followed him, with Hines and Vukovic carrying Cossack on their portable stretcher, and Cook bringing up the rear. They were all being cautious, both to avoid making excessive noise and to reduce the chances of someone twisting an ankle. Heavily burdened as they were by one wounded teammate, they couldn't risk any further injuries. They'd ditched the tractor-trailer truck they'd hijacked several hours before, abandoning it on a deserted side road, along with its bound and gagged driver. If necessary, Flynn figured an anonymous phone call to the Russian authorities once they were safely in Finland would ensure that the poor guy was retrieved. Coming to a place where the forest gradually sloped away to the west, Flynn paused for a moment to check his bearings. Squinting, he peered through the trees, ignoring the whirling swarms of mosquitoes and biting flies whining through the sweltering gloom. Off across a stretch of lower ground just ahead, he spotted the red-tinged glint of fading sunlight on water. They were getting close to the eastern shores of Lake Kameneye. He glanced down at his watch. Although it was almost 10 at night, the sun was just now sliding below the horizon. Long black shadows stretched eastward. Laura Van Horn moved up beside him. She nodded toward the faint glimpse of water. "That it?" she asked, pitching her voice low so that it couldn't be heard more than a few feet away. "Should be," Flynn said. The hint of a smile twitched at the side of his mouth. "Unless I got us turned around somehow, and this is one of the other 60-some-odd thousand lakes in Russian Karelia." "Not funny, Nick," Van Horn growled quietly. She thumped his ribs with her elbow. "Might not be safe to piss me off just now. I'm hot and sweaty, and not in a good way." "Affirmative on that," he acknowledged. Then, before she could elbow him again, he led the way down the gentle slope. Following him, the team pushed across the level ground, skirting trees and boulders and denser patches of underbrush. Closer to the lake, the woods were even thicker and more tangled. After a few minutes, Flynn reached the edge of a rutted dirt road. According to the maps he'd studied, it ran parallel to the lake shore for several miles. He felt the tension tightening his shoulder blades ease up a little. Reaching this landmark meant they were getting close to their planned rendezvous point. But then, just as he was about to cross the narrow road, he picked up the unmistakable sound of a vehicle moving somewhere not that far off. It was getting closer fast. A Russian patrol, Flynn realized. Reacting fast, he dropped into the nearest cover, a clump of ferns growing around a fallen log. Van Horn went prone near a tree. So did Cook. Vukovich and Hines carefully lowered Cossack's stretcher and went to ground behind a group of moss-covered boulders. The engine noise grew even louder. Flynn lay still with his eyes narrowed to slits, observing the road through a slight gap in the ferns. Suddenly, a UAZ 469 utility jeep appeared from the north, driving it aside around a shallow curve. It carried a pair of armed border guard soldiers in forest-patterned camouflage and soft-billed caps. Accompanied by the grinding sound of shifting gears and the crackling hiss of a radio, the small four-wheeled vehicle bumped along the rutted dirt road, heading south. The heads of both the driver and his passenger were on constant swivel, meticulously scanning the forest around them in all directions. Suddenly worried that the gleam of his eyes might give him away in the fading light, Flynn carefully lowered his head. He held his breath as the jeep rolled on only yards away from his hiding place, waiting for the startled yell that would confirm he'd been spotted. His hand edged toward the stock of the PP-2000 submachine gun slung over his shoulder. The shout never came. Instead, the jeep just kept going until it disappeared from view around another bend in the road 100 yards farther south. Flynn breathed out slowly. Russia's territorial forces were a lot more active than he'd anticipated. This was the second patrol they'd had to avoid since starting this trek through the rugged Karelian countryside. He frowned. Technically, the area they were traversing was part of a nature preserve. That made it strictly off-limits to everyone, except accredited scientists and carefully guided ecotourists. Yeah, well, he thought it was becoming painfully evident that the border guards hadn't gotten the memo. Or more likely, they didn't give a damn about endangered local animals and plant life. Not when Moscow must be demanding immediate action to tighten security along its frontiers with the West. Flynn sighed. Tempting as it was to lie hidden among these ferns for a while longer, that wasn't an option. With Russians on high alert, he and his team needed to keep moving. He got back to his feet and stood listening for a moment, just in case the local border guards commander had decided to play it cute by sending out a second jeep to act as a rear guard for that last patrol. But except for the irritating, persistent whine of mosquitoes, there was only silence. Nothing else stirred in the gathering shadows. Reassured, Flynn darted across the rutted dirt track and immediately dropped back into cover on the far side. As soon as he signaled that it was clear, Van Horn and the others followed him over the road. Once they were reunited, they moved on toward the shore, pushing through the trees and bracken. The sun was now well below the horizon, and the light around them was softening, fading into the gray melancholy of twilight. Suddenly, from somewhere not far ahead, they heard a low whistle. Flynn, Van Horn, and Cook immediately halted and took a knee with their weapons up and ready. Vukovich and Hines sank to the ground, still holding the stretcher between them. Cossack, pale from pain and blood loss, pulled his pistol. Unhurriedly, moving slowly to avoid spooking them, a camouflaged shape stood up from the undergrowth only a few yards away. To his intense relief, Flynn recognized the narrow, sharp-nosed face, keen blue eyes, and graying-brown hair of Rytis Doksa. The Lithuanian was a veteran of his small nation's most secret and elite anti-terrorist unit, Aitvaras. After joining the Quartet Directorate, he'd been recruited into a European action team, like the one Flynn had formed for FOR's American station, commanded by Tony McGill, a former sergeant in the UK's SAS. McGill, Doksa, and several others had fought beside them the previous year during a daring commando raid deep into communist Cuba. Flynn and the others lowered their weapons. Silently, the Lithuanian beckoned them to follow him through the last stretch of forest and down to the water's edge. Lake Kaminia stretched to the west, toward Finland. Without a trace of wind, the lake's waters were still, reflecting the image of every tree and boulder encircling it as if in a mirror. Doksa jerked a thumb back toward the dirt road they'd crossed, now invisible among the trees and lengthening shadows. Something has the orcs stirred up. That border guard patrol you just evaded makes 3 in just the past few hours, he commented quietly. Your doing, I presume? Could be, Flynn admitted. We might have pissed off a few people. The Lithuanian grinned at him. One of them being our not-so-good friend Voronian, I understand? He broke off as the sound of clattering rotors abruptly shattered the silence of the forest. They all squatted down and froze in place in the shadows. Suddenly, a dark and light green-painted Mi-8 troop transport helicopter roared low across the lake about a mile away. In its wake, the downwash from its spinning blades churned the water into a froth of rippling white foam. Red and green and white navigation lights blinking, the helicopter flew on to the north, and eventually vanished into the rapidly growing darkness. The noise of its engines and rotors faded away. Doksa hummed softly. This man Voronian has a very long reach. So it seems, Flynn agreed, which is why we're in a bit of a hurry here, Rytis. With a somber nod, the Lithuanian turned, brought 2 fingers to his mouth, and whistled softly again. As if by magic, another member of FOR's Europe-based action team suddenly appeared less than 10 yards away down the shoreline, flipping aside the camouflage netting that had hidden him from view until that moment. Einar Haugen had served with Norway's Special Operations Commandos before signing on with the Quartet Directorate. Tall, square-jawed, and blonde-haired, he resembled the Vikings of legend, but Flynn knew the big man had hidden depths, including a quirky, dark sense of humor that left even Cole Hines in awe. Flynn glanced wryly at Doksa. Got anything else up your sleeve? The other man shrugged. Not me, but Einar does. They joined the Norwegian at the water's edge. Immediately, Flynn found his eyes pulled to 4 dark green inflatable rafts. Drawn up on shore, they had been concealed beneath Haugen's camouflage netting. These are pack rafts, the blond-haired man explained in fluent but accented English. "Compact and comparatively light, they are used by backpack enthusiasts who want to combine water travel, even whitewater rafting, with hiking trips into the wilderness." He knelt by one of the rafts and patted its resilient polyurethane-coated nylon fabric side. "These are a marvel of design. Uninflated, each raft weighs less than 14 of your American pounds, plus they can be packed down to a 20 by 10-inch roll." Flynn was impressed. Inflated, each of the rafts looked to be about 6 feet long and almost 4 feet wide. "What's their carrying capacity?" "2 adults and up to several 100 pounds of equipment," Hagen replied. "Plus, I have made some special modifications of my own." He moved around the raft and waved a hand at a small assembly fixed to its stern, complete with a miniature 3-bladed propeller. "See?" Flynn stared. "You've equipped these rafts with motors?" "Yeah," the Norwegian said with a proud look. "Very efficient, lightweight electric marine motors. They have enough battery power to carry us across this lake, 10 miles or so." His smile grew broader, seeing the American's amazed reaction. "Much easier and quieter than trying to paddle so far, eh?" "Pretty slick, Einar," Flynn acknowledged. "Pretty doggone slick." 13. Lycomania, a short time later. As soon as the last traces of light faded from the western sky, they hauled their rafts off the rock-strewn shore and scrambled aboard. It took only moments to lower the outboard motors into the water and engage the propellers. Accompanied by a low, barely audible whine, the inflatables veered out into the lake and forged ahead at nearly 5 miles per hour. Doxa and Haugen were in the lead boat, followed by Flynn and Van Horn. Vukovic shepherded the bandaged Tad Cossack in the third small craft, and finally Cook and Hines brought up the rear. As a precaution, they stayed fairly close to shore, no more than 50 yards out. That way, if they ran into trouble, they'd at least have a shot at darting swiftly back into hiding. As the miles and minutes steadily unrolled, the voyage took on an eerie, almost otherworldly feel. In the darkness, each inflatable raft carved its own narrow, arrow-shaped furrow through a vast black field of tiny, brilliant lights. The stars sprinkled across the heavens above reflected in the lake's calm, untroubled surface. And in this deceptively peaceful setting, with nothing to do but follow the dimly seen shape of the boat ahead, Flynn found it all too easy to let his mind drift. Over the past several days, he'd had to be laser-focused, first on trying to carry out the team's assigned mission to kill Voronian, and afterward, when everything went wrong, on the urgent task of getting everyone safely out of Russia. Doing so had required every ounce of his tactical skill, courage, ingenuity, and determination. Now, though, he had just enough breathing space to look ahead and consider what might come next. Flynn's jaw tightened. He was sure they'd managed to throw a serious scare into Voronian, but that wasn't what they'd needed to accomplish. Frightened or not, everything they knew about the Russian oligarch suggested he wouldn't abandon his efforts to destroy the United States and make his own country the world's preeminent power. This left the Quartet Directorate only 2 real choices: either give up any thought of going after Voronian directly, or commit to a second attempt to eliminate him, a mission made inherently more complex, more dangerous, and far less likely to succeed by their first failure. Shaken though he was by the strength of Voronian's defenses, Flynn already knew which course of action he'd be arguing for. What he didn't know yet was how he could look his teammates in their eyes and convince them he wasn't proposing a modern-day kamikaze mission. 2 staccato mic clicks through his headset brought him sharply back to the present. That was one of the emergency signals Doxa had briefed them on before setting out across the lake. In response, Flynn's hand flashed to the tiny outboard fixed to their raft's stern. A quick button press cut battery power to the motor. The raft slowed immediately, gradually losing momentum until it barely drifted across the water. Quickly he looked around. 3 darkened oblong shapes bobbed silently nearby. The others had cut their own engines too. Crouched low in the front half of their raft, Van Horn pointed ahead. He leaned to her left to get a better line of sight on whatever had spooked Dauksa and Haugen. He saw the answer right away. They were close to a place where a large island sat astride this arm of Lake Kamenia, narrowing it so that only 2 channels, each scarcely 50 yards wide, linked to the broader expanse of water beyond. Taking advantage of this natural choke point, the Russians had built a 1-lane north-south road across the lake here, spanning both channels with the aid of a couple of small steel-beam bridges supported on concrete piers. The Lithuanian had been leading them toward the northernmost passage, planning to glide smoothly under the span before motoring back onto the broader lake. At night, in this restricted nature preserve and under normal circumstances, they should have been able to slip through without any trouble. Which made it too damned bad that the circumstances were anything but normal, Flynn thought, seeing the shape of a UAZ jeep parked on the bridge only about 100 yards away. A reddish glow from lit cigarettes revealed 2 Russian border guards leaning on the railing while they stared across the darkened lake. One said something indistinct. The other laughed. Instinctively, Flynn crouched even lower in the little raft. Even at this relatively short distance, their inflatables should be virtually invisible, just black shapes riding silently on equally black water. But would their luck hold? His mouth corked upward. Relying on luck was an amateur's move, like figuring you could roll into Vegas with a couple of $1,000 in your pocket and plan on coming out a millionaire. Sure, it could happen, but you certainly couldn't count on it. From the set of Van Horn's shoulders, he suspected her thoughts were running in the same direction. When she pulled out her 9mm Gratch pistol and started threading a suppressor onto its muzzle, he was sure of it. He leaned forward and touched her arm. She glanced back with a raised eyebrow. Her ordinarily generous mouth was tight-lipped. Flynn shook his head slightly, indicating the weapon in her hand. She was a crack shot, as he had good reason to know. 100 yards, though, was an extreme range for a pistol. Hitting anything at that distance would be tricky, especially with her first shot. It would be worth trying if the Russians spotted them first, but not before. For now, their best hope was to wait this out. Reluctantly, Van Horn nodded. She finished fitting the suppressor to her pistol, but refrained from taking any other immediate action. Several minutes slid by, each a seeming eternity. Finally, one of the Russians flicked his cigarette out over the railing. It vanished into the water with a soft hiss. He straightened up and snapped an order to the other man. Obeying, the soldier dropped his own cigarette onto the bridge and ground it beneath his boot heel. Then he walked around the jeep and climbed into the passenger seat. The first border guard took one last look out across the water, shrugged, and slid back behind the wheel. Moments later, the jeep's engine coughed to life, and it drove off. In the lead raft, Dauksa keyed his mic once. That was the signal to proceed. Swiftly, Flynn and the rest restarted their outboard motors. Battery-driven propellers whirred quietly into motion, and the little convoy of small boats moved on again toward the low, overhanging bridge, heading west into the channel and, ultimately, out onto the wider lake. 2 hours later, the 4 rafts nosed up along a narrow gravel beach on the far shore. Everyone except Cossack scrambled over the sides into ankle-deep shallows and hauled the inflatable boats onto the beach. Vukovich and Hines loaded the wounded Pole back aboard his stretcher. Quietly, Doxa and Haugen moved down the line of rafts. They showed everyone how to deflate and stow their inflatables in rucksacks with practiced ease. They did the same for the outboard motors, which broke down into separate, easily carried components. 30 minutes after landing, Flynn and the others were ready to move on. The shortcut across Lake Kamenia had saved them from what would otherwise have been an arduous and time-consuming trek through miles of rugged wilderness, in constant danger of being intercepted by roving border guard patrols. Trying that while carrying a stretcher-bound wounded man might have proved impossible. As it was, they were now less than 2 miles from Russia's border with Finland. With the Lithuanian and Norwegian on point, the group headed off through the forest at a rapid clip. The skies behind them would begin to brighten in less than 2 hours. Given the tight timing, they needed to press on as quickly as possible without crashing through the woods like wild elephants on a rampage. But then, around 200 yards from the frontier, which along this stretch of the border was nothing more than a wide clearing cut through the forest, with occasional wooden posts to indicate which side of the line you were on, their luck ran out. They had just reached the edge of a small glade, the last open space before the border itself, when Doxa suddenly flashed the hand signal for contact front. Like the rest, Flynn went prone. Bushes and tree trunks provided some cover and concealment. Controlling his breathing, he listened carefully. Voices murmured ahead of them, accompanied by boots crunching through brush. Moments later, a Russian patrol emerged on the far side of the clearing. There were 6 border guard soldiers. 5 had assault rifles slung over their shoulders. But the 6th trooper held the most dangerous weapon of all on a leash. A German Shepherd tracking dog. Shit, Flynn thought bleakly. Thanks to their advanced camouflage, the humans might miss them, but that damn dog would be right on top of them the second it caught their scent, which would be any moment now. He sighed inwardly and readied his submachine gun. Minimizing collateral damage had been one of the primary conditions imposed on this mission by the Quartet Directorate's various heads of station. Their directives were clear. Voronian himself and his Raven Syndicate mercenaries were fair game. But shooting up ordinary Russian conscripts and regular police officers was something they'd wanted to avoid if possible. 4 might consider itself at war with the enemies of the West, but it was not usually a war waged without limits. Carefully, Flynn cradled the compact PP-2000, settling its stock against his shoulder while his left hand moved to the foregrip. His right forefinger slid just outside the trigger guard. He frowned. He didn't want to kill these Russians, but it sure looked like he and his team wouldn't have much choice. And no matter how this ultimately played out, an ambush that ended up with dead Russian border troops was bound to cause one hell of a ruckus. Those higher up in form might understand the necessity, but no one was going to thank him for possibly triggering a small-scale shooting war along the Russo-Finnish border. A boot nudged his leg. Flynn glanced over and saw Haugen shake his head minutely. The big blonde Norwegian had a small radio transmitter in his hand. He smoothly pulled out its extendable antenna with a tight, satisfied grin. Then he thumbed on the power switch and pressed a button along its side. Ear-splitting bursts of what sounded like automatic weapons fire erupted somewhere off in the woods to the north. Flashes tore the night sky in strobing pulses. Periodic loud, grenade-like bangs echoed through the trees. Over at the far edge of the clearing, the Russians dove for cover. Frightened voices called back and forth as the soldiers fumbled frantically to ready their weapons while staying prone. The German Shepherd, meanwhile, was straining at its leash, desperately eager to chase down the strange noises it was hearing. "What the hell is going on, Sergeant?" Flynn heard one of them yell to their leader. "Fuck if I know, Evgeny," the other man growled. Like most Russian non-commissioned officers, he was little more than a conscript himself, albeit one with a slightly higher level of education.
But stay down unless you want your head blown off.
Slowly, the staccato rattle of gunfire and sharp, crackling grenade blasts faded away, leaving only a heavy, stunned silence in their wake. Abruptly, the sergeant's radio crackled to life. "Line Patrol Delta, this is base. We've just received reports of small arms fires somewhere in your operating area. What's your status? Are you engaged with hostiles?" "Negative, base," the fresh-faced sergeant replied. "The action, whatever it was somewhere to our north. But the shooting's died away now." "Copy that. Listen closely. You are directed to immediately investigate the source and find out what is going on. Exercise great caution. Be advised that the foreign terrorists we've been looking for could be responsible." Keeping his finger carefully off the transmit button, the Russian non-com hawked and spat to the side. "No shit," he muttered, sounding disgusted and out of sorts. Then he keyed his mic. "Understood, base." Gloomily, he levered himself upright and swung around to stare at the rest of his men who were still lying down, nervously aiming their rifles toward the northern edge of the small forest glade. "You heard the Major," he snapped. "On your feet, Barney. Spread out and stay sharp." With loud grumbling, murmured curses, and an evident lack of enthusiasm, the border guard troops climbed back to their feet. Then, chivied along by their equally reluctant leader, they slowly fanned out and moved north. Only the dog showed any eagerness for action. Once the Russians vanished among the trees, Flynn turned to Haugen. He felt a huge grin spread across his face. "That was a damned effective distraction, Einar." The former Norwegian commando shrugged nonchalantly. "Ritus and I rigged up a few dozen firecrackers and some pyrotechnics before coming to meet you," he admitted. "It seemed a useful precaution." From out in front, Duxa whistled softly. "This is our chance," he hissed, getting back up. "Let's go." Then he turned and trotted west toward the border. Flynn and the rest followed him. With the nearest enemy patrol distracted and chasing phantoms, they reached the frontier without any further trouble. Once inside Finland, they pressed on through the woods to where 2 passenger vans were parked beside a narrow paved road. Alerted by an earlier coded message Flynn had sent after the attempted highway ambush, a Quartet Directorate-affiliated EMT was waiting there for them. After a quick examination, he started working on Cossack's injuries, extracting metal splinters and fragments and sewing up the jagged wounds they left behind. The Pole bore his treatment in stoic, tight-lipped silence. While the others wearily loaded their equipment aboard the waiting vehicles, Duxa pulled Flynn aside. "We need to get on the road, Nick," he said firmly, "and move swiftly." "To avoid unnecessary hassles with the locals?" Flynn guessed. The Lithuanian nodded. "Four has friends inside the Finnish border guard, and they agreed to turn a blind eye to tonight's border crossing operation, but their patience isn't endless." Flynn smiled, especially since things got a little noisy. "Possibly so," the other man admitted with a grin. "Moscow will complain bitterly, naturally to no avail. But it would still be best for our Finnish friends if they could swear convincingly that they didn't encounter anyone crossing into their national territory without permission." "You didn't see me, and I was never here," Flynn said, quoting the traditional Black Ops mantra. Duxa nodded again. "Sometimes the old ways are best," he agreed. Made aware of the need to keep up the pace, at least for a bit longer, it took only a few more minutes for the Quartet Directorate team to finish loading their gear and pile aboard the 2 vans, with Cossack stretched out and finally able to sleep with the aid of a morphine patch. Duxa took the wheel of one and Haugen the other. They pulled away, driving south toward Helsinki. With a deep sigh of fatigue, Flynn settled into one of the rear seats of the second passenger van. Van Horn slid in beside him and gave him a quick, hard kiss. "I missed doing that," she said with a mischievous grin. "So did I," he admitted. "Well, buckle up, cowboy," she promised huskily. "Now that we're safe and sound, I plan on making up for lost time." Flynn closed his eyes. "Yes, ma'am." Van Horn looked more closely at him. "I'm sensing a but Laura there, Nick," she said quietly. "Care to share it with me?" He shrugged. "It's not that complicated," he told her tiredly. "I just can't shake a feeling that this was just the start of the shit hitting the fan. A lot of folks were sour on this mission from the get-go, so the after-action debriefings will likely be pretty brutal." "Ah, the brass," Van Horn said in understanding. "Our esteemed lords and masters and the rest of the I told you so crowd." Flynn nodded. Some of four's different national and regional stations had been reluctant to approve the American attempt to kill Pavel Voronian. They'd viewed the proposed assassination attempt as excessively dangerous and far too likely to endanger the shield of secrecy so vital to the Quartet Directorate's continued survival and success. His team's failure would probably give even more ammunition to the naysayers who wanted to stick to a defensive, reactive policy in the face of the ongoing threat from Voronian's Raven Syndicate. Van Horn looked him squarely in the face. "So we get more pushback from the same people who wanted to turtle up in the first place?" she observed. "You going to let that stop us from trying again?" Wearily, Flynn smiled. "Oh, hell no. At least not if I can figure out a new plan. One that won't get us all killed for no purpose." She leaned in for another, even longer kiss. "Now there's the Nick Flynn I know and love," she said in satisfaction when she came back up for air. "Ornery and stubborn and right." 14. Mercury City Tower, Moscow. The next day. Pavel Voronian glowered across his desk at Vasily Kondakov. "You're certain that these enemy agents have escaped?" he ground out. The other man nodded. "The truck they stole after eliminating our ambush team was found by border guard troops, along with its kidnapped driver, only about a kilometer outside the security zone. Between the driver's story of what happened to him and these reports of a patrol lured away from the frontier by what turned out to be command-detonated pyrotechnics, there's no doubt." "And what do the Finns say about this incident?" "They deny any involvement," Kondakov said. "To use their exact words, I quote, 'An isolated episode of apparent hooliganism on Russia's sovereign territory is an issue for the Russian government to resolve. It is of no concern to Finland.' Unquote." "The Finns are laughing at us." "Right in our faces," Voronian said bitterly. Kirill Rodin had been staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows that formed one wall of Voronian's office while Kondakov delivered his briefing. Now he turned around. "Of course they are," he said. "Without hard evidence proving those we were hunting crossed into Finland, Helsinki has what it most wants and needs: plausible deniability." He shrugged his shoulders. "No doubt our foreign ministry will issue a pro forma protest, but the matter will die there." Voronian shared the older man's cynicism. During the Cold War, the Finns had been ostensibly neutral in the prolonged conflict between the West and the Soviet Union, and thus vulnerable, at least to some extent, to saber-rattling by Moscow. But now that Finland was officially a member of the NATO alliance, the calculus had changed. Leaning too hard on Helsinki these days carried a risk of escalation that no one in the Kremlin wanted or believed Russia could afford. Indeed, Voronian understood the equation better than anyone. Russia's strategic position had been worsening for decades. Its situation had now deteriorated to the point where any conventional military clash with its rivals, feckless though the Europeans and Americans were, could only end in humiliating defeat. Of course, he thought icily, that was precisely why the Raven Syndicate covert operations he'd organized over the past several years relied so heavily on unconventional weapons, especially on weapons of mass destruction. The only realistic paths to victory when the weak confronted the strong were stealth, secrecy, and a cold-eyed readiness to inflict mass casualties in a deniable surprise attack. Voronyan's mouth twitched slightly. After all, why challenge an enemy to honorable open combat when it was safer and surer to stab him in the back and cut his throat for good measure? With an effort, he pushed those more significant considerations aside for the moment. None of his schemes to wreak havoc on Russia's chief rival, the United States, would bear fruit if his enemies succeeded in killing him. Keeping that fact in mind, Voronyan grasped, only reinforced the paramount importance of ensuring his personal safety. He turned his attention back to Kondakov. All right. These bastards have successfully slipped out of another noose, killing more of our men in the process, he snapped. What does that tell you? That the operatives who attempted to kill you are definitely foreign agents working for a hostile power, Kondakov replied. They were not under orders from anyone in our military or the security services. Voronyan nodded. That was likely enough. The Finns would have had no reason to ignore the criminal activities of rogue FSB, GRU, or Spetsnaz members. No, whoever these would-be assassins were, they were not Russians. Or at least not Russians paid by any of his political enemies here at home. He looked over at Rodin with a raised eyebrow. And you share this view? I do, the gray-haired man said bluntly. I will go further. I believe that the Americans employed these enemy agents, either the CIA itself or one of their other covert operations-capable intelligence organizations. Voronyan frowned. The Americans? Haven't they always been too afraid of our possible retaliation to risk direct lethal action on our soil? Historically, yes, Rodin said. He arched a brow. But the circumstances have changed, thanks largely to your own actions. By now, the Americans must have tied you to the various planned attacks against them. Considering how close they've come to total disaster, with millions under threat of death, it should be no great surprise that, to use their own idiom, the gloves have come off. He folded his arms. And while their first attempt on your life fell short, it did come tantalizingly close to achieving success. You think these enemy agents will try to kill me again? Voronyan kept control over his voice with a tremendous effort. If it were my assigned task, I certainly would, Rodin said. Now that the Americans seem to have shed their traditional squeamishness about wet work, at least where you're concerned, we can expect more attempts on your life, always, of course, at times and places of the enemy's own choosing. Voronyan clenched his jaw, restraining a blistering stream of profanity that would otherwise have come tumbling out. He did not want to reveal how much he'd been shaken by the other man's coldly professional assessment. But whether he liked it or not, Rodin's reasoning was unassailable. If the CIA had connected him to the nuclear explosion in their homeland, and suspected that it was only a tiny taste of an even larger and far more destructive plan, the Americans had every reason to want him dead. He forced himself to consider the situation with as much objectivity as he could muster. It was not easy. He was more used to being the hunter, not the hunted. The feeling, no, he thought grimly, the certainty that he was marked for death was not one he could push off to the side and compartmentalize. It had begun to consume his waking thoughts and even to invade his dreams. Enough, Voronian told himself fiercely. Since he was under attack, he must first look to his defenses, and then seek some means of turning the tables on those who wanted to kill him. At least one thing was evident in all this mess. He could not plan on returning to the Raven's Nest, not any time soon at least. His country estate was too vulnerable, too exposed. Despite the overconfident promises made by the syndicate's security specialists, its defenses, the product of months of work and billions of rubles, had almost been penetrated by a single, small commando team. Another assault by a larger group, or by one employing more sophisticated and powerful weapons like armed aircraft or missiles, might succeed. Voronian determined to formalize the earlier decision to shift his residence to the Mercury City Tower. As a practical matter, the building represented the most defensible point available. Using it as his headquarters was the safest option. Access to this level, dozens of floors above the ground, was limited to a handful of closely guarded elevators, controllable only by carefully screened individuals with the appropriate security clearances and high-tech biometric IDs. Better yet, the whole building effectively lay at the very heart of the Russian state, only a few kilometers from the Kremlin itself. Anyone coming after him would first have to penetrate a cordon of the tens of thousands of police, state security officers, and soldiers deployed to safeguard the capital. Rodin nodded on hearing his reasoning. Sensible, he agreed. A slight smile creased his lean face. Although no defense is ever truly impregnable, we would all do well to remember that. Voronian jerked his head toward the door. Consider me warned, he snapped. Now get out. Still smiling, Rodin sketched a half-mocking salute and left. Kondakov watched him go through narrowed eyes. When the outer door latched behind him, he turned back to Voronian. That man is a troublesome son of a bitch, he warned. You'll need to finish him one day. Before he finishes you. A fact ever in the forefront of my mind, Voronian agreed, with a sour grunt. For now, though, his master Zhdanov still has me on too tight a leash. I can't move against Rodin without moving against the president at the same time, and that will not happen. The other man nodded. He'd heard the implied but unspoken, at least not yet, lurking behind Voronian's carefully chosen words. Behind the lenses of his glasses, his eyes were hooded. Son of a bitch or not, though, Rodin is not entirely wrong. Staying purely on defense is a bad idea. I agree, Voronian told him, which is why I have another assignment for you, Vasily. An important one. Certainly more important anyway than chasing around after my bodyguards as a glorified chief of internal security. Ah, Kondakov said, with an air of deep satisfaction. The last months of playing second fiddle to Kirill Rodin had been difficult for him, especially since he'd grasped early on he was being kept in the dark about the next major Raven Syndicate operation aimed at the United States. He leaned forward. So then, what are your orders? Voronian steepled his hands. I want you to assemble a special hunter-killer team, he said bluntly. It should include our best covert operators and most skilled assassins. Men who are also fluent English speakers, Kondakov guessed. Voronian showed his teeth. Exactly so. He tapped his desk. Once you've organized this team, I want them ready to move overseas immediately. They will be under your personal command. You have the necessary experience. Kondakov nodded. Before switching his allegiance to Voronian and the Raven Syndicate, he had headed Unit 29155, the GRU's Special Assassination Squad. Under his leadership, its highly trained killers had operated secretly around the globe, eliminating defectors, political dissidents, and even foreigners deemed threats to Russia's national security. The instant we obtain actionable intelligence on anyone involved in this attempt to kill me, I want them liquidated. Voronian went on coldly. It doesn't matter if they're working for the CIA, Israel's Mossad, MI6, or someone else. And I don't give a damn if there's collateral damage when your team kills one of these people, whether it's their wives, children, parents, friends, neighbors, or even their damned pets. This is not a moment to show weakness. I'm willing to stack up corpses like cordwood if necessary. He scowled. Despite what Rodin may believe, I'm convinced that the American intelligence services and their political masters are still weak and squeamish. Maybe, if we shed enough blood, they'll abandon this absurd quest for revenge. 15. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. Several days later. Nick Flynn turned off a quiet residential street and continued up a long, curving private drive fringed by tall palm trees. Through more trees ahead, dazzling morning sunlight reflected brightly off the still waters of a small, almost circular lake. He parked his rental car in front of a grand two-story mansion overlooking the water and got out. Built in the 1920s as the Florida winter retreat for a wealthy New York financier and his family, Avalon House wouldn't have looked out of place in classical Spain. Its century-old red clay roof tiles, muted yellow stucco walls, tall arched windows and wrought iron entry gate conveyed a sense of both serene, enduring elegance and the confident self-assurance of old money. If anything, this impression was strengthened by the weathered bronze plaques fixed beside the heavy oak front door. Their old-fashioned lettering indicated the mansion was now leased to three relatively obscure, but obviously long-established and seemingly respectable organizations: Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments, the Concannon Language Institute, and the Sobieski Charitable Foundation. It was a classic case of looks being completely deceiving, Flynn thought with amusement as he approached the entrance. Sykes Fairbairn Investments and the others were actually about as respectable as a honky-tonk bar operating out of the basement of a Baptist church. They were front groups for the Quartet Directorate, some of the many it had created to cloak its clandestine activities over the years. Avalon House was the headquarters for Four's American Station, a gift by one of its founding members. He'd been an heir of the same wealthy banking family who originally owned the mansion. As a young man during the Second World War, he'd served in the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, and seen the dangers looming over the post-war world. Among its other advantages, the mansion was a long way from Washington, D.C. To some, Flynn supposed, it would seem strange for a worldwide private intelligence outfit to site one of its major operational centers in an area more commonly associated with theme parks, beaches, and vacation resorts. But that was exactly the point. The Quartet Directorate kept its existence secret by staying off everyone's radar. Avoiding the Beltway's toxic maelstrom of rival federal intelligence agencies, keen-eyed foreign spies, busybody journalists, and ego-inflated politicians and government bureaucrats made that easier. He pushed the buzzer and looked up at the camera above the big door. A second later, its built-in biometric sensors confirmed his identity. With a soft click, the door swung open. It revealed a brown-tiled foyer commanded by a large reception desk. Entries on the left and right led deeper into the building. At the foyer's far end, a wide, curving staircase swept up to the second floor. Laura Van Horn turned from where she'd been chatting with the Korean-American woman behind the reception desk. Elaborately, she checked her watch. Well, look who finally showed up. What did you do, Nick? Blow up the traffic on I-4 or something? Gwen and I were discussing whether or not she should send out a search and rescue team. Flynn raised an eyebrow. Search and rescue? That seems like overkill, he said with wounded dignity. I'm barely 5 minutes late. And that's because my red-eye flight from Heathrow was delayed. We only landed in Orlando an hour ago. After leaving Finland, Van Horn and the rest of the team had flown on ahead. He'd stopped over in London for an extra day to brief his European counterparts on exactly where and how the operation against Pavel Voronin had gone off the rails. He shook his head. Besides, how much trouble do you two honestly think I could get into in 5 minutes? A tiny smile danced around the edges of the other woman's prim mouth. To anyone who didn't know her well, Gwen Park would have seemed completely unthreatening. Just an ordinary, though very fashionably dressed, receptionist or secretary. But like so much else involving the Quartet Directorate, her outward appearance was a facade. She was both a skilled marksman and an expert in hand-to-hand combat. And before she took over as the head of Avalon House's security detail, she'd spent several years in the field, masterminding undercover counter-terrorists and intelligence operations deep in Southeast Asia's deadly Golden Triangle. Do you really want me to answer that, Mr. Flynn? Park asked with mock severity. She indicated the computer on her desk. I have an alphabetized spreadsheet here. It starts with A for arson. We didn't burn down any public or private buildings, Flynn protested. At least, not during this most recent mission. Park nodded. As Laura has assured me. Her smile widened. That's almost a first for you, Nick. I do my best, he said virtuously. Then he grinned. Besides, in my defense, I'm usually left unsupervised. So I gather, Park said, sharing an amused look with Van Horn. But since you're aware that 4 counts-on-its people taking independent action when necessary, that may not be as persuasive an argument as you'd think. Flynn spread his hands in surrender. Using logic and reason against me, Gwen? Really? No fair. He nodded up the stairs. I suppose they're ready for us? She nodded. Mr. Fox and the others are waiting for you both in the study. Flynn sighed. This was not going to be a pleasant meeting. He turned to Van Horn. When you poked your head in there earlier, did you spot any firing squads, blindfolds, or last cigarettes and evidence? None that I noticed, she reassured him. Flynn took a deep breath and held out his hand to Van Horn. Okay, then. Shall we, ma'am? He asked gravely, yielding to his full native Texas twang for once. Go up there and ride out the storm together, I mean. Ah, polite and old-fashioned as ever, she commented. It must be my childhood training, he drawled. I just can't seem to shake it. Smiling, Van Horn took her hand in his and led him up the sweeping staircase. Most of Avalon House's upper floor was used as temporary quarters for Quartet Directorate agents who needed rest and recuperation between stressful field assignments. The upstairs study, however, was reserved for important meetings and planning sessions. Originally the inner sanctum of the financier who'd owned the mansion, it was full of old and comfortable, although somewhat worn, furniture. Four's heads of station tended to allocate their budgets to operations, not fancy accoutrements. When Flynn opened the door to the study, he immediately noticed the rest of his team grouped at a table. Tadeusz Kosek, still recovering from his shrapnel wounds, had a pair of crutches propped up beside him. Carlton Frederick Fox, the head of Four's American station, sat across from the younger men. A projector screen tied into Avalon House's secure computer network was set up to one side, where everyone could see it. He resisted the impulse to burst out laughing. Tough and experienced covert operators that they were, Cook, Hines, and the others were all trying to play it very cool. But somehow the overall vibe was one of a bunch of nervous schoolboys summoned to the principal's office for a scolding. He couldn't fault them. There was no getting away from the fact that they had promised the Quartet Directorate a definitive result, Pavel Voronyan's death, and then ended up only escaping from Russia by the narrowest of margins, leaving Voronyan still alive behind them. Fox, a thin, middle-aged man with graying hair, nodded pleasantly toward the two open chairs. "Nick, Laura?" His pale eyes shone behind a thick pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Except for the powerful intellect and craftiness his gaze revealed in unguarded moments like this, Fox could easily have been mistaken for the boring money manager or mid-level government bureaucrat he so often pretended to be. Flynn dropped into one of the indicated seats. Van Horn took the other. Silently he braced himself for the sharp-tongued, after-action review and critique he knew he deserved. In hindsight, it was painfully clear that his original mission concept had been far too reliant on luck. Failing to give Murphy's Law, whatever can go wrong will, its due, was a cardinal sin for any special ops planner. Worse yet, their intelligence on the defenses and alarm systems protecting Voronyan's Raven's Nest had proved to be woefully inadequate. Yet another shortcoming that had nearly ended up getting all of them killed or captured. His shoulders tightened. Fox might be justified in removing him from command of the action team, or even busting him back to junior agent in training status, assigned to count paperclips and pencils in some middle-of-nowhere back office. Instead, the older man surprised him. "First, let me say how glad I am to see you all alive and well," he began, peering at them over his glasses. "In light of the opposition you faced, both from the Raven Syndicate and Russia's legitimate military and internal security forces, escaping virtually unscathed was no small feat." "Unscathed maybe, but not exactly covered in glory," Flynn felt compelled to point out with a lopsided smile. Fox shrugged. "As I've mentioned before, Nick, glory isn't something we in Four care much about." "Maybe not," Flynn admitted, "but accomplishing the mission does matter. And that's where we came up short." "Short as in did not pass go, did not collect $200. Did almost get our sorry asses shot to shit," Cole Hines clarified helpfully. Flynn stifled a chuckle at the carefully neutral expression he saw on Fox's face. He knew the older man was unsure how to take the former Army enlisted soldier. Like Wade Vukovich, Hines was not a product of the Quartet Directorate's usual screening processes, which tended to gravitate toward recruits with more formal education and a higher social status. If Flynn had to guess, he'd bet that was probably a holdover from the organization's early days. Most of its original American founders had come out of the World War II-era Office of Strategic Services, which had recruited so heavily from Ivy League universities, Wall Street, and even Hollywood, that many regular military men had quipped its acronym OSS really stood for "Oh So Social." "Pretty much," he agreed. Flynn turned back to Fox with an apologetic look, "which is why I imagine the I told you so's are flooding in from all over." "Perhaps not as much as you might expect," the older man said. "Remember, Voronyan's determination to target the United States with weapons of mass destruction first tipped the balance in favor of direct action against his Raven Syndicate, and some new developments have made it clear that he has every intention of pursuing these dangerous ambitions. Given that, I'm reasonably confident my colleagues at the other 4 stations can be persuaded to authorize another attempt to preempt his continuing efforts by killing him. New developments? Flynn asked. Like what? Fox said nothing for a moment. Watching him closely, Van Horn suddenly leaned forward, her eyes alight. Spit it out, Brer Fox, she said. You're looking awfully content considering the circumstances, which means you've been raiding the hen house again. Heck, I can practically see the feathers poking out the sides of your mouth. She sat back again and folded her arms. What is it you know that we don't? One of the other quartet directorate stations has a mid-level intelligence asset in the Moscow area, Fox said carefully. An asset who is occasionally privy to knowledge of Voronian's movements, at least in and around the Russian capital. Flynn stared at him. Why are we just hearing about this intel source now? He asked finally. Because the very existence of this asset has been a closely held secret, the older man explained. One confined, in fact, to a handful of 4's most senior people, and even then only on a strict need-to-know basis. And I suppose we didn't need to know, Flynn realized. Fox nodded. Correct. Given the perceived odds against your team succeeding in killing Voronian without being captured or killed, the 4 station in control judged that revealing the existence of this asset to you was too great a risk. He shrugged. For what it's worth, I concurred in their decision. Van Horn snorted, half in amusement, half in irritation. Nice vote of confidence, Brer Fox. Unfortunately, there's usually a gap between probable outcomes and desirable ones, Laura, Fox told her. I do my best to keep that fact firmly in mind. So what's changed now? Flynn asked. First, this intelligence asset has been able to identify a location Voronian has apparently made repeated visits to over the past several months, including the same day you carried out your attempted reconnaissance of his estate, Fox told him. He picked up a small wireless remote and activated the projector screen. It lit up, revealing a high-resolution overhead view of a large complex of modern buildings. Many of them, those in the very center, appeared to be roofed with glass. The entire compound was surrounded by barbed wire fences and dense forest. This picture was obtained during a recent pass by a commercial imaging satellite, Fox explained. He nodded at the screen. It shows a facility known as the Special Research Institute for Plant Genetics. Which does what, exactly? Flynn pressed. Fox shrugged. Therein lies the rub. To the best of our knowledge, the so-called institute is entirely unconnected to the ordinary world of scientific research. The scientists employed there have never published papers or test results in any known scientific or technical journals. In fact, it seems impossible even to learn precisely who works at this institute, let alone what exactly they're working on. That level of secrecy suggests we're looking at a bioweapons lab of some kind, Flynn realized. Fox nodded. The analysts we've consulted agree. Run by the Russian government? The older man shook his head. It seems not. What little we can dig up suggests that the institute is a private facility. Flynn grimaced. Funded by Voronian and the Raven Syndicate, he guessed. Quite probably, Fox agreed. His expression grew somber. Given the name, it at least seems likely that the facility's research efforts revolve around creating new biological weapons aimed at plants, rather than at people directly. At food crops, you mean? Flynn said. The older man nodded again. American agriculture is the linchpin, not only of this country, but of the whole world's food supply. If some new and untreatable plant diseases were unleashed against us, the damage inflicted on our crops could easily trigger devastating famines, both here and around the world. Looking alarmed, Wade Vukovich leaned forward. Flynn remembered that he'd grown up on a farm before joining the military. "Can we pass the word to our own government about this?" he asked, almost hesitantly. "Maybe get them to put pressure on the Russians to back off before Voronian pulls the trigger on whatever he's got planned?" Fox sighed. "Unfortunately, not. All we have to go on is this one set of sadly uninformative satellite photos and a considerable amount of conjecture. Generating serious action by Washington would take a great deal more hard evidence than we are ever likely to be able to produce, at least in time to matter." Flynn knew the older man was right. After all, the need to act directly and swiftly against threats, circumventing bureaucratic inertia, had been a driving force behind the creation of the Quartet Directorate in the first place. Which makes it even more important than ever that we nail that son of a bitch Voronian ASAP, he realized. Then he grimaced. "But to be honest, Brer Fox, as of right now, I can't see a hope in hell of ever being able to covertly penetrate the sensors and defenses around the Raven's Nest. Not and get close enough to take an effective shot at Voronian." "That brings me to the second piece of critical intelligence provided by Foal's asset," Fox said quietly. "Voronian is no longer using his country estate. It seems your attack frightened him sufficiently to shift his residence." "To where?" In answer, the older man tapped the remote control, replacing the satellite image of Voronian's suspected bioweapons lab with a photo of a huge bronze-colored skyscraper. Along with several others of similar size, the 1,100-foot-tall ultra-modern structure loomed over Moscow. "According to our information, he's moved here, to the Mercury City Tower in the city's International Business Center, which is where the Raven Syndicate has its main corporate offices," Flynn remembered. "The organization occupies 3 full floors," Fox confirmed, starting on the 43rd floor about 2/3 of the way up. Flynn stared at the image of the massive skyscraper. Every aspect of his mission planning process had just been upended in the blink of an eye. As difficult as it would have been to get to Voronian when the oligarch was sheltering behind the defenses of his country estate, would going after him inside a vast honeycomb of steel and concrete be any easier? "How solid is this intelligence?" he asked Fox. "Very solid," the older man assured him. "According to our source, Voronian has moved his personal chef and several prized pieces of his art collection to the Mercury Center Tower over the past few days." Van Horn nodded. "That fits," she frowned. "Our boy Pavel is all about the finer things in life. Well, those plus mass murder." Flynn understood what she meant. The Quartet Directorate's profile of the Russian showed him to be highly educated and able to move easily among the globe's wealthy, cultured elites. Initially groomed by Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR, to be a deep-cover spy in the West, he'd been educated at the Phillips Exeter Academy, one of America's oldest and most prestigious prep schools. He was then sent as an undergraduate to Oxford. After that, he returned to the U.S., where he earned an MBA from Harvard Business School. What his polished background didn't reveal was that Voronian was also a ruthless psychopath, one perfectly willing to cause the deaths of tens of millions to advance his interests and those of his native country. "This International Business Center place is pretty much in the heart of Moscow, right?" he asked Fox. "Close to the river?" The other man nodded. He opened a satellite view of the Russian capital's downtown area. Then he scrolled a cursor to highlight the tight cluster of skyscrapers that made up its newly developed financial core. A red dot blinked on the exact location of the Mercury City Tower. Flynn studied the map in silence, and then he shook his head in disbelief. So Veronian's parked himself 40-plus stories off the ground, right in the center of this uber high-end business district? A district that's chock full of Russia's richest and most powerful corporate leaders and politicians, all of whom have their own security personnel and bodyguards? One that's also just a block away from Moscow's brand-new city hall? And which, to top it all off, is less than 3 miles from Russia's Ministry of Defense and the Kremlin itself? Cook whistled softly under his breath. Not exactly an easy target. Not hardly, Flynn agreed. He turned back to Fox. How much intel do we have on this building's layout and security systems? Virtually none, at the moment, the older man said with regret. Essentially just what's publicly available on the Internet, which, I'm afraid, boils down to a few articles on its design and construction, a handful of sample luxury apartment floor plans, and a few glossy PR photos touting some of the tower's public spaces. Worse yet, we have absolutely no useful information concerning the 3 floors owned by the Raven Syndicate. Swell. Flynn took a short, sharp breath and let it out. Effectively, then, we just got knocked back to square one on this op. Hell, maybe even farther back than that, because as of right now, this whole situation we're up against looks like a disaster just waiting to unfold. The task has certainly become even more complicated and dangerous, Fox acknowledged. You know that no one will think the worse of you or your team if you want to reevaluate the feasibility of this mission, Nick. Flynn held up a hand to stop the older man right there. I didn't say we were quitting, Brer Fox, he said. I just don't plan on going off half-cocked this time. He glanced around the table at Van Horn, Cook, and the others. As of this moment, intelligence gathering is our top priority. They nodded. That's going to take boots on the ground, Van Horn pointed out, inside Moscow. Flynn sighed. Not exactly a place I really had on my bucket list for a repeat visit so soon, but you're right. Fox cleared his throat. Unfortunately, infiltrating back into Russia could prove somewhat more difficult than in the recent past, he warned. He toggled the remote, throwing another set of photographs up onto the screen. Taken from a CCTV camera feed, these pictures were grainier and lacked the sharp definition of the other images they'd been studying. They showed Laura Van Horn in the 2 disguises, as an immaculately attired blonde in sunglasses and as a dowdy, heavy-set middle-aged woman that she'd used to scout the Leningradsky rail station. Flynn was quiet for a moment. Where did you get these? He asked finally. From my counterparts in Central Europe and the Baltic states, Fox replied. They confirmed these photos were sent to all Russian border crossings several days ago, only 2 days after you aborted your attempt to reconnoiter the Raven's Nest. Instructions were attached to consider this person, he nodded at the images of Van Horn, as an armed and highly dangerous member of a known terrorist group. Moscow labeled her arrest and interrogation Maximalne возможные приоритета, of the highest possible priority. Staring at the screen, Flynn felt the hairs on the back of his neck go up. Somehow the Russians had fingered Laura as a target within hours of her visit to the train station. Christ, those bastards were practically breathing right down our necks. Van Horn took a deep breath and touched him gently on the arm. Good thing you kept us moving fast then. The rest of the team nodded somberly. I've had our best photo interpreters analyze these images, Fox continued. He looked across the table at Van Horn. They concur it's unlikely that the Russians will be able to positively identify you. Glad to hear it, she quipped, because I kind of like my face the way it is now. Plastic surgery would be a bore. But, Fox continued. Send me in then, Cook interrupted. I'm pretty damn sure nobody in Moscow has my picture. He smiled tightly, because if they did, I'd already be dead. That drew murmurs of agreement from the rest of the team. Cook was a veteran of the U.S. Army's ultra-secret Task Force Orange. Over the years, he'd operated clandestinely in different hostile countries, collecting vital local intelligence for U.S. Special Forces operations. Do you have something in mind, Shannon? Flynn asked. The Virginian's fingers drummed lightly on the tabletop. Right now, the Russian border security goons are undoubtedly twitchy as all hell, he noted. But I figure that's bound to ease up in a week or two. Flynn knew he was probably right about that. The longer military and security forces were kept on high alert, the more fatigued, less efficient, and less observant they generally grew. It was just human nature, and there was no real way around the problem, short of handing their duties over to robots and artificial intelligences. Of course, that carried its own set of distinct complications. If you give me time to work up a solid new cover, I'll slip in and see what I can dig up on the scene, Cook proposed. Reluctantly, Flynn signaled his assent. Sending the other man into Russia for a close reconnaissance of the Mercury City Tower was better than sitting on their asses doing nothing. But short of Cook somehow scoring a personal tour of the Raven Syndicate's corporate headquarters, including an in-depth briefing on its security systems, which seemed about as likely as Voronian deciding to give up everything to become a Trappist monk, they were still going to fall well short of having enough hard intel to craft a solid, survivable plan. And that was a problem. 16. High Altitude Flight Test Center, west of Volgograd, Russia. Some weeks later. Under the early morning summer sun, fields of ripening wheat spread from horizon to horizon before ultimately disappearing into the heat haze. Small clusters of buildings and barns dotted the landscape. Each was a farming village where life had not changed much in decades. Unpaved roads spoked outward from every little settlement, meandering lazily around low hills, along the rims of erosion-carved ravines, and across dry, tree-lined creek beds. A single surfaced road ran straight through this isolated rural area. It came to an end at a large fenced-in military complex. A guard shack manned by soldiers barred entry to unauthorized visitors. Long, low cement block buildings, subdivided into offices, barracks, workshops, and storerooms, lined one side of the facility. The rest of the compound was open ground, a vast field of short-cropped wild grass turning brown in the scorching summer heat. Several green, canvas-sided military trucks and a red-painted fire engine were parked near the center of the compound. They formed a rough circle around a huge, undulating sphere of clear polyethylene film. Less than 1,000th of an inch thick, this sphere was slowly expanding, swelling as it inflated. A flexible hose connected it to one of the trucks. Pumps whirred, feeding hydrogen to the massive balloon through this hose. Within 30 minutes, although it was still only a fraction of its ultimate size, the balloon had achieved enough buoyancy to bob skyward. Composite fiber cables tightened, tethering it to the ground as it grew even bigger. Flight control equipment, communications gear, ballast, and the other components of its 1-ton payload were mounted on a frame attached to the base of the still expanding envelope. A Russian Air Force captain stared upward at the inflated balloon as it tugged harder against the tethers holding it captive. His eyes narrowed, judging the proper moment. Finally satisfied, he spoke into a handheld radio. "Cease fueling and detach," he ordered. Immediately, the truck-mounted pump shut off. Seconds later, now empty of hydrogen, the long flexible hose disconnected from the half-inflated balloon and dropped to the ground. "Go for launch," the captain reported. He took one final look around his ground crew. One by one, the technicians gave him a thumbs-up signal. "Launch," he commanded. His crewmen obeyed instantly and yanked hard on their release controls. With simultaneous sharp pops, the tethers still attached to the balloon broke loose and fell away. Freed now, the rippling teardrop-shaped envelope soared higher, hauling its payload off the ground. It gained altitude with astonishing speed, and as the balloon climbed into thinner and thinner air, the hydrogen gas inside expanded enormously. By the time it reached the stratosphere's lower edge, the envelope blossomed into a huge, elongated sphere, more than 70 meters in diameter. Within minutes, it was just a tiny bright dot silhouetted against the immense blue dome of the sky, discernible only because of the sunlight twinkling off its translucent film surface. Flanked by a gaggle of uniformed Air Force officers and ringed by his bodyguards, Pavel Voronin stood watching the launch with intense interest. Now he glanced toward the highest-ranking officer, a colonel named Fyodor Kardashev. "Most impressive, Colonel." His head turned skyward again, following the glowing speck as it drifted eastward on the prevailing wind. "What is the maximum altitude planned for this flight?" 30,000 meters, Kardashev replied. "Close to 100,000 feet as the Americans measure it." "And you can actually steer this machine, even without engines or propellers?" The colonel nodded. "To a remarkable extent, our atmosphere shares many similarities with the Earth's oceans," he said. "Depending on the altitude, currents of air flow at varying speeds and in different directions. So, just as a sailing ship can change course by trimming its sails, we can command the balloon to gain or lose altitude, shifting between separate air currents to control its course and speed over the ground." Voronin shaded his eyes. The balloon, so massive when seen up close, was now almost invisible. "What is the vehicle's flight duration? How long can it stay aloft?" "This design? Up to 12 days, given reasonable weather," Kardashev said. Voronin nodded. Although he'd been briefed earlier on the capabilities of Russia's military high-altitude balloons, seeing a launch for himself went a long way to confirming the practicality of his plans. It had been worth coping with the burdensome restrictions imposed by his security team for safety's sake, including hastily rerouted flights and sudden vehicle changes that had added hours to this trip outside Moscow. "Very well, Colonel," he said. "As I said, I'm extremely impressed by your operations here. I'm convinced that your unit's equipment and special expertise are precisely what my project needs." Kardashev clasped his hands behind his back. "Your interest gratifies me, Mr. Voronin," he said, choosing his words with evident care. "However, let me be blunt. I cannot place my design teams or training staff at your disposal without an explicit order from the General Staff, one confirmed in writing by President Zhdanov himself. I hope you understand this." Voronin smiled pleasantly, concealing his irritation. Word about the unfortunate fate of other Russian military men caught up in the Raven Syndicate's covert operations had obviously leaked out. To mask Russia's involvement in the most recent of these, several of those officers had been falsely accused of treason and then summarily executed. Kardashev had no intention of risking the same fate. Given the circumstances, he supposed that he couldn't fault the colonel for being cautious, but he still despised the idea of having to go running, hat in hand, to the Kremlin at every significant stage of Veles, He'd grown used to those involved in his plans obeying his orders without hesitation. Learning that was no longer the case was a humiliating reminder of his diminished status. "Of course, I understand, Colonel," Voronian lied. He needed Kardashov's specialized equipment and expertise. If he had to crawl for now to get them, so be it. "I'll contact the President immediately. You'll have the authorization you need within a matter of days at most." 17. Moscow. Later that day. A decaying 5-story brick apartment building overlooked an entrance to the International Business Center, the one closest to the bronze-colored edifice of the Mercury City Tower. The contrast between the older building's rusting iron balconies and flaking, discolored walls and the gleaming office and residential tower just across the street could not have been starker. The low-rise apartment building was an eyesore, an ugly throwback to when this section of the city had been a bleak, cheerless factory district. That was before Moscow's newly enriched corruptocrats and ambitious politicians swept in with their grand schemes for urban renewal. The factories were gone 3 decades later, bulldozed and dynamited into oblivion, and in their place had come skyscrapers filled with banks, investment firms, gourmet restaurants, and luxury flats. But somehow, through an odd twist of fate, this run-down block of apartments had survived the mania for redevelopment. Generations of lowly assembly line workers, their wives and children, had spent their lives inside its ugly walls, often with 2 or 3 families crammed cheek by jowl into a single small set of rooms. Now, however, more than half the apartments were vacant, judged unsafe even under Russia's notoriously lax health standards. There were plans on file to tear the building down, but they were on hold, a victim both of Russia's slowing economy and bureaucratic inertia. In the meantime, a handful of primarily elderly tenants moved like ghosts through narrow, dingy hallways lit dimly, if at all, by flickering, low-wattage bulbs. Broken risers and missing banisters marked stairwells that smelled powerfully of mold and old garbage. 4 flights up, Shannon Cook perched on an overturned crate in the darkness of an abandoned apartment. To deter squatters and vandals, sheets of plywood shuttered its windows. He'd drilled a small hole in the board covering the nearest opening, a hole just large enough to slot in the lens of a miniature video camera. Wirelessly connected to his tablet computer, it filmed the main barrier-guarded entrance to the Mercury City Tower's underground parking garage. Right now, it showed the normal flow of late-afternoon Moscow traffic. Cars, small trucks, buses, and yellow taxicabs streamed slowly east and west along the broad avenue outside. With a soft grunt, he stretched his stiff arms and legs. He'd been keeping track of comings and goings from the skyscraper, at least those visible from this concealed vantage point, for several days, sleeping only in short snatches when he could no longer stay awake. Keeping one eye on the screen, he unwrapped a protein bar and took a bite. "Ah, all the texture of the finest cardboard," he thought, chewing steadily, but without any of its natural wood pulp flavor. Crunching down 1 or 2 of the concentrated energy bars in an emergency was fine. Living off them for days wasn't much fun. Even Russian army rations, with their packs of gooey processed cheese, stale crackers, overly sweet apple jam, and lumpy, ready-to-heat beef and barley porridge, would be a feast in comparison. Unfortunately, he couldn't risk anyone catching the smell of cooked food wafting out of what was supposed to be an empty apartment. The elderly Russian pensioners clinging to their own shabby, rent-controlled flats were a nosy bunch. Cook felt a wry smile cross his face. He'd signed on to snoop around Veronian's corporate headquarters of his own free will, and in doing so, he'd broken the first important military commandment: never volunteer. So, while bitching to himself about the consequences might have made him feel a little better, it didn't do a thing to change the overall situation. Boredom, discomfort, and exhaustion were the three guaranteed constants of any solo surveillance operation. Years of covert work around the world, almost always in third-world hellholes, had taught him that the hard way. Well, at least this particular operation was nearing its conclusion, or so he hoped. But several variables had to shake out in just the right order for that to happen. First, the assessment by Four's still unidentified intelligence asset that Veronian was basically holed up inside the Mercury City Tower had to prove accurate. Second, Flynn and Van Horn had to be right in tying the ownership of a private aircraft, a Bombardier Global 7500 executive jet, based at Moscow's Vnukovo Airport, to the Russian oligarch. And finally, the flight tracking data Fox had been emailing him all day needed to actually mean something. Currently, it showed the jet in question heading to Moscow on a return flight from Volgograd. Cook knew there was a chance he was committing a classic blunder. Leaping to a desired conclusion using assumptions loosely pinned together by wishful thinking was a common error in the intelligence business. But he'd spent enough days and nights cautiously poking around the Mercury City Tower to realize continuing to play it safe wasn't going to yield any useful information. Sometimes you just had to roll the dice and hope you got lucky. His smartphone buzzed softly. He answered it. Yes? Mr. Zimin, a familiar voice said. This is the pharmacy. Your prescription for blood pressure medication is ready for pickup. A 3-month supply. Can you deliver it instead? Cook asked. I can't leave the office just yet. Certainly, the other man said. But we would, of course, need to add an 18% surcharge to cover our fuel and labor costs. I see, Cook said, hesitating briefly as though he were doing the mental math needed to figure out how much more he'd be paying for delivery. That's a bit steep, he said at last. I'll swing by when I can and pick the pills up myself. The caller thanked him for his business and hung up. Cook considered what he'd been told. Tony McGill, the head of the Quartet Directorate's European Action Team, was acting as his backup on this surveillance op. Masquerading as a Russian businessman in Moscow for a meeting with clients, the Englishman had checked into Vnukovo's DoubleTree by Hilton earlier in the day. The hotel, located directly across the street from the airport, offered good views of the flight line from its upper-floor rooms. And now, using Four's special word code, McGill had confirmed that the executive jet they were tracking had just landed at Vnukovo, where a convoy of 6 vehicles was meeting it. Cook's pulse quickened. While he supposed there was a slim chance McGill had actually spotted a different Russian VIP, maybe some other corporate chieftain with similarly expensive tastes in personal aircraft, the safe bet now was that this was Veronian, and that he would soon be returning to his lair. Less than an hour later, Cook was sure. His concealed peephole camera picked up a group of tough-looking men in dark suits as they left the Mercury City Tower. Moving briskly, they joined a trio of uniformed police officers on duty at the parking garage entrance. 2 of the newcomers flashed ID cards and then snapped orders. With indifferent shrugs, the cops moved aside, leaving what he was sure were Raven Syndicate security personnel in sole command of the entry barrier. Cook's mouth tightened. It was clear who was running the show over there. His fingers scrolled across his tablet, zooming the camera in to take a closer look at those men in dark suits. Discreet bulges under their jackets marked concealed weapons. Several carried attaché cases far more likely to hold compact submachine guns than corporate paperwork. That was a lot of firepower on tap. Way too much for the anticipated arrival of any regular building resident or visitor, no matter how wealthy or high-powered they might be compared to most Muscovites. He zoomed the camera back out. Moments later, it picked up a line of 6 black limousines turning onto the avenue from the direction of the Third Ring Road. That was the most direct route for anyone coming from Vnukovo International. "Gotcha, Pavel, you rat bastard," he murmured. Swiftly, Cook slipped the tablet into his pocket and grabbed a bike helmet and backpack from beside the overturned crate he'd been sitting on. Then he clipped a walkie-talkie to his bright orange reflective vest and inserted a pair of earbuds. It was time to put on a show. Cautiously, he cracked the door he'd jimmied open days before and stole a look outside. His eyes flicked left and right. This floor's dimly lit hallway was clear. None of his unwitting neighbors were in sight. Aware that the clock was running, Cook slipped through the door and descended the stairs to the ground floor. There, a battered service door let him out into a narrow alley. His bicycle was chained up at the far end, well out of sight of the street. He unlocked the bike and, moving faster now, wheeled it back down the alley. He came out onto the street in time to see the last of the black limos turning in through the entrance to the Mercury City Tower's underground garage. Moments later, its red taillights disappeared down a ramp. After settling the neon-red plastic bike helmet firmly on his head, he swung a leg over his bicycle and started off, weaving in and out between slow-moving cars and trucks as he cut across the avenue and angled toward the huge skyscraper. Horns blared behind him in irritation, but he only shrugged his shoulders and kept pedaling. It was all part of the act. Bike messengers were the same the world over, always in a hurry, heedless of their own safety or that of others, and relying on quick reflexes to get out of any jam. One of the Raven Syndicate security men saw him coming and curtly flagged him to a halt on the pavement. "You there," he growled, striding closer. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" "Easy there, comrade," Cook said soothingly. He let go of the bike's handlebars and took out his earbuds, letting the other man hear the heavy metal blasting out of them. "It's no big deal. I'm just making a delivery, that's all." Impatiently, the security man snapped his fingers. "Show me." "Hey, no problem," Cook said, sliding the backpack off his shoulder. He unzipped it and pulled out a thick manila envelope. He indicated the recipient's address, which was an apartment on one of the upper floors of the Mercury City Tower. "See?" Scowling, the guard took the envelope from him and examined it through narrowed eyes. Slowly, he turned it end over end, poking at the seals and flaps as if to make sure they hadn't been tampered with. While he waited patiently for the man to finish checking out the package, Cook risked a casual glance around. He wasn't the only one who'd been pulled aside. The other Raven Syndicate security men were stopping every pedestrian or vehicle trying to enter the immediate area. Paranoids are us, he thought coldly. Voronyan's people weren't taking any chances, especially while their master was out in the open, at least to the extent that a heavily guarded, gated parking garage could be considered as the open. Apparently satisfied, the guard thrust the envelope at him. "All right, you can go." He stepped back and waved toward the skyscraper's elaborate front entrance. Tall metal structures, part modern sculpture, part light fixture, and part shelter from rain or snow, lined the walkway. Tubular steel columns supported overhanging glass panels. They were clearly intended to convey the impression of oak trees in autumn, down to the scattering of red and gold leaf symbols imprinted on each transparent panel. "Report to the security desk in the main lobby. They'll handle everything from there." "Thanks, comrade," Cook said with a polite nod. Reinserting his earbuds and humming along with his music under his breath, he walked his bicycle over to where several bronze-tinted sliding glass doors opened into the lobby. He chained up the bike and went inside. His first impression of the Mercury City Towers lobby was one of immense space. The ceiling rose at least 50 feet above a vast white marble floor. Its recessed, translucent panels glowed with light. Yards-long digital screens lined the walls, showing the latest news and advertising the virtues of the building's commercial tenants. An array of luxury retail stores, wealthy business enterprises, and highly rated and very exclusive restaurants. Cook's second impression was that he'd just set foot inside an armed camp. At the far end of the enormous open space, rows of key-card-operated turnstiles blocked access to huge elevator banks. Beyond the turnstiles, airport-style metal detectors and X-ray screening machines provided an added layer of security against smuggled weapons or explosives. Armed guards were visible everywhere he looked. Those seated at the security desk wore jackets emblazoned with the Mercury City Towers corporate logo. Others, in dark suits, with a hard-eyed look of veteran soldiers, were posted to observe the keycard-controlled entrances and the elevators. Those must be more of Aronian's men, he determined. Still humming softly to himself, he walked nonchalantly across the cavernous space to the long desk manned by the skyscraper's own rent-a-cops. One of the guards looked up from the computer screen he'd been watching. "Yes?" Cook pulled out his earbuds. "Got a delivery for someplace on the 46th floor," he said, unzipping his backpack and retrieving the thick manila envelope. "What's my best way there, comrade?" The security man snorted. "There isn't one, comrade." He snapped his fingers. "Hand that over. Our internal mail service will take it from here." Regretfully, Cook shook his head. "No can do," he said. He flipped the envelope around to show the other man the form attached to the front. In bold red lettering it stated, "Confidential financial material. Signature required for delivery." With a frown, the security guard swiveled toward his closest colleague. "What's the procedure here, Yuri?" The other man shrugged. "Call the addressee. If they want the envelope, give this clown a visitor's pass and send him on up." Nodding, the first guard swung back and peered closely at the name and address on the envelope. Then he entered the information into his computer, highlighted the appropriate number, and had it dialed by the system's internal communications network. "Mr. Povetkin, this is the front desk. A signature-only package for you has just arrived. Should we send the messenger up?" He listened to the answer coming through his headset, and then nodded rapidly. "Yes, sir. No problem. Yes, sir. Thank you." When he disconnected, he looked over at Cook with a sour expression. "Okay, you can go on up." He reached into a drawer behind the desk and tossed him a bright yellow keycard plainly marked "Temporary." "Use that to pass through the turnstiles, but don't forget to drop it off here on your way out. Clear?" Cook nodded. "Clear as a sunny day." He smiled. "Anything else I should know?" "Yeah," the guard told him. "You go in, you take the elevator to the right floor. You deliver your package. You come back down. That's it. Don't go wandering around. That card tracks your movements, so if you deviate in the slightest, we'll know. And we'll arrest your sorry ass for criminal trespass, and then we'll probably beat the shit out of you for making our jobs harder. Got it?" Cook whistled. "That's hardcore, comrade. Got it." He leaned over the desk with a friendly grin and lowered his voice a notch. "Hey, what's with all the high-tech security? Got a super famous sports star living here? Or some big-name film actress? Or maybe a pop singer?" The guard leaned closer himself. "You really want to know the truth?" he asked quietly. "Sure."
It's none of your damn business. Now shut up and deliver your package.
Acting abashed, Cook bobbed his head.
Shutting up? He muttered.
Crap, this place is wired up tighter than Fort Knox, he thought. The yellow visitor key card got him through the turnstiles, but passing through the combination of X-ray and metal detector screenings beyond them took several more painful and humiliating minutes. The Raven Syndicate troops assigned to the checkpoint did everything but subject him to a cavity search, and he had the clear impression they would gladly have tossed him out on his ear, given even the slightest excuse. He noted that people who swiped red keycards to pass through the turnstiles were automatically waved past the additional weapons screening. Cook was feeling very thoughtful indeed by the time he finally approached the banks of elevators that opened into the lobby area. According to the limited information available on the Internet, at least 20 passenger and 9 separate freight elevators served the huge skyscraper. By his quick count, roughly half were accessible from this side of the building. But he immediately noticed that 3 of the elevators, 2 passenger and 1 freight, were indicated as restricted access only. They could only be summoned using the special red keycards. Careful not to show too much interest in those elevators, he moved instead to take one of the regular lifts open to visitors and ordinary residents. When the car doors pinged shut, he saw that the call buttons for floors 43 to 45 had been removed and replaced by a blank metal panel. No surprise, he thought. Those were the floors occupied by the Raven Syndicate. He studiously controlled his expression. Theronian and company were obviously not fond of uninvited guests. Skipping over the empty space, Cook tapped the button for the 46th floor and rode up. 30 seconds later, the high-speed elevator glided smoothly to a stop. With a soft chime, the doors opened into a wide corridor. He stepped out, immediately aware of the atmosphere of carefully crafted elegance created by the original artwork lining its wood-paneled walls. Like most of the Mercury Center Tower's upper levels, this floor was allocated to large luxury apartments. He turned down the hall and ambled casually along, making a show of checking door numbers to find the correct address. All the while, however, he was using his peripheral vision to scope out his surroundings, including the location of the nearest emergency staircase. He paid special attention to the discreet placement of surveillance cameras. From what he could tell, the building's security team could observe every public space inside the Mercury City Tower at the push of a button. Cook reached the apartment he'd been looking for and rapped on the door. A moment later, a dour-faced man attired in a long-sleeved white shirt, gray tie, pale blue vest, and dark slacks pulled it open. "Yes." "Mr. Povetkin?" Cook asked, holding up the manila envelope. Povetkin was a wealthy Russian private equity banker. "No," the other man said. "I'm his personal assistant." He held out his hand. "I'll take that for him." Cook fumbled in his pocket for a pen. "I need a signature," he pointed out mildly. He waited while the assistant scrawled a signature across the form, detached it from the envelope, and handed it back. "Thanks, comrade," he said cheerfully, slipping the piece of paper into his pocket. Then he held out a hand, palm up. "Hey, any chance of a—" The assistant shut the apartment door in his face. "Tip," Cook finished. He shrugged his shoulders. "Guess not." He turned away, hiding a smile as he imagined the likely reaction of Povetkin when the banker read through the document he'd just delivered. It was an unsolicited invitation to participate in a project funded by Sykes-Fairborn Strategic Investments, one of the Quartet Directorate's long-established front companies. Based on the cost structure, fees, and anticipated profits it disclosed, any rational businessman would shred the investment offer and dump it in the trash without a second thought. Then again, its sole purpose had been to provide him with a seemingly legitimate excuse to visit this heavily guarded building. So at least that part of his plan had worked like a charm. Unfortunately, that was about the only positive result from today's reconnaissance exercise Cook could see. The multiple overlapping layers of security he had observed had given him a lot to think about. None of it good. Try as he might to be optimistic, it seemed clear that attempting to nail Voronian inside the Mercury Center Tower would end up being, in the memorable phrase coined by some ancient philosopher, nasty, brutish, and short. 18. Tempest flight, high over Russia. Several days later. Lieutenant Colonel Valery Novik strained forward slightly against his seat harness. His bulky, bright orange, full-pressure suit made movement inside the M55 Geofysica's cramped cockpit difficult. He squinted through the canopy. Instrument panels and recently added displays left him only a narrow field of view. But what he could see around him was spectacular. His twin-tailed, twin-engine aircraft was flying above 18,000 meters. At this altitude, the far horizon was nearly 500 kilometers off, and he could plainly discern the Earth's spherical nature. The ground curved away sharply to either side of his direction of flight. Ahead, the sky was a rich azure blue. Overhead, the atmosphere thinned, fading to paler and paler shades of that same hue, until it vanished entirely amid the inky blackness of outer space. With an effort, Novik pulled his gaze back down to his flight instruments. Except for cosmonauts, few pilots ever got the chance to brush so close to the upper limits of the sky. Russia had only 5 M55 high-altitude jets still operational. The large swept-wing aircraft were the rough equivalent of America's U-2 spy planes. While they were not combat planes, the M55's predecessors were first developed during the 1950s to intercept unmanned American reconnaissance balloons flying over the Soviet Union. Later versions were dedicated mostly to military reconnaissance missions and to scientific research flights. The pilot strongly suspected that today's highly classified flight was a hybrid of those typical missions. A test of cutting-edge science with significant military applications, but that was only a guess. The precise details of his plane's current top-secret payload were well above his security clearance. Novik's eyes roved over the aircraft's complicated array of dials, gauges, switches, and multifunction displays, constantly checking and then rechecking his readouts in a highly disciplined pattern. The M55 was a complex aircraft flying in a completely unforgiving environment. This high up, the margin between safety and catastrophe was thin, almost as thin as the atmosphere outside his cockpit. And on today's flight, the slightest technical glitch or fault could make the difference between a successful mission and an embarrassing failure. A red diamond icon blinked on his navigation display, along with 2 sets of numbers, one for distance, the other for time, that were each spinning towards 0. "Buria, control your Buri," he radioed. "Tempest flight to Tempest control, I am 30 seconds out from the pre-plotted drop zone." His eyes darted to other control displays, picking out readings from key instruments. "Wind direction and speed are within predicted ranges. External air temperature is minus 55 degrees Celsius." "Control to flight," the mission controller replied. "Copy that. You are cleared to proceed." "Affirmative, Control," Novik acknowledged. He tweaked his stick to the left, banking slightly to bring the drop zone icon squarely into the center of his navigation display. Satisfied, he reversed the bank, bringing the M55's wings back level. Then he throttled down a notch, reducing the thrust generated by his 2 Solovyov T-30 turbofan engines. The aircraft slowed, shedding airspeed until it was right on the edge of stalling out. At this altitude, the amount of lift provided by the wings was greatly reduced. Gritting his teeth, Novik held the aircraft steady, ready to throttle back up the second he felt the telltale shimmy in his control stick that would signal the M-55 was starting to depart from controlled flight. While he'd been briefed that today's test flight was vital to Russia's national security, he saw no point in unnecessarily risking both the plane and its highly classified payload. The icon blinked from red to green. Now, he toggled a button on his stick. In response, two streamlined pods mounted near the outer edge of each wing flared open. Tens of millions of tiny particles, none larger than 10 microns, about the size of a droplet of mist, sprayed into the thin sub-zero air. Tumbling in the wind and turbulence, the particles fanned out, forming an invisible cloud that trailed far behind Novik's speeding aircraft, and then slowly began drifting down toward the ground far below. Tempest Control, near Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, that same time. Kirill Rodin had an excellent view of the proceedings from the back of the large, six-wheeled MPPU command and staff vehicle. He, Voronin, and Dr. Georgy Neminsky, the scientific chief for Velez, had flown here earlier in the day specifically to observe the results of this experiment. Apart from the 3 seats allocated to them, several workstations fitted out with advanced computers and communications gear took up the rest of the mammoth vehicle's interior. Uniformed technical officers manned these consoles, each assigned to monitor or perform a different aspect of the test. Lieutenant Colonel Novik's cool, precise voice came clearly over the audio speakers. Control, Tempest flight. Drop complete. Special materials containers read as empty. I am returning to base. Copy that, flight? One of the officers replied, watching the monitors before him. One large display showed imagery transmitted by a long-range tracking camera. It captured the M-55 Geophysica, its twin-tailed shape blurred by sheer distance and speed. The rest of his screens mirrored telemetry from instruments aboard the aircraft. We confirm that your payload containers show as empty. In the seat next to him, another Air Force officer sat with a finger poised eagerly over a control on his console. His sleeve bore the emblem of the radio-technical troops, a gold shield and radar dish superimposed over a silver aircraft fuselage. One of his monitors showed a truck-mounted antenna parked several hundred meters away. The antenna was slewed skyward. He glanced back at Neminsky. Standing by to radiate. The research scientist nodded. Carry on, Captain. The officer turned to his station. His finger stabbed down. Pulsing now. His eyes darted to a second screen, this one a large radar display. A single blip near the center represented the M-55 aircraft. Immediately, a large blotch formed behind the plane. Good hits, he reported. He looked back at Neminsky with a triumphant smile. It worked, Doctor. We can track the cloud. Rodin saw the scientist nod in approval, an action imitated by Voronin. He raised an eyebrow. What exactly are we seeing? He asked quietly. Neminsky turned his head. The test particles Lieutenant Colonel Novik just dumped into the atmosphere are radioactive, he explained. Seeing the look of disbelief on Rodin's face, he smiled. Not dangerously so, he emphasized. In fact, the amount of radiation emitted by these particles is essentially harmless, akin in fact to the levels produced by a common brand of ceramic dishes and cooking utensils manufactured by an American company up to the early 1970s. Millions and millions of people ate off and cooked with these dishes for decades without any noticeable ill effects. Rodin stared at him for a long moment. You're joking, he managed at last. The scientist shook his head. I do not joke, Mr. Rodin. He shrugged. This so-called Fiestaware brand used uranium oxides to add vibrant colors to its glazes. The amounts were significant enough that the American government actually seized the company's original stockpiles of uranium as part of its project to develop atomic weapons during the Great Patriotic War. And because these small particles are radioactive, you can track them, Rodin said slowly. Yaminsky nodded. Precisely. How? Rodin wondered. I thought the radiation could only be detected at relatively close range, using Geiger counters and dosimeters and the like. This is an experimental technique, the scientist said. A number of researchers worldwide have claimed it was possible to track radioactive particles using millimeter wavelength pulses from a 95 gigahertz W-band radar. He nodded toward the glowing cloud still visible on the radar screen. As you can clearly see, they were right. Rodin glanced at Voronian, who had a wry look on his face. Do I want to know how this all works? He asked. Voronian shrugged. Do you have a physics degree? Rodin shook his head. Then, no. The younger man told him with unconcealed amusement. All that matters to us is that Niemiński and his team can now track the diffusion of very small particles through the atmosphere, and then compare these real-world results to their computer-generated models for the dispersal patterns of other similarly sized materials. Like your weaponized fungal spores, Rodin realized, lowering his voice so that no one else could hear him. Correct, Voronian shrugged. Without this data, we would be operating largely in the dark, forced to rely on software-produced guesstimates to plan our attacks inside the United States. With it, we can refine and adjust those plans in real time, considering the observed effects of wind and weather. There will be no unpleasant surprises or accidents. He smiled coldly. As I promised President Zhdanov, our disease spores will hit their intended targets with near absolute precision. 19. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. That same time. The tiled veranda ran along one side of the Spanish-style mansion, looking out over the small lake bordering its carefully maintained lawns and flower gardens. Beneath the veranda's wood-beamed roof, ceiling fans whirred slowly, providing a cooling breeze. Battered rattan chairs and settees provided seating. Nick Flynn sat slouched in a chair half-turned toward the pleasant view. Though his eyes were fixed on the sparkling, sunlit waters at the edge of the grounds, his mind was thousands of miles away. He was listening closely with Laura Van Horn and Fox while Shannon Cook briefed them on his recently completed recon mission to Moscow. Dressed casually in shorts and khakis against Florida's summer heat and humidity, they had convened around a small round glass table. Cook, a bit ragged around the edges after several long days and nights under enormous stress, had returned late the night before. He looked better this morning, thanks to a few hours of sleep in a decent bed, a long shower, and a couple of meals that weren't prepared in plastic wrappers. Resilience was a key trait for any covert operator, and Cook bounced back faster than most. Anyhow, slipping back across the border this time was easier than I figured it would be, the soft-spoken Virginian finished. Those Russian border control guys are still focused more on people trying to infiltrate in, not so much on anyone trying to get out. Fox finished jotting down some notes he'd been taking, and then looked up. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, he said to Cook. Based on what you learned in Moscow, do you believe an attack on the Raven Syndicate's corporate headquarters is feasible? You want the shorthand version? Fox nodded. Feasible? Hell no. Not in a million years, Cook said bluntly. Flynn sat up straighter and opened his eyes. He turned to face the other man. "Don't be afraid to get technical with us, Shannon," he said with a grimace. "What's the long version?" "The long version? Sure. Here goes. It cannot be done. Period. End of story." Cook shrugged. "I can't see any way to hit Veronian inside the Mercury City Tower. Not with what we know now. We're still woefully short on the intel necessary to craft a plan that might work. Worse, I keep drawing a blank on any realistic approach to gather the information that we need." Frowning, he ticked off some of what they were missing. Critically, they lacked access codes for the skyscraper's restricted elevators, which were the only ones that ran to the 3 floors housing the Raven Syndicate. Nor did they have schematics and other key technical specifications for the alarm systems used to secure the building's entrances and exits, and, aside from a rough guess at overall numbers based solely on his quick in-and-out visit, they were totally ignorant as to the extent of the local security forces. "We don't even know where the tower's security control room is located, or how well it's guarded," Cook pointed out. "And that's a critical node." Flynn nodded. "Somewhere inside the mammoth skyscraper, whether on one of its 75 floors above the ground or the 5 subterranean levels was still a complete mystery. There had to be a control center, a place where security personnel were posted to monitor all the surveillance camera feeds and alarm systems. Saying that it was a critical node was almost an understatement, because unless they could blind, bamboozle, or somehow otherwise neutralize those security systems, any attempt by armed attackers to reach Veronian's headquarters was doomed from the start. "I get your point," he said to Cook. "Whoever's in charge there could lock down every elevator at the slightest sign of trouble." "Uh-huh. And that would leave the stairs as the only way up. Or down, for that matter." Flynn grimaced. Trying to climb 40-plus flights of emergency stairs against an alerted enemy? He shook his head. "Count me out, brother. I'm allergic to mountaineering, especially when someone's likely to be shooting at me." "Mountaineering? We're only talking about a few hundred feet, Nick," Van Horn said dryly. "You understand that's not exactly Mount Everest, right?" Flynn grinned back at her. "I'm a Texas boy, Laura. Anything higher than 100 feet qualifies as a mountain." He turned back to Cook. "What else are we missing?" "Up-to-date plans and schematics for the floors controlled by the Raven Syndicate," he replied. "When Veronian took the place over from his mentor, that guy he ratted out, Dmitry Grishin," Flynn said. Grishin had been one of Russia's richest and most powerful oligarchs. Veronian had been his corporate troubleshooter and up to his neck in the older man's various illegal schemes and plots. But when one of those plans went off the rails, Veronian had betrayed his employer to Zhdanov, saving his own life and gaining control over the billions of dollars he'd then used to organize the Raven Syndicate. Cook nodded. "Yeah, him. Apparently, Veronian spent a ton of money renovating those 3 floors once Grishin was out of the way." He shrugged his shoulders. "While in Moscow, I spent a couple of days making arm's-length approaches to the contractors who handled the work. I'd hoped to get at least a quick look at their blueprints for the job." "No joy?" Flynn guessed. "None," Cook admitted. "Veronian made sure all the paperwork came back to him as soon as the work was finished." Flynn felt his jaw tighten. Even if his assault team could, by some miracle, make it up those 40-plus stories without triggering alarms and alerting Moscow's police and counter-terrorist reaction forces, they'd be going in completely blind, without the slightest idea of the exact layout or any extra defenses the Raven Syndicate had put in place. Much as he hated to admit it, Cook was right. Without considerably more information than they had now, Attacking Veronian inside the Mercury Center tower would only result in a blood-soaked fiasco. He said as much out loud. Then we go after Veronian when he's outside the building, Van Horn interjected. Her gaze was steely. Sure, hitting a moving target isn't easy in some ways, but we can take out a car or limo, armored or not. Plus, the job's guaranteed to be much more doable than trying to pry him out of that stainless steel rat trap he's forted up in. Cook stared at her. You saw the surveillance video I shot from my stakeout position, right? He tapped the tablet computer he'd just used to replay those scenes for them. The one time I managed to spot Veronian on the move. He could have been in any one of 6 identical black limousines. Target discrimination would have been a serious challenge. Like I said, not easy, Van Horn replied with a shrug. So we just RPG the shit out of the vehicles at the front and back to bottleneck the rest. And then blow the hell out of everything in between. Her smile was cool, more professional than amused. That's basic ambush tactics, not rocket science. Flynn shook his head in regret. Tempting as it is, I don't think we could pull off a successful ambush. At a minimum, we'd require advance intelligence on Veronian's movements. He turned to Fox. Can Forrest's special asset in Moscow provide us with that level of detail? I'm afraid not, the older man said. My understanding is that our source there operates well outside Veronian's orbit. Van Horn frowned. I don't see the issue. We set up in advance and wait for him to come into our sights. Setting up is the problem, Flynn pointed out. I've studied the street maps of that area. There are multiple exits and entrances from the International Business Center. Veronian could use any of them, not just the one Shannon had his eyes on. There's no way we could guarantee having a strike team assembled close enough to take the shot. Cook nodded slowly. That's not even considering the difficulty we'd have moving our people and their weapons and other gear into position without raising red flags for the local cops. Between the high rollers who do business in those brand new skyscrapers and the political bigwigs at Moscow City Hall, the police keep a close eye on comings and goings in that neighborhood. You managed it, Van Horn reminded him. Cook shook his head. I was just one guy. Plus, I was totally unarmed. Infiltrating with an armed group would be an order of magnitude harder. She sighed theatrically. I hate you all and your inconvenient facts, too. They're always getting in the way of my excellent plans to kill people and blow things up. Fox smiled. Even if it were not for the purely tactical issues involved, Laura, I wouldn't greenlight any plan to ambush Veronian on Moscow's city streets. He borrowed Cook's tablet and opened the surveillance video showing Veronian's convoy of limousines headed through traffic to the entrance of the Mercury City Tower. Then he froze it on a single frame where all 6 vehicles were visible. Using a stylus, he circled the other cars and trucks on the road around them, as well as the pedestrians lining nearby sidewalks. You see the issue? Tight-lipped, Van Horn nodded. Yeah, stray rounds and explosive fragments travel. Exactly. Fox shook his head. There's no chance you could ambush and destroy a convoy of that size in a crowded urban environment without killing and injuring dozens, perhaps hundreds of innocent civilians, both on the streets and in the neighboring buildings. She winced. I take your point, Burr Fox. Her mouth twisted slightly. Sometimes it sucks to be the good guys. It does make our jobs more difficult, he agreed with a sympathetic nod. On the other hand, I sleep better at night knowing that we're at least nominally on the side of the angels. Privately, Flynn doubted that Veronian, psychopath that he was, ever lost any sleep over his own plans, which generally seemed to involve orchestrating the deaths of millions. But he understood Fox's broader point. Over its long history since the beginning of the Cold War, the Quartet Directorate had often proved itself quite ruthless in defense of the West. Nevertheless, there were ethical and moral lines four would not cavalierly cross. Government intelligence services like the CIA or MI6 might occasionally carry out morally suspect and sometimes criminal actions under the cloak of the needs of the state, but a private group like the Quartet Directorate had no such excuse. So, if we can't hit Veronian at home in the Mercury City Tower, and we can't hit him on the move, what's left? Cook asked with a frown. Praying that the son of a bitch gets hit by a meteor? One side of Flynn's mouth quirked upward. Divine intervention would be nice, he agreed, but I imagine God would be best pleased if we handle this ourselves. We'll keep banging away at this problem for as long as it takes to find a solution. One where the final score is Quartet Directorate 1, Pavel Veronian, burning in hell. Crap, Cook groaned. He glanced at his watch. I haven't pulled an all-nighter since... His lips moved in silent calculation. College? Flynn guessed. Cook grinned. Nope, got you. It was the day before yesterday, actually. My lone wolf scouting gig, remember? He shrugged. But I'm still jet-lagged as all get out. My brain isn't quite sure whether it's morning or sometime at night. Relax, Flynn told him. I was speaking generally, not literally. I'm sure we could all use a break to rest and recharge. He checked his watch, then stood up and pulled Van Horn's chair out for her, gallantly offering her a hand. Besides, Laura and I have a much-delayed date with some long-promised solitude, sunshine, and sand. We'll come back to this with fresh eyes in a couple of days. She smiled as she took his hand and rose gracefully. Ever the gentleman, she murmured. Cook laughed. And smart, too, because I suspect you'd probably kill him if he bailed out on your plans for some R&R. Van Horn shook her head. You wrong me, Shannon, she said. I would never kill Nick, just for leaving me high and dry to fend for myself. Her eyes gleamed in sudden amusement. But I do admit that I might be tempted to hurt him some. 20. Near Cocoa Beach, Florida. The next day. Nick Flynn lay face down on a beach blanket. He could feel the warm sun soaking into his back and arms and legs. Muscles that had been knotted like triple-tied shoelaces for what seemed like months were starting to ease up as he finally allowed himself to relax. And right now, his only assigned task was to do absolutely nothing. Only exist in this perfect moment, free of all worries and thoughts of the future. Veronian. The Russian oligarch's name stirred in his subconscious, as noxious as the unexpected smell of rot and decay among flowers. Resolutely, he pushed it back down. Instead, Flynn inhaled deeply. The soft breeze carried the salt tang of the nearby ocean to his nostrils. The peaceful silence surrounding him was broken only by the gentle murmur of waves hissing up on shore and the distant squawks of gulls circling over a nearby fishing jetty. Cocoa Beach was 15 miles south of the Kennedy Space Center, but no launches were scheduled over the next several days. So the beach was free of the noisy, enthusiastic crowds that often flocked to watch rockets thundering into orbit. Abruptly, a husky voice broke in on his thoughts. You know, compadre, if I didn't like you so much, I'd really have to hate you right now. Smiling, Flynn turned his head sideways to look at Laura Van Horn. Stunning in a skimpy cobalt bikini, she was sitting cross-legged in the shade of a large beach umbrella. Beyond her, the sands of Cocoa Beach were a dazzling white that merged with the greenish-blue waters of the Atlantic Ocean. "Hate me for anything in particular?" he asked lazily. "Or is this a more generalized, hypothetical loathing?" In reply, she lowered her sunglasses so that he could see her bright blue eyes. He could read her answering smile in them. "It's the annoying way you can just lie out there under the sun for hours without even a dab of protection and never get sunburned. You only get browner and browner until you've got the perfect tan." She shook her head in disgust. Nobody with an Irish surname like Flynn should be able to try that without frying lobster red. Flynn's smile widened into a lazy, complacent grin. "Well, I guess I can credit the maternal Tejano side of my family for that," he said. "It's not my fault I inherited good genes." Van Horn snorted. "I hate genetics," she said darkly. "And while you're out there baking without pain or suffering, I have to slather on this stuff." She held up a bottle of SPF 50 sunscreen. "Every 30 minutes on the dot, or I'll wind up looking like a stewed tomato." "Yeah, maybe so, but you'd still be an incredibly sexy stewed tomato," Flynn corrected her. Before she could kick sand at him, he rolled over and nodded at the bottle in her hands. "How about, as penance for my undeserved good fortune, I help you apply that stuff?" Van Horn raised an eyebrow. "You seriously suppose offering to rub sunscreen all over my body qualifies as penance?" she asked, pretending to be scandalized. She pulled the bottle back a bit out of his reach. Flynn laughed. "Hey, I'm a covert operator, not a theologian." Just then a burst of noise, loud, excited whoops and scattered clapping, erupted nearby. They turned to look for the source. The sounds were coming from the fishermen who packed the nearby jetty. One of them had just landed a substantial catch, a fish that must be more than 3 feet long, at least judging from the size of the tall, bearded man who was proudly showing it off to his buddies. Dull blue on top, its silvery belly scales shone in the sunlight. Flynn whistled in admiration. "That kingfish has to be a 40-pounder. Maybe more." He shook his head. "I'd heard they were migrating close to the coast right now, but that's still one heck of a catch off a jetty. I wonder what that guy is using for bait. Man, whatever it is—" He stopped abruptly in mid-sentence, suddenly transfixed by a slew of ideas sleeting through his brain. Van Horn was still gazing at the kingfish as it was held aloft. "What kind of bait for a monster like that? Not a clue, Nick." She grinned to herself. "My preferred approach to fishing is just to drop a grenade in the water and back the hell up. Maybe that's not exactly sporting, but it does get results oh so much faster than you backwoods yokels dangling worms in the water and hoping for some poor dumb fish to come swimming by." Hearing no response to her jibe, she turned back to look at him. Flynn was just sitting there on the sand, staring off into thin air with an intense look of concentration. Donning a frown, she waved a hand in front of his face. "Hey, you, non-flyboy, over here, remember me? The sexy, bikini-clad woman you were so hot to trot to slather with sunscreen just a little while ago?" Flynn came back to the present with a visible start. He reddened slightly. "Sorry, Laura, I didn't mean to zone out on you." "Don't sweat it," Van Horn told him kindly. Her eyes narrowed. "I've seen that million-miles-away expression before. So either you're suffering sudden-onset sunstroke, or that clever head for tactics just kicked out a solution to our problem. Namely, how do we successfully merge a high-powered bullet with that scumbag Pavel Voronyan's skull without ending up dead or in a Russian prison, I mean?" "Well, maybe not a complete solution," he said cautiously, but I do see at least the glimmer of an approach that might work." She nodded. "And is this zigzag, streak of lightning in the brain brilliant idea of yours something that'll go bad in the next day or two?" "Not really," Flynn acknowledged. "What I've got in mind definitely isn't something we can pull off on the fly. It's going to take a lot of preparation and planning, and a bunch of moving parts have to come together first." His mouth tightened. "But you should know that if we end up putting my half-assed concept into action, we're both going to be in serious danger." Van Horn smiled at him and raised her hand. Ooh, let me guess, Mr. Flynn. We're talking about walking a tightrope over a lava pit without a net levels of danger, right? Do I win a prize? Am I close?" "Pretty close," he admitted. "So, basically a standard quartet directorate mission," Van Horn pointed out matter-of-factly. She handed him the sunscreen and scooted around to offer him her back. "Which is why you need to stop thinking right now. Let your subconscious do its thing in peace, and in the meantime, get busy massaging this lotion all over me, not missing one single spot, nook, or cranny, mind you." She shot him an arch look over one slender, attractive shoulder. "Because, and trust me on this, Nick, once we're off this beach, you are not going to want my range of motion impeded by some lousy sunburn." Flynn eyed her with interest. "Oh?" She nodded. "You do know I kicked and screamed and all but held my breath to bulldoze Brer Fox into cutting us loose even for this crappily short 2-day leave?" "I do," he agreed in a solemn manner. Gwen Park was worried that she'd have to deal with a hostage situation unless he gave in. Van Horn smiled again. "It was a near-run thing." She shrugged her shoulders. "Anyway, that's why the two of us are going to make use of every single hour we've been given. Full use. Is that clear?" Flynn grinned back at her and flexed his fingers. "Why, yes, ma'am. You can count on me. I'll get to working on that sunscreen right now." 21. Moscow. A couple of weeks later. At the chime from his office door, Pavel Voronin looked up from the report he'd been studying. Messengered over from the Kameshkova Institute under close guard, it was a summary of Neminsky's most recent research. Stripped of all the usual technical mumbo-jumbo, it made for pleasant reading. The real-world data obtained from additional high-altitude test flights using the M55 Geofysica aircraft continued to track closely with results from the scientists' computer models. Neminsky's initial estimate that they could sow enough weaponized disease spores in a single growing season to infect 3/4 of America's most productive agricultural regions, killing more than 95% of the affected crops, was beginning to look too conservative. Given careful planning, Veles could easily prove even more destructive than they'd first imagined. He checked the screen on his desk. It was Vasily Kondakov, and for once the chief of internal security appeared uncharacteristically excited. Was there finally some news about the assassins who'd tried to kill him? Weeks had passed without Kondakov's people developing actionable intelligence that would enable his Raven Syndicate hunter-killer team to identify and target them. He scowled. Scrutiny of all known CIA, MI6, and Mossad covert operatives hadn't turned up a single plausible suspect. Certainly none that matched the female spy they'd spotted scouting the Leningradsky train station. It was almost as though his enemies had found some mysterious way to vanish off the Earth's surface. But tempting as it was to assume they'd given up and gone into hiding, he knew that would be foolish. No, he thought coldly. Those assassins were still out there, planning, plotting, and scheming against his life. Irritably, Voronin closed Neminsky's report and slid it into his desk drawer. President Zhdanov's strictures remained in effect. Detailed knowledge of Veles was still limited to a handful of people inside the Raven Syndicate and the Russian government, and Kondakov remained outside that small circle. Kondakov hurried in as soon as the secure door buzzed open and pulled out his tablet computer. "I've just been sent an urgent message from our mining operation in northern Sudan," he said. "You'll want to see it." "Why?" Voronin asked. "Is some kind of trouble brewing there?" The other man nodded. "Yes, there is. But it also represents an opportunity for us, if we act quickly and decisively." The Sudan? Voronin frowned. This was not a development he'd expected. Besides its primary covert work for the Russian government, the Raven Syndicate operated worldwide, selling its military and intelligence expertise, services, and equipment to allied regimes and rebel groups across the globe. Among them was the corrupt military dictatorship of Sudan, which had now splintered into rival armed factions. Unable to pay for the syndicate's services in hard currency, the faction currently controlling Khartoum had instead assigned him the rights to a gold mine near Al-Ibidiyah, a small city on the Nile River roughly 350 kilometers north of the Sudanese capital. At this mine, native workers, laboring almost as slaves under horrific conditions, blasted rocks out of the desert and shipped them to a nearby processing plant guarded by Voronin's security personnel and allied Sudanese paramilitary fighters. Once at this processing plant, the gold was extracted by leaching it out using cyanide and mercury. Afterward, these toxic substances were simply dumped into holding ponds without any concern for the local population's health. The operation was hugely profitable, pouring nearly 1 billion rubles a month, the equivalent of 10 million American dollars, into the Raven Syndicate's corporate coffers. The prospect of potential trouble there was not welcome. "Show me," Voronin snapped. Deftly, Kondakov linked his tablet computer to the nearest wall screen. "As a precaution, we maintain a network of paid informants among the laborers to keep an eye out for potential agitators or saboteurs," he said as a prelude.
Their reports allow us to disappear potential troublemakers without much fuss."
Voronian nodded his understanding. His subordinate was describing a time-tested tactic, a favorite of the Soviet-era KGB and its modern successors. East Germany's secret police force, the Ministry for State Security, or Stasi, had gone even further in controlling dissent. By the time the Berlin Wall came tumbling down, it was estimated that the Stasi had recruited almost 1 out of every 6 East Germans to spy on friends, family, and co-workers. Go on.
"Yesterday, one of these informants observed a clandestine meeting between 2 Westerners and some of the most disaffected miners. Men we've been suspicious of for a long time," Kondakov continued. "Our man was able to covertly video some of this secret meeting using his cell phone."
"And now we have it?"
Kondakov nodded. Recognizing its importance, our informant passed on the recording to his syndicate controller at the processing plant, who, in turn, immediately forwarded it here to Moscow.
His finger double-tapped an icon on his tablet, opening the video file they'd been sent. Voronian gazed at his wall screen as the recording began to play. His eyes narrowed. The video was grainy, with poor lighting and even worse sound. From what he could tell, it seemed to have been shot in the back room of some tiny restaurant or coffee shop. But despite its technical imperfections, what the covert recording showed was clear enough. 2 obvious Westerners, an attractive blonde woman and a fit-looking man, were speaking to a group of nervous-looking, rail-thin Sudanese workers through an interpreter.
"My analysts have double-checked the translations provided by our counterintelligence officer stationed at the Al-Ibidia processing plant," Kondakov said coolly. "They confirm that these Westerners are offering hard cash for inside information on our operations in the area, and for details concerning the strength and deployment of our local security forces."
Voronian felt his jaw tighten.
"I see what you mean by potential trouble for us," he ground out.
Kondakov nodded.
"This is definitely part of a clandestine reconnaissance effort aimed at our mining operation, but if you look closely at one of those Westerners, you'll see why I'm convinced this development also represents a golden opportunity for us."
His tone subtly emphasized the word golden. Perplexed, Voronian peered even harder at the poor-quality cell phone video. A moment later, his eyes widened in surprise. He stabbed his finger at the screen.
"That woman! The blonde!" he growled. "That's the same bitch you spotted at the Leningradsky station, the one involved in the attack on me." "According to our facial recognition software, the match is absolute," Kondakov agreed.
He tapped at his tablet, freezing the video on another frame. It was centered on the fit-looking man seated next to the woman.
"And if this woman's sudden appearance near our key facilities in Sudan were not significant enough, we've also encountered this other male foreign intelligence agent before. To our cost."
"Where exactly?" Voronian demanded. Kondakov's fingers flew across his tablet, bringing up a series of still photos and sending them to the larger screen.
"These pictures were taken by one of our operatives outside the Israeli embassy in Vienna more than 2 years ago," he explained.
Voronian leaned forward. The photos showed what was definitely the same man captured in the cell phone recording from Al-Ibidia. He'd been caught on camera as he climbed out of a parked car and strode confidently toward the embassy entrance. The Russian scowled. Now he remembered this episode. In hindsight, it had signaled the eventual catastrophic failure of an earlier major Raven Syndicate operation aimed at the United States, an operation he'd codenamed Midnight. At the time, he and Kondakov had assumed the man in the photos was only a relatively low-level officer in the Mossad Or perhaps in the Sayeret Matkal, a special forces unit controlled by Israel's military intelligence service. Later analysis of the limited evidence suggested that might not be the case, but none of Kondakov's people had succeeded in identifying the man. He'd shown up in Austria, begun unraveling midnight, and then disappeared completely off the syndicate's radar. Until now. Voronian glared at the screen for a moment longer before shifting his angry gaze back to Kondakov. So now these two spies, both of whom have already done great damage to us, suddenly show up working side by side in Sudan and poking around our mining operations there. Why? What game are they playing? It could be that now that the enemy organization these agents serve has failed in its direct attack against you in Russia, it might be planning to strike softer, less heavily guarded Raven Syndicate targets. Kondakov suggested carefully. Going after our Al-Ebediyah mining operation would fall into that category. Wrecking it would certainly deprive us of significant revenues. Not to mention notching another black mark against me in Zhdanov's eyes, Voronian muttered. Kondakov nodded. A substantial fraction of the profits the syndicate earned from its overseas enterprises made its way, however indirectly, into secret accounts controlled by the Russian president. Zhdanov would not be pleased to see his private income slashed because Voronian had failed to defend his operations from enemy attack. It would only add to Zhdanov's growing doubts about the younger man. Unable to hide his frustration any longer, Voronian slammed a fist down on his desk, jolting the other man's tablet computer. "Who the hell are these people?" he snarled. Aware of his sudden lapse of control, he tried to regain his composure, lowering his voice before continuing. "And who are they working for?" "Unfortunately, we still don't have any definitive information," Kondakov admitted. He waved a hand at the currently frozen video on the screen. "Both use perfect, unaccented English when communicating with their Sudanese interpreter." "Which means nothing." Voronian shook his head. "I speak perfect English. So do you, for that matter." Kondakov knew Voronian was right. A fifth of the world's population spoke English as a first or second language. The proportion was even higher among educated Europeans and Israelis. Certainly there was nothing special about the speech patterns they'd observed the two enemy agents using, at least nothing that could be used to narrow down their probable origins. "There is one way to resolve the issue," he pointed out. "Which is?" "Direct interrogation using enhanced measures," Kondakov said. "I guarantee that will answer many of the questions which have troubled us." Voronian smiled his understanding. The former GRU colonel had a justifiable confidence in his ability to elicit information using a mixture of physical pain and psychological pressure. "Then do you anticipate being able to lay your hands on these enemy spies?" "Our people in Al-Ebediyah have them under surveillance now," Kondakov confirmed. "Their reconnaissance of our mining facilities is not yet complete. Better yet, there is no sign of anyone else providing security for them. And with your authorization, I can have my hunter-killer team on the ground there in less than 24 hours. We'll snap these agents up before they can run. Once we have them in our hands, squeezing the information we need out of them should prove easy enough." "Do it," Voronian ordered. His pale eyes were expressionless, as frozen as a polar ice cap. "But be sure they both suffer great pain before you finish them off. Make an example of them, Vasily." 22. Port Sudan International Airport, near the Red Sea, Sudan. the next day. A sleek executive jet banked sharply over the sparkling blue-green waters of the Red Sea and crossed the arid brown Sudanese coast, staying in a tight turn to line up on its final approach to runway 34. Now heading almost due north, the Bombardier Global 7500 rolled back out of its bank and leveled off. Hydraulics whined and thumped as its underwing landing gear and nose wheels swung down and locked in position. Flaps whirred open, providing more lift as the aircraft shed airspeed and altitude. Off its port wing, the jagged, tumbled mass of the Red Sea hills rose above a narrow coastal plain. The jet touched down with a slight jolt and a puff of gray-black smoke from its tires. Braking smoothly as its big turbofan engines wound down, the Bombardier rolled down Port Sudan's long asphalt runway, rumbling past earthen revetments holding several Chinese-built Hongdu K-8 and Guizhou JL-9 two-seat jet trainers and light attack aircraft. The Sudanese Air Force Flight School, although barely operational since the outbreak of factional fighting, was headquartered here. Slowing further, the executive jet rolled by the main terminal building and tower. Several other passenger and cargo aircraft sat out on the apron. Since Khartoum International Airport was closed because of intermittent shelling by rival factions, Port Sudan was now the primary entry point for commercial air traffic and international relief supplies. Past the terminal, the aircraft turned off the far end of the runway and onto a wide taxiway connected to a separate hard pad and hangar complex away from the airport's public areas. The Bombardier pulled up and parked beside an Mi-8 utility helicopter in Sudanese Air Force camouflage. Heat waves shimmered across the tarmac. The temperature was well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The jet's forward cabin door opened as soon as the engine whine faded into silence. Led by Vasily Kondakov, 5 men with weapons and gear bags slung over their shoulders trotted down the air stairs and headed directly to the waiting helicopter. Its engines were already spooling up. The 6 Russians climbed aboard, and the moment they were inside, the Mi-8 lifted off. It swung through an arc and then clattered off to the west, gaining altitude to clear the rugged peaks of the nearby hills. Al-Ibidiyah was roughly 90 minutes flying time away. Back at the airport, a tall, blonde-haired man wearing a white polo shirt with the logo of the UN World Food Program, the agency coordinating most food aid to the impoverished people of Sudan, lowered his binoculars with a satisfied smile. And there they go. "Are you sure, Einar?" his shorter, narrow-faced companion asked. The big man nodded. The tail number of the Bombardier executive jet confirmed that it was the aircraft owned by Voronian through one of the Raven Syndicate's shell companies. With a terse nod of his own, Ritis Dauksa finished entering a short text on his compact, palm-sized satellite phone and hit the send button. It beeped softly, relaying his message through a commercial communications satellite high overhead. "Then we're set," he commented, sliding the phone back into his pocket. Their task here was done. Other events were now in motion. On the outskirts of Al-Ibidiyah, Sudan, a short time later. With Laura Van Horn behind him, Nick Flynn stepped out of the dim, relatively cool interior of the mud brick house they'd been renting and into the intense heat of high summer. He donned his sunglasses and scanned the immediate area, checking again for the slightest hint of anything that seemed out of place. Their weather-beaten, white, older model Toyota Land Cruiser was parked a few yards away, in the wholly inadequate shade that a withered scrub acacia tree provided. Little swirls of dust danced across the dirt courtyard. Nothing else was moving. Reassured, they headed to the Land Cruiser. Flynn climbed behind the wheel, while Van Horn slid in on the passenger side. They wedged canvas-sided satchels under the center console between them. Both satchels had their flaps open, allowing quick access to the contents inside. With that done, Flynn refolded the sunshade that had narrowly kept the Toyota's interior from turning into an oven set on high. As it was, they were already starting to sweat. He slid the sunshade behind his seat and glanced her way. "Okay, it's showtime. You ready?" With her face a mask of concentration, Van Horn nodded. "You know me, Nick. I'm always ready." "We are talking about the same thing, right?" Flynn said with a grin. "Get your mind out of the gutter, mister," she said with a tight, answering smile. "Fun later. Work now." "Roger that," he agreed. After they finished putting on their safety belts, Flynn started up the Land Cruiser and put it in gear. He drove slowly through the gap in the courtyard's low mud wall. Deliberately, since being sneaky was not the point of this exercise, he signaled for a left turn and pulled out onto a hard-packed dirt road running north. It stretched ahead between other walled mud brick houses and occasional clumps of scrub trees and brush. There was no traffic. With the sun high overhead, most people in this small city in northern Sudan were holed up indoors, waiting to emerge later in the evening when things cooled off. Flynn glanced up at his rearview mirror, 100 yards farther on. An equally battered dark blue SUV, a Nissan Patrol, had just turned onto the street behind them. Van Horn had her own eyes fixed on her passenger side mirror. "You see it?" she murmured. He nodded. "Yep." He forced himself to avoid gripping the steering wheel tighter. His heart rate bumped up a notch. Ivan 1 and Ivan 2, and they're right on time. Gently, he pressed down on the gas pedal, and the Toyota picked up speed. He checked his mirror again, watching the vehicle behind them. For a moment they pulled away from the Nissan, but then its driver reacted and steadily narrowed the gap, closing the distance until he was only a couple of car lengths behind them. "Like we figured, these guys aren't backing off," Flynn commented, feeling his pulse ratchet higher. Planned or not, this next move was going to be tricky. "The hook is in. Hold tight." Beside him, Van Horn nodded. She braced herself against the dashboard with her left hand. Her right gripped the handle above her door. Flynn risked another quick look at his mirror. The Nissan was on their tail, hanging back no more than 10 or 15 yards. He breathed in and then out again in a disciplined rhythm, working to control his heart rate. 1, 2, 3. Through the windshield, he saw a house ahead with a lone palm tree rising over its flat roof. He nodded tightly. He'd picked that out as a landmark on an earlier recon drive up this road. Abruptly, he floored it. The Land Cruiser leaped ahead, racing up the street in a haze of tire-whipped dust. Mud-brick buildings and walls flashed by on either side, starting to blur as he kept accelerating. Not far ahead, he spotted an opening between the buildings on their right. There it was. Gritting his teeth, Flynn cranked the wheel hard over, careening into a tight, high-speed turn that swung them onto a much narrower dirt road. It ran east toward the edge of town. A cloud of reddish dust billowed behind the Toyota. 50 yards down the little street, he jammed on the brakes. All 4 tires spun wildly as the Toyota skidded to a stop. Sand and pebbles spattered in all directions. Slammed forward against his shoulder belt by the sudden deceleration, Flynn reacted fast. Fractions of a second counted now. When the Land Cruiser stopped moving, he slammed the gear shift into park and hit the release on his safety harness. It clicked open. Then he leaned over to the center console and yanked a PP-2000 submachine gun out of his open satchel. In the passenger seat next to him, Van Horn was doing the same thing. Without hesitating, they popped their doors open and stepped down onto the road, turning back to face the way they'd come with their weapons up and ready. The red-tinged cloud of dust and sand kicked up by their tires still hung lazily in the air, obscuring the narrow entrance to this street. Flynn tucked the stock of the submachine gun against his shoulder, waiting. Any second now, he thought coolly, hearing the roar of an engine rapidly growing louder. And then the blue Nissan burst out of the enveloping haze. Its brakes shrieked as it came to a sudden fishtailing halt to avoid crashing into the back of their Land Cruiser. Flynn and Van Horn opened fire before the patrol's driver could try reversing out of danger. Their submachine guns stuttered, punching 9mm rounds into the other vehicle. More than a dozen shots from each weapon smashed through its dark-tinted windshield. Starred and cracked across its entire surface, the safety glass pane slowly collapsed inward. Their guns fell silent. Breathing hard, Flynn took his finger off the trigger. With Van Horn covering him, he advanced on the bullet-riddled SUV. Reaching it, he yanked the driver's door open and stepped aside, quickly readying his submachine gun again. "We're clear," Van Horn reported quietly. Flynn peered in. Blood spattered the interior of the Nissan. The two men inside sagged back against its torn and tattered seats, only held upright by their seatbelts. Their upturned, slack-jawed faces stared unblinking at the shattered windshield. Both Russians were clearly dead, shredded by multiple hits at point-blank range. He swallowed hard against the sight of so much carnage and backed away. Just as he and Laura had planned, neither Raven Syndicate agent had a chance to pull a weapon. There was no room for fighting fair in this brutal secret war. Van Horn was pale too, but she had a determined look. "Better them than us, compadre," she observed. Flynn nodded. Those Russians had made their choice when they signed on with Voronian. He dropped out the half-spent magazine from his PP-2000, tucked it away, and reloaded. She did the same. This fight was just getting started. In the sudden deathly stillness, they climbed back into their Land Cruiser. So far, no one had even dared to look out of the neighboring houses to see what all the gunfire meant. That was no great surprise, Flynn knew. Sudan had been embroiled in vicious civil strife for decades. Hundreds of thousands of people had been killed. Millions were refugees, either somewhere inside the country or forced to flee beyond its borders. Civilians had learned the hard way to keep their heads down and avoid entanglements with armed fighters, whether they were members of the rival Sudanese factions or foreigners. Safely back inside their vehicle, Flynn and Van Horn donned tactical radio headsets. The time for subtlety and disguise was over. "Trawler lead, this is bait 2, she murmured into her mic. "Tango stalkers are down. Repeat, stalkers are down." "Copy that, bait," Flynn heard Cook reply. "We're in position, standing by. ETA now roughly 45 minutes. Lead out." "And there's our next cue," Flynn said. He put the Toyota in gear and pulled away from the ambush site. It took only a couple of minutes to reach the edge of Al-Ibadiyah. There they came to another dirt road rutted by the passage of heavy trucks. They turned onto it and drove northeast, headed out into the Nubian desert, a barren, waterless wilderness that stretched for more than 100 miles, all the way out to the rugged, equally bleak heights of the Red Sea hills. Over the Nubian desert, a short time later. Vasily Kondakov leaned over from his bench seat to peer forward into the cockpit of the Mi-8 helicopter. Past the helmeted heads of its 3-man Sudanese Air Force crew, he could see the desert unrolling before them as they flew west, cluttering low over its harsh, empty expanse. With the sun almost directly overhead, there were no shadows to add depth to the ground they were flying above. In places, dried-up wadis snaked through a landscape of reddish sand dunes. In others, slabs of jet-black volcanic rock extruded through the lifeless surface, like spear points thrust out of a dying man's back. Kondakov's mouth thinned in irritation. Settled human life in northern Sudan was confined to a narrow band, one only a few kilometers wide, centered on the Nile River as it twisted and writhed its way north to Egypt and the distant Mediterranean Sea. And since only a single paved road connected this region to the narrow coastal plains along the Red Sea, helicopters and light aircraft were the most efficient and fastest modes of transportation. Knowing this, however, did not make him any more comfortable at being forced to entrust his safety to the Mi-8's helicopter's local flight crew. Like many Russians, he harbored an unreasonable racial prejudice against most Africans, regarding them as unreliable at best and near illiterate savages at worst. Learning that there was no airfield near Al-Abidiyah suitable for the large bombardier executive jet had come as a severe blow, because it left his Raven Syndicate hunter-killer team dependent on their Sudanese allies for this final leg of the journey. Given the circumstances, they would be lucky to arrive without further trouble at the gold processing plant. Kondakov's dour musings were interrupted by the voice of the Mi-8's co-pilot addressing him through his headset. Like the others, he was tied into the helicopter's intercom system. "There is a radio transmission for you, Mr. Kondakov," the Sudanese Air Force officer said in heavily accented English, the only language they had in common. "It is from your company's processing plant. I am patching this call through to you now." The Russian sat upright in surprise. They were only 30 minutes out from Al-Abidiyah. What could possibly be so urgent that it could not wait until he was on the ground? "Go ahead, this is Kondakov," he snapped into his mic. "This is Dushkin," a voice tinged by static replied. "We have a problem, sir." Kondakov frowned. Oleg Dushkin was the Raven Syndicate officer assigned to command the security forces at the processing plant. According to his file, he was judged to be of only average competence, but the same assessment also showed that Dushkin was completely trustworthy, which was probably how he'd ended up in this African backwater, where vast sums in gold could present an unfortunate temptation for abler but greedier men. "What is this problem?" Dushkin hesitated for several long seconds. "We've lost contact with the surveillance team tasked to keep track of those Western spies," he admitted finally. "Given the situation, I would welcome further instructions." Kondakov bit down on an oath. He was willing to bet that Dushkin's people had somehow screwed up and allowed the enemy agents to spot them. He realized that wasn't much of a surprise if he were being fair. The skill sets required to enforce a regime of terror among poverty-stricken Sudanese miners were not equal to the challenge of discreetly monitoring highly trained Western intelligence operatives. He sat quietly for a moment, weighing different options. Perhaps unnerved by the continuing radio silence, Dushkin tentatively said, "Perhaps I could deploy some of my other security troops to search for these people and try to discover what's happened to my surveillance team? We're only a few minutes' drive outside the town. That way I might have more information for you by the time your helicopter lands?" "Absolutely not," Kondakov said. The idea of even more amateurs muddying the already roiled waters was not welcome at all. "Your guards will only get in our way," he said flatly. "My specialists and I will be on the ground shortly, and we'll take things from there. All I want from you are 2 fast vehicles, both fully fueled and in top mechanical condition. Is that clearly understood?" Dushkin sounded relieved. "Yes, sir. I'll organize that at once. We'll be ready for you the moment your helicopter lands." Brusquely, Kondakov signed off. Then, with an exasperated sigh, he turned to the man next to him, the senior member of his hunter-killer team. "Bolnek Stepan Makayev, was a veteran of the GRU's shadowy Unit 29155, the death squad commanded by Kondakov for many years. Mikhaev held an unsurpassed record for his number of liquidations of dissidents, traitors, and dangerous foreigners. Speaking rapidly, Kondakov outlined their current tactical problem. When he was finished, Mikhaev pursed his thick lips.
"By the time we land, these spies will have a considerable head start on us," he pointed out. "Hunting them down may prove difficult." "That's where you're wrong, Stepan," he said confidently.
Running through the situation with the other man had given him time to think more carefully and recover his poise.
"There's only one real direction they can run, and that's along the Nile road to Egypt. With this helicopter to scout ahead for us, it will be easy enough to find them."
He shrugged his shoulders.
"Now that Dushkin's idiots have tipped our hand, the only real difficulty may lie in taking at least one of these agents alive, which is our top priority."
Smiling thinly, he fondly patted the hard-sided case in the other seat beside him. It contained some of his favorite instruments of torture.
"I've been looking forward to practicing a few of my old skills."
Mikhaev nodded. There was no real human expression on his broad face.
"And what if the people we're hunting bolt off the Nile route and head out into the desert instead?" "So much the better for us,"
Kondakov said with a careless shrug. He waved a hand at the lifeless vista outside the Mi-8's cockpit.
"There's nothing out there, no gasoline, no water, nothing. They would only drive into a blind alley, without any way out."